Welcome to Geo-Resolution 2022. We invite our guests to find their seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. We invite our guests to find their seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome Lorna Goodwin to the stage. She is a 3-time Emmy Award-winning broadcast journalist who today is owner and president of Vector Communications Corporation, a public engagement and communications consulting firm based in St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. This is a great day. We have more energy than that starting off at 8:30. Let's try it again. Good morning. There you go. It's great to see all of you, and welcome to Geo-Resolution 2022, the conference that brings together government, academia, and industry to grow the geospatial ecosystem in St. Louis. This year's theme is Geospatial Perspectives on Climate Change, Predicting and Mitigating Effects. How timely is this conference today, right? Again, my name is Lorna Godwin, and I have the pleasure of being your MC again this year. I don't know why they asked me back, but they did, because I think I get more out of it than you do, because I learned so much about this industry. It's fascinating, all the work that you are doing. So I look forward to learning much more this year about climate change and how to address it. This is the 4th year for Geo-Resolution, and I am pleased to announce that we have record participation this year. We have 499 in-person people, and we just couldn't get to that 500, but maybe someone will walk in and register. And we have another 257 participating virtually, so that's fantastic. And a special welcome to those of you who are participating online. On behalf of our conference co-sponsors, St. Louis University and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, better known as NGA, thank you for participating. The success of Geo-Resolution is one of the many signs that something is really special taking place in our St. Louis region in terms of the geospatial ecosystem. Let's think about it for a second. We have the construction of the nearly $2 billion NGA campus in North St. Louis, the continuation of implementing the priorities and initiatives in Greater St. Louis, Inc.'s GeoFutures Strategic Roadmap, and the April opening of the Taylor Geospatial Institute, which is a landmark collaboration of 8 research institutions. We are definitely moving toward our goal of making the St. Louis region the nation's geospatial center of excellence. As many of us like to say, indeed, the future of geospatial is STL made. So, back to Geo-Resolution 2022. During my first meeting with conference planners, I was surprised and impressed to learn that in response to the stress that COVID-19 really caused on all of us, but particularly young people, St. Louis University has instituted Wellness Days. What a wonderful idea. On a Wellness Day, students are released from all classes and coursework. Guess what? Today is a Wellness Day at SLU. For our student participants, that means you're encouraged to take breaks throughout the conference, grab something to eat, take a walk outside, it's beautiful outside, throw a frisbee, anything that allows you to slow down, relax, take a deep breath, and focus on what you are grateful for in your life. Don't all of us wish we were St. Louis University students, because there's more than one Wellness Day, but we can sort of take part in it today. Even though we may not be a SLU student, we can participate. So in the Jesuit tradition, rather, of reflection to deepen learning, I invite all of you to take a moment right now to reflect and think about what you hope to get out of today's conference. I'm going to pause for about 20 seconds, and I do have a clock right here, so you can reflect. So let's pause for a minute. Thank you. I hope all of you came up with what you want to get out of Geo-Resolution 2022, and at the end of the day, you can look back and say, I got what I came for. So, a few housekeeping matters before we get started. You can find the Wi-Fi address on the bottom left of our screen. Download the Geo-Resolution 2022 app so you can submit a question. Please note that whether you are in the room or online, you will need to use the Geo-Resolution app to ask questions and to upvote questions you like so they move to near the top. You can submit a question by selecting any panel discussion or session on the app, then scroll to the bottom and click Ask Question. There's a lot of good information on the app, so even if you don't have a question to submit, please check it out. Once again this year, we have a student poster session. I saw some of you looking at the posters during breakfast. And in the tradition of this being our largest Geo-Resolution conference, guess what? We have twice as many student participants as last year in our poster session. We have 37 printed posters and 3 digital story maps. You have until 1 p.m. today, Central Time, to view the posters. The posters mean a lot to the students who created them. Please take time to view their posters that are around the room for those of you who are here in person, and digitally for those of you who are online. High school, college, and university students from throughout the region have submitted posters on a wide range of research topics, primarily climate change. Please review these posters and vote because there are monetary prizes of $1,750 and $500. Maps for all conference-related activities can be found in the Geo-Resolution 22 app. And last but not least, in-person participants can find the restrooms just across the hallway. So now, with all the housekeeping out of the way, it's time to begin Geo-Resolution 2022 with a moderated conversation, a leader's look, focusing on the developments in the geospatial ecosystem. Our moderators, Dr. Susan Martinez. Dr. Martinez is Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and the Stephen G. Sliger Professor of Molecular and Cellular Biology. Dr. Martinez leads the campus's interdisciplinary research institutes, promotes new research initiatives, and oversees the administrative and business processes that ensure the safe, ethical, and productive conduct of research. Please welcome Dr. Susan Martinez.
It's good to be here today. I'd like to welcome my guests up here, Admiral Whitworth and President Postello. So thank you for including me in this event. It's a wonderful event, and when I see this audience, it's really inspirational. And I'm really appreciative of the chance to have a talk with both of you about Geo-Resolution and some of its intentions. And Admiral Whitworth, can we just dive in? You're the new NGA director, and you've talked about GeoInt as being just really a key and advantage in the world that we live in. Can you talk about what you mean by that and what that means to the St. Louis community?
No, thanks. I appreciate the question. I really appreciate everybody's being here and the teamwork with St. Louis University for this Geo-Resolution. I think GeoInt advantage is probably best represented by just giving some examples. And I would offer, if we could just go back in time a little bit, I used to be the Director of Intelligence for the Joint Staff and for the Chairman, General Milley. So every day during the current conflict, at least that we're experiencing between Ukraine and Russia, every day would begin with an aspect of GeoInt advantage, and it's a map. You may have seen it in the press, a big green map. It becomes something we pull together, a lot of layers of indicators, a lot of layers of intelligence, but geospatially put it all together into something that makes sense. That has to be right. It has to be accurate. It needs to be on time. That's a form of GeoInt advantage. Let's talk about something a little more tactical. A special operator preparing for a mission will need to move from point A to point B accurately and on time as well. That advantage of having the data be correct. The map, the cartography, all of it be correct. Not to mention the effect that that individual is going to try to render somewhere be geospatially correct. That's part of GeoIn Advantage. And then internationally, the partnerships that we have and their reliance on geospatial information and intelligence. Let's just take Ukraine as an example. You know, there are Ukrainian people who rely on accurate information to try to have some advantage themselves in working against and contesting a nuclear nation that's involved in conquest. That's part of GeoIn Advantage too. So I think those examples represent what puts a spring in our step at NGA, and I would say this geospatial community, here in St. Louis as well as throughout the world.
Thanks. That's reassuring to me in this big world to have that advantage. President Postello, you've watched the geospatial ecosystem develop and grow in the St. Louis area. You know, can you talk about some of the highlights of that and what we've achieved from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. And thank you, Admiral Whitworth. It's a pleasure to be here with both of you and to be partnering again with the NGA to host this Geo-Resolution conference. And thank all of you for coming and collaborating. What we've seen here in St. Louis is incredibly impressive. And my engagement with it began when Director Cardillo was running the operation and made that commitment not simply to relocating the new NGA to North St. Louis, which was incredibly important, but also to emphasizing collaboration to the extent possible in areas opening up partnerships to government and industry. Prior to that, NGA was something not many of us in St. Louis knew about or certainly partnered with. So it's a new day, and Admiral Sharp had the same commitment, and now Admiral Whitworth is equally committed to that. So what I've seen over my period of time here is NGA going from something that was not really well known at all, certainly not on the radar screen of the leaders in the community or in the bi-state region, to being absolutely central, a top priority for the region. St. Louis has gotten much more focused in the last several years across the community. And in that focus, priorities have been set. And this is clearly a top priority. Here on campus, we decided some years ago when Director Cardillo had made that decision that we would make geoscience a top priority at St. Louis University. And we began internally to assemble resources and commit to that. Along the way, Andy Taylor made this incredible investment to form the Geospatial Institute, where we are now have a consortium of 8 leading research institutions in the bi-state area, collaborating with incredible synergy, bringing in different expertise to work together on similar problems to advance geoscience and apply it across a range of areas. Industry has become incredibly interested, so we are seeing powerful collaborations, which heretofore did not exist, at the same time that science and computer science is developing, allowing us to tackle problems which were impossible because of how complex they were just a few years ago. So it's been very impressive.
Well, and I've really appreciated University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign being invited into that consortium to come down here and see everyone rowing in the same direction in this important area has just been amazing. I wanted to ask you also, we want to think about long-range success. What would you think in 10 years would be a sign of success?
So to me, success would be simply an acceleration of the momentum that already exists. Partnerships with great institutions like yours. So increased partnership, increased collaboration, attracting more faculty, supporting our outstanding faculty who are working in these areas, attracting even more students, increasing the diversity of the students and the faculty, doing even greater collaboration with industry and applying that knowledge. And we're seeing that happen throughout the region. So we've got great momentum. What's taken place in just 5-6 years has been extraordinary. And I think the momentum will continue to accelerate, bringing in more people faculty, students, industry, government, working together to advance areas that help humankind.
Thank you. And Admiral Whitworth, you're a newcomer to the St. Louis community in this amazing geospatial effort. It's obvious there's a lot of good things that St. Louis is doing very, very well. I'd appreciate if you could reflect on that. And, what would you see as the next steps for St. Louis to bring this to even a higher level?
Now, thanks for the question, and I'll just riff on a theme that's already begun here. So I make my living, and most intelligence professionals make their living working fusion. What I see in St. Louis is the fusion of the academic and the civic and the governmental layers and people. And it's very, very powerful, so much so that I've already started using St. Louis as an example for some other communities. I won't go into which ones, but I was really taken. My first visit to St. Louis was attended by at least 55, maybe 60 civic leaders and academic leaders who came together to discuss this fusion. And through enterprises such as the Taylor Geospatial Institute and this consortium of schools, it's very clear this will succeed. We obviously have a key role here at NGA with a very expensive but right building that's being, we're looking at 2025 for the building, 2026 for the people to be north of Del Mar in an area that is, I think, the right place to represent this fusion that we're talking about. And the vision is for a child, perhaps in that area, to look across the fence and say, how is it that I work there? This fusion is generating scholarships that ultimately will have an answer for that child for STEM and for these sciences. It's a very, very powerful vision. And I've already taken it, again, to some other places that, frankly, need the same sort of vision for other areas, maybe logistics or for command and control and areas like that. But for geospatial intelligence, it's St. Louis right now.
President Costello talked about, NGA sort of flying under the radar for a long time. A little bit obscure, and maybe that was by design, and former director Robert Cardillo helped bring some of this data out and did a lot of outreach to involve other entities like what you talked about, Admiral Whitworth. And in your position now, how do you intend to sort of keep that going? We got a new building, talking a lot about diversity. Are there programs that you're thinking about and a culture that you're building in to provide that openness so that more people can get involved?
No, it's a great question. And so I don't want to overemphasize the building because we had a tendency, I think, to do that back in the National Capital Region where we have the third largest government building, if I'm not mistaken, and it's absolutely gorgeous, lots of open space. It's a sight to behold, but it's the people inside who make the difference. The briefing I took yesterday about our building here lends itself to this point. There are approximately 2,500 people at NGA here in St. Louis. Already, almost half of them have visited the site. That tells me they're excited. That tells me that the people of NGA are already invested in the new site. So moving to the diversity question, it will be the fact that this is a human art form and science form that will generate the need for diversity. It will make us better. So representing the demographics of America as we defend America, it's the right thing to do. It's also being propelled by the visions of both the Secretary of Defense, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, as well as the Director of National Intelligence. They're putting a lot of attention on this, which obviously is the right thing to do, and I will tell you with especially the recruitment of future geospatial leaders and geospatial analysts, the academic community, at least the ones that we are working with, are right there. And it's not just diversity in terms of race, it's diversity also. We've got neurodiversity initiatives. We've got, for the deaf and hard of hearing, because of our visual domain, it makes a lot of sense. We get really good people out of diversity.
Thank you for that. And I did get the opportunity a few weeks ago to visit your main campus and meet with Deputy Wilkerson and many other people. I was very impressed with the suite of diversity programs that were there. And I know that you're partnering with Harriet Stowe an area university to try and enhance a pipeline for diverse students. Can you talk about that and some of the programming?
No, I think I think that Harris-Stowe receives a lot of credit and should receive a lot of credit for at least being the first to have a serious conversation with us, at least in this area, on at least being a minority-serving institution, HBCU, that is focused on generating talent with us, for this cause. And I think that's led to now we have others that are following that lead.
That's wonderful. And President Costello, you're obviously part of a diverse community. What programming is at St. Louis University to help with that pipeline?
Yeah, before I answer that, I just want to say I'm really envying the Admiral here because he keeps talking about the positions he's led in intelligence and his role in intelligence. And as a university president, there's not a day that goes by where my intelligence doesn't get questioned on this campus. So, I mean, it's just, I envy you.
We can relate to that.
So we've taken that seriously from the start, and that's why we thought it was so important to, early on, before there was even the Taylor Geospatial Institute, to begin to partner with Harris-Stowe State University, which is literally right across the street from us. They bring enormous racial diversity to the table, and they're very seriously committed to this, as Admiral Whitworth indicated. But then across our range of institutions, including UMSL, University of Missouri, St. Louis brings a diversity as well. So we are committed to diversity, unleashing the power of the potential of all people, and it goes beyond racial diversity, as Admiral Whitworth said. As a Catholic Jesuit institution, that goes to the very core of what we are. It's ingrained in the Jesuits, an order nearly 500 years old, to work out and reach with, walk with those of lesser means, those who have been disenfranchised in any way, to lift everybody up, to be inclusive. It goes directly to our apostolic preferences. So it goes to the heart of our mission, and we're very proud of the success we're having with our partner institutions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, this Geo-Resolution conference, the theme is around climate change, and it couldn't be any more timely. Many of us saw last night a film that's the product of a collaboration between academia, the NGA, the private sector, which was a beautiful film, but it was very sobering because we talked about what's in front of us. Can you talk, both of you, about what geospatial technology and methods can be used to tackle these just really key problems now that threaten not only us but the world?
I'll start. I saw the film last night for the first time, and I was really taken by the production, but more taken by the truth it relayed. I think that's where we have a special responsibility at NGA, is to ensure that the data that we're providing is accurate so that people can trust the depictions. One thing that was clear in that film is that it wasn't the type of film that seeks a lot of explosions and a lot of violence. It was the truth based on data. And that's what should be so powerful about the film itself, and I hope that's also what's going to be powerful about NGA's role in this climate change issue.
And truth is really important. Okay, if I can just follow up on that for a minute. There's so much misinformation out there in the world right now. How can we make sure people know that that's the truth?
So this is an issue of validation, and I think between ourselves and the academic community, the scientific community, we all have a responsibility here to ensure that we maintain the standards that can be validated. And perhaps that's something that NGA really needs to take as part of our future, is the validation of the data.
I know you have some thoughts on this,
Yeah.
President Costello.
So one of the highlights of my summer was I attended the International Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities, where Father General Arturo Sosa, who is the head Jesuit, addressed us, and he called all of us to make our top priorities social and ecological justice. The threats to this planet by climate change are severe. The consequences, and we focused also on refugees and migration and how climate change is impacting that, and called on all of us to make this a priority at our institutions, and we're not alone in that effort. That film was very powerful last night. Thanks for bringing it to us. And we see, as Ms. Goodwin said at the start here, right now we're facing Hurricane Ian off the coast of Florida. moving toward a Category 5. We know the devastation that's going to take in terms of the human toll, the financial toll, the ecological toll down there. We have to get even more serious. It's tragic, I think, that science has come to be questioned. If you look at the accumulation of human knowledge and what science has done for us across a range of fields, start with medicine, how much healthier we are because of it. Certainly science can go down wrong paths, but science is self-corrective. Science is always testing the latest hypothesis and knowledge and building upon it. Science is central to the academy and to the advance of all of humankind. And so we need to continue to invest in these areas, and particularly to address climate change and its root causes.
Well, and we think a lot about social justice and environmental justice through these collaborations. Can both of you talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead. So certainly, there are consequences, as I just said, with respect to climate change in terms of social justice. Who is most impacted by this? Who bears the brunt of the consequences that we're seeing? It is those across the world who are on the lower end of the socioeconomic structure. And so it is a duty upon us, it's incumbent upon us, it's an ethical obligation for all of us to do all we can to make sure that all of humankind is lifted and has a safe environment in which to live, with clean water, with good, healthy food, with stable and safe social structures. And I think that geoscience can be a part of that.
I go back to the fusion mandate that we have, and part of the fusion needs to include also behaviors. And so I think your question raises, how does human behavior interact with at least the science that we can validate and expose? And so exposing behaviors is also part of this. And I think as we talk about the Arctic and elsewhere, that we have a role there.
Thank you. And, just going back to something you brought up, President Costello, the Taylor Geospatial Institute, that brought University of Illinois down, as I mentioned before. It was announced this spring. What does this institute mean for the St. Louis area and the geospatial ecosystem, and not just locally, but nationally and even globally?
Yeah, I think globally, I'll start at the highest level. What you're going to see is as we advance knowledge, as we can better solve problems, as we can better raise problems, as we can better apply this knowledge, I think everyone benefits from it. What the Taylor Geospatial Institute has done is brought together 8 very powerful research organizations with leading scientists and remarkable students, now to work on these problems in cooperation with each other, to have more funding, to attract faculty and students, to increase the diversity of our faculty and students, to help us establish programs to work on the most critical problems that we're facing. Much like other research consortiums, we've seen the success when you can bring together larger numbers of people, in this case, thousands of faculty, tens of thousands of students. I think we're just starting to see the beginning of the potential of this.
As a military officer, not to mention the director of NGA, I'm into leadership and I'm into standards. And the Taylor Geospatial Institute is a leader and is setting standards, not just for geospatial science and the consortium, but frankly for other communities who may not have even thought of having a civic, academic, governmental relationship to propel what could be competitors actually to be collaborators. I think that it is becoming a beacon on the hill that is going to be used in a lot of different places.
Thank you. And the Taylor Geospatial Institute, it's SLU-led. You pulled the consortium together with a generous gift from Andy Taylor. I'll ask you, President Costello, the same thing about this that I asked you earlier. What in 10 years would be a mark of success for the Taylor Geospatial Institute?
I think to continue to build on what we already have demonstrated to be successes. It's impressive that these organizations, every single organization who was invited to participate, readily said yes, and have brought their top game to the table, their leading scientists, and done so with enthusiasm. So I think we're just starting to see the potential of what this will mean. And then there's a serious commitment. And of course, having the funding, incredible funding, helps, because we need that funding to seed things, to hire those faculty, support their projects, provide opportunities for students, provide opportunities for students who otherwise wouldn't be able to participate here, to build the workforce of the future. We've been successful already in getting grants to train workers in these areas, which are coming because of this collaboration and because of that funding, and to explore the things that might not be immediately obvious. Here again, as a Jesuit university, we put a lot of emphasis on the humanities and on ethics. And there are ethical components to this, which we need to explore. And we were encouraged to from the start under Director Cardillo. And so we have to think about the application and the implications of some of what we're doing here. And I think we will be able to expand knowledge in that area as well.
Well, and I think the Taylor Geospatial Institute, it's not operating in a vacuum. It's not in a St. Louis vacuum. You've brought in the NGA, which provides a unique perspective. You've also brought in people across the nation to help set the direction for it. So I think that's really important. Admiral Whitworth, earlier you talked about the Ukraine. Since we have the stage here, I just want to ask you, since you've been providing really critical counterintelligence and intelligence informing the United States and presumably our partners, and thinking about how to respond to the Ukraine crisis, is there anything that surprised you about the extent and value of commercial imagery when it comes to the Ukraine crisis? Because it's such at the forefront of all of our minds.
I think given the amount of time that we had in preparation for this, and I would like to just say that warning is also a geospatial endeavor, and that I think General Milley himself may have said this is some of the best warning he's seen in at least the lead up to this particular crisis. What struck me was how geospatial our communication became as we got ready for whatever this operation was going to be by the Russians. And now that it's been in full tilt since February, that hasn't waned. That wasn't a passing fancy. We still begin and end, frankly, our conversations with a map that shows at least the truth as we know it, with the disposition of forces, and a predictive layer. So we talk about behavior, we talk about forces, putting it all together so that we can be predictive, I think is also part of the magic of geospatial intelligence.
Thank you. You know, we've been around for a little while, and you know, we've seen the nation, the globe, sort of ebb and flow. There's a lot of students in the audience. In the last just minute, could each of you talk about, you know, what the students should think about as they're hitting their next steps and thinking about their long-term futures?
Yeah, I would encourage students, and one part of the joy being at the academy is being around young people, idealistic, energetic, bright. I would encourage them to continue to explore these ideas, follow their passions, and realize students want to do good. They want to help humankind. They want to address these problems. We're providing greater opportunities, I think, than ever before.
I would echo the same, and I would offer that the agility that NGA is afforded, yes, we defend the nation, and we have a readiness challenge also for our forces and for the Department of Defense and by extension the intelligence community of the United States. But we're agile enough also to provide real value to firefighters. And an email that I just sent to some pretty important people in the U.S. government saying NGA is ready for Ian, for Hurricane Ian. And if you need help, we're already poised. We're already moving people to ensure that that particular cause can be administered. So there's a lot of agility to this particular agency that I think would be very exciting for an up-and-coming scientist or analyst.
Well, thank you. And I think we're about out of time, so please join me in thanking our guest speakers, President Costello and Admiral Whitworth.
Well, that was a great leader's look. It was energizing to me, and true that we need to focus on climate change, and that's what we're going to do now with our morning keynote conversation. It is with Jack Dangermund and Dr. Michael Morgan. A landscape architect by training, Jack Dangermund founded Environmental Systems Research Institute in 1969, ESRI, as I understand all of you call it, with a vision that computer mapping and analysis could help design a better future, and boy, was he right. ESRI makes some of the world's most powerful geographic information system software, location intelligence, and mapping. Dr. Michael Morgan is the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Environmental Observation and Prediction. He is responsible for providing agency-wide direction with regard to weather, water, climate, and ocean observations, and the process of converting observations to predictions for environmental threats. Considering our conference theme of predicting and mitigating climate change effects, Dr. Morgan is the right person to participate in our keynote conversation. Please welcome Jack Dangermund and Dr. Michael Morgan.
There's nobody to ask us any questions.
No, so I
Are
guess
you
we
feeling
should just,
a little weird?
yeah, it's a little weird, but we can just chat up here, I guess.
We have not prepared. We just met, actually. So what do you want to talk about? Why are you here, first off?
Well, a lot of ways to answer that, but I think I want to follow up actually on what was just discussed at the end of the last conversation. My interest in being here really goes back to my interest in just weather, climate, water, the responsibilities that I've just taken over the last 6 weeks. I think the whole notion of numerical weather prediction is probably one of the greatest achievements of the 20th century in terms of the physical sciences. Because the notion that you can take fundamental data, fuse it with the equations of motion that describe how atmosphere and the ocean work together as a fluid, and then produce actionable information that protects lives and property and ensures the efficient conduct of commerce, I think that's amazing. Yeah. But what's necessary to do that is taking the data and actually understanding what are the direct impacts on communities, on people. And so my being here today really is partly a culmination of just my past getting interested in weather and my excitement about numerical weather prediction, but also recognizing that in order to translate that into something that's meaningful, we need tools like the tools that geographic information systems provide to help translate that so people can take action.
How did you get into weather? Were you a weather kid or?
I was a weather kid, or we use the term, some people use it, weather weenie. I grew up in the East Coast in Baltimore, and we had big snowstorms. And it was those snowstorms that really, in the late 1970s and early 80s, that got me interested in weather broadly. And then it was actually the remnants of Hurricane David that had struck Florida and that was moving up the East Coast in 1979, late August of 1979. It was around that same time that TV stations were beginning to move toward having credentialed folks that do the science, meteorologists, on TV, and they actually broke into with a special weather statement about the remnants about to affect the Baltimore area. And I had always had an interest in weather. I had read books and looked at maps and charts. Some of them I really couldn't appreciate at the time, and maps is a perfectly good thing to talk about here. But I saw this scientist with these maps and charts behind him. I thought, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to understand that and be able to communicate that effectively. So initially it was broadcast meteorology, but it was ultimately, in the end, it was my interest in research, fundamental research, and its applications that got me to where I am today.
So you were watching TV and
Yes.
you wanted to be one of those weather guys?
Initially, yes, yeah.
Seriously.
That's actually where it started.
There's a lot of kids here in the audience who are looking for, what to do next. So, your personal story would be intriguing in that regard. How did you do it? You were just watching TV and then you got...
No, it was far before that. I had an interest in science that started back in the the early 1970s, watching the missions to the moon, the lunar landings. That got me interested in science broadly. Then interested in biology, kind of drift around in different topics, but it was the weather that really, the phenomena, seeing it, and then understanding that there's a way to understand it that really drew me in terms of that interest.
So you're a geographer, actually.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at the place-based information, the information that we use on a daily basis, that the scientists at NOAA use on a daily basis to inform both weather and climate change, and we'll hopefully be talking about climate-ready nation and things of that sort. It's the use of that data that's linked to particular locations that's really becomes more powerful when it's actually linked to the impacts that it's going to have on communities and people, as I mentioned earlier. And so that's really what draws me into this.
You know, Dr. Pastello mentioned something. He said, geo is part of the science. What did he say? Is part of the science? I'm just going to come back and say it's the fundamental science. Geography, the science of our world, is the fundamental science.
Right.
That all the other sciences sort of layer on top of. It's integrative, it's holistic, it integrates people and the environment, social stuff, it integrates all the stuff. So really, you're a geographer. That's how I made it up when I first met you.
I think you could look at it that way, yes.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, okay, now you can start putting it in your title along
Okay,
with some other things.
geographer.
We, in a way, all of us are geographers, and it is such a powerful, and I do want to, by the way, acknowledge all the St. Louis initiatives that are going on here, led by NGA, but this, I think, is not just going to be a center of tech, it's going to be, as you mentioned, Doctor, a center of integration, integrated thinking. And it has all kinds of implications for philosophy, for thinking, for approaches. I would just say it's going to be the center for the geographic approach. And the geographic approach is a way of thinking. It's a way of bringing everything together. It's integrative, to pick on your term. It's integrative in nature. It's holistic in nature. It's easy to communicate through the language of maps. It's powerful. And I think the world is just starting to wake up with things like the COVID dashboard, which everybody saw and connected to. Billions of people got connected to what's going on. I think that's the beginning of a kind of, not a resolution, but a revolution in spatial thinking.
Right. As the Admiral said, he used the term fusion.
Yes.
This integration, this fusion of data, I think is really exciting. You mentioned the COVID dashboard, but also recently released just in the last couple of weeks with the federal government if you go to resilience.climate.gov, you can see what's called CAMRA, C-M-R-A. It's climate mapping for resilience and adaptation. And this is really a nice product that allows you to take disparate sorts of data, not just the authoritative data that NOAA uses to inform the public about climate change and weather, but it also allows you to overlay other pieces of information like census tracts, like vulnerability indices, and it takes you can look at climate projections and understand specific location, go right on that map and say this is what's going to happen in St. Louis over the next, in the short term, medium range, and the long term. And by long term, I'm talking about not just 10 days out, but based on climate model projections, we're looking at the end of the century. What's the expected change in temperature over St. Louis or water? You're looking at number of hazards: heat, drought, flooding from inland flooding,
Sea level rise.
sea level rise, not so big a issue here in St. Louis, but it's the notion that you can take these together. I'm actually curious if you could say a little bit about what's the architecture behind that allows you to take these disparate sorts of data to bring them together.
Well, this was really driven by the president himself, actually. And it's worth just acknowledging him. This is not a political statement, but he's very much into maps. He loves maps. Right. And what he wanted to do is take this whole government approach, some of you have heard about it or read about it, of bringing everything together. So first he went to NOAA, and he didn't get the total picture. He went to the Department of Interior, he didn't get the whole picture. They went to the census, the EPA. Nobody gave him the whole holistic approach of what he was after. But eventually he got it, led by NOAA, but organizing all of the other agencies to work together to think of it this way. America has lots of scientific layers that different stovepipe agencies collect. Think of them like plastic overlays. And they're maintaining them, one of which is a large portfolio that you run. He wanted to integrate it. So an architecture that was pioneered, by the way, by NGA with the IC portal, which brought together CIA data, NGA data, NSA data, all the layers of intelligence together in a portal and allowed these map layers to be overlaid. Same approach we did on the climate portal. And what you can do with all of this information is not just access the dashboards of what's going on with drought or fires on a daily basis. Think of it like dashboards like COVID. But you can also overlay and integrate some of this information. And one of the big apps that the White House really wanted to do is reach out to the local governments and say, we want to make this information useful. So there's an app which allows you to sort of sketch out in your census tract a proposed project. As Americans, you know that we are spending a few $1 trillion. Trillion here, trillion there. It adds up, you know. But these trillions of dollars are being directed to address some of the big issues of climate change and resilience to the changing climate. So their vision was to be able to bring all this scientific information to the local government, so when they asked for spending some of those trillions of dollars, like building a bridge or improving something, they would be able to quickly evaluate what's not just here now, like is it in the floodplain or not, but more importantly, what's it going to be like in 20 years or 30 years or 50 years or, like you said, 100 years. So forecasting was important. So what has now been implemented, and thanks again to NOAA's leadership and NGA's inspiration years ago, is the integration of scientific data into this holistic approach. And the equipping of every local government so that when they apply for grants, they know that they're putting the money in the right location. This sort of issue of where. I mean, the big issue today that's facing us is knowing where to spend the limited amount of resources that are necessary. So for those of you who are students here in the audience, the question is where. You know, studying the issue of where, the science behind where, sometimes called geography,
right,
and bringing that together. But I just noticed that you're looking at your phone here. What are you doing?
Well, there's a, you talk about where. I just wanted to point out that you can actually go online and get information on the camera site, not just about the climate projections, but also about current hazards.
Well, what's going on in Florida right now?
In Florida right now, they're, as we heard in the earlier presentations, they're preparing for landfall of Hurricane Ian. It's 155 mile-an-hour winds. There are about 26 million people that are expected to experience inland flooding. That's from the heavy rains. This is separate from the storm surge, and probably well over 20 million people that are going to have issues related to flooding alerts. One of the key things about this particular event that's occurring, it's about 60 miles east of Naples. The Weather Service is now expecting catastrophic damage from the winds, and the storm surge basically also being catastrophic, 12 to 18-foot storm surge along the southwest Florida coast. So this is really going to be a big event that's going to impact a huge number of people, and camera is one of the tools you can quickly use to evaluate how many people are going to be impacted by that.
I mean, you asked me a question, I didn't answer it. What is the architecture behind camera and also the architecture between the IC portals? The idea is America and states and cities, they all have these little stovepipe GISs. Think of them as stovepipe organizations. Cadastral, like here in the county, the land records, the land use people. At the national level, it's USGS with topo maps, it's the imagery stuff, it's the weather forecasts, it's all these layers of data are separately maintained and congressionally mandated, updated every day, systems of record.
Right.
But the fusion of that can now be accomplished through a little miracle called web services. I can connect to a distributed server and bring that information in through little maps. Think of them like little plastic overlays, and I can overlay those layers dynamically, and then I can stick needles through the different layers and do spatial analysis to find out impaction for, like what's going on in Florida right now. The Red Cross, FEMA, your organization, they're all connected with these portals that are addressing, we need to evacuate, this is going to be the damage, the the estimation of what the damage is, all of the whole cycle of disaster response. So I think it's interesting because geography is at the center. It's the integrative tool. I can bring distributed sectorial information together to see the whole. And that's essentially the technology supporting this geographic approach.
Right.
My big hope is that that will create, Admiral, better understanding. And as Saul Werman often talks about, it's understanding precedes action, so that communities can be not only understanding better what's going on in the short time, but with your forecast, the long time horizon, and better act. And from my perspective, this language of maps and the science behind it is so powerful for understanding and acting about everything. That's why I'm so excited here with this center, the idea that we can motivate kids from all ways of life and backgrounds to really get excited about making a difference with their life by using this holistic approach and the technologies that support it. But I'm babbling on.
No, I think that, but you've hit, I think, really two key parts of this. The understanding and the action, and that's part of NOAA's Climate Ready Nation initiative. It's a notion that when we look at a climate ready nation, it's one whose prosperity, health, security, and long-term continued growth are going to be dependent upon understanding and the ability to take action to mitigate the effects of climate change. And so that's something that I think the tools that we've been discussing and talking about are going to be precisely those that are going to be necessary for us to actually figure this out, to act on. But the other part of this, these tools also allow for what we call greater service equity. They allow anyone in any community to be able to connect to this data, or not just this data, it's a collection of data that's being served through these portals, to be able to look at the data and ask questions themselves about what's going to happen in my neighborhood, in my community, and that's from the level of the student to emergency managers and planners and city planners to the private sector that may have an interest in what's going on, what's going to happen in this region. If you're an insurance company or reinsurance company, you're going to have an interest in that. And so the very same tools that can be used by just the novice that's just curious, the student that's curious, to industries that have financial stakes in what's going to happen with climate change are being made available, and it sort of democratizes the ability for people to get this data, which I think is really fascinating and exciting.
You know, one of the things that occurs to me is the great dilemma of our time is the lack of agreed upon understanding. It's not just understanding, but agreed upon understanding. And also our inability to collaborate. These two things are sort of two sides of a coin. And maps are a kind of understanding language, but they also facilitate this idea of bringing forces together. Mm-hmm. So again, I call it the geospatial or the Geo-Revolution, not just, whatever it's called, not just resolution, or it's a resolution for a revolution in geospatial awareness that could, I think, transform how people understand and behave. Right. They have a common language that understands what's about to happen, or both now, but also projecting out into the future.
Right, so that shared knowledge, that common understanding comes from people agreeing to and understanding that folks like NOAA are viewed as an authoritative source of data. We have scientific integrity is one of the hallmarks of our agency, and we understand that if we lose that by having anything that tampers with that, we risk folks losing lives if they choose not to believe the data that we're providing.
Exactly.
And so that having an authoritative source of data in a portal like this, I think, is really an exciting.
Well, one of the other things in this architecture that's interesting is when the president first, why I said he went to this agency and he didn't quite get a full answer in that agency and that agency, it turned out that only the White House could actually do integration. I just want you to think about this. That is, we don't have the Department of Understanding. And that's not just true in our federal government, but it's true across government. It's across organizations. Where does any CEO go to who is her or his trusted advisor?
Right.
And this fusion idea of pulling stuff together in part supports this idea of facilitating collaboration around the truth. And that language is what, again, excites me about your university here, and both the science-based, but also the philosophical and theological grounding that's here suggests that, you know, we're part of it all, teaching students that we are part of it all, that we are part of nature, that we're actors in the play. It isn't like there's nature and we have to do, no.
Right.
We're grounded in being participants in the creation of the future. And I just love that. I mean, when you were talking, I was just, I really want to talk some more about this, because and I hope it's inspiring to you who are professors and players in the university, but also I hope it's inspiring to you who are technologists, who are building solutions, and to other agencies at all scales. This is a profound moment. I mean, let me just say, you and the work that you are doing collectively and how you do the work is probably some of the most important work on the planet. And, you know, history will judge whether we pull this off or not. I mean, I don't mean to be dramatic about it, but after seeing that film last night, it's going to take all of us, our very best science, our best technologies,
Right.
our best creative design thinking in order to figure this out. I mean, where do you play in this? I mean, how do you see yourself in terms of short-term and long-term playing into this collaboration, let's say as a nation or in the world?
Right. Well, numerical weather prediction, climate projections and prediction are really a global issue. We're moving away from talking about weather models and climate models to what we call the Earth system approach,
Right.
by looking at ecosystems built into models, so understanding how NOAA fisheries are interacting with weather and climate changes along coastal areas, looking at how, you know, forests and agriculture are going to be impacted. And so I think one of my roles in the position that, you know, again, 5 weeks in, is really to look at how can we improve our ability to predict, how can we identify the data sets that are necessary for us to improve those predictions and make the best use of the funds that go to those data sets to make sure we can get as much information out of them. And then finally, making sure we have the resources for those models to run. But it's also supporting the folks at forecast offices all around the country. There's forecast offices all around the country that support the efforts. The work that was done back in a year ago with the tornadoes, or nearly a year ago in December with the tornadoes that went through here, or the flooding in July. There are folks working hard at forecast offices to make sure that that information is communicated clearly. So it's building up the infrastructure so that can actually be done well.
The way I look at the government, the way that I look at the world, are these nodes of specializations and information.
Right.
And the second part of the big dilemma of collaboration starts with information collaboration. So while you can really get better and better and deeper and faster and predict better on your node, it's really the integration of that information with all the other sources. Again, I'd just like to acknowledge General Clapper, who first had this idea in the GeoInt space of bringing the intelligence worlds together, human intelligence, image intelligence, map intelligence, signal intelligence, to create a whole. And that was his vision. And it really spoke to the improving of the national security, but it also speaks to the whole integration of science. This was, you probably know that great, anyway, integrated science, great stuff. And so I think, thank you, by the way, for coming.
Well, I
thank you for
appreciate the
playing the
invitation.
role. Thank you for thank you for the climate portal stuff is really good.
No, thanks for the invitation. And just want to end on one note. I guess we're getting pretty close to wrapping up.
Yeah.
Is that what you talk about, that fusion of bringing different
Yes.
sorts of data together is at the heart of one of the, I talk about numeric weather prediction being great, but it's also being able to take those different disparate sorts of data that you might not think of as weather data, bringing them together so that they actually inform how the atmosphere looks at a given instant in time. We call this data assimilation or data fusion. Some people may use that term. That's really sort of the next step, and I think the work that's being done in this community is going to help inform some of the next steps we have in data assimilation.
That's cool.
So
I want you as my new best friend here. That's good. Thank you very much, ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen.
Let's give another round of applause for our speakers, that conversation. Our next speaker is Dr. Vasit Sagan. Dr. Sagan is the acting director of the new Taylor Geospatial Institute, which we're already hearing a lot about this morning. He is also an associate professor in St. Louis University's Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences and director of SLU's Remote Sensing Lab. Previously, Dr. Sagan served as the founding director of SLU's Geospatial Institute and director of the university's geospatial research and training programs. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Vasit Sagan.
Good morning. My name is Vasit Sagan, the acting director of the Taylor Geospatial Institute and associate professor in geospatial science here at SLU. As we know, there are many exciting things happening in St. Louis, broader St. Louis geospatial ecosystem. And what I want to talk to you about today is one of these things, the Taylor Geospatial Institute, founded in April of this year. As part of the broader geospatial ecosystem, what I believe is that we can address grand societal challenges with partnership and collaboration. And that's why I want to focus today on three key principles of the Taylor Geospatial Institute: collaboration, location, collaboration, and impact. I grew up next to one of the largest sand deserts in the world, and I saw how climate changed over time. And I noticed big snowpacks and rainfall got smaller every year, and eventually we had no snow at all in the winter. And in summers, when we wouldn't need the rain, we would get flooding. And the result was the droughts in summer, in spring, when we needed it. So it would prevent crops from germinating. So during that time, I became driven to find the solution to those challenges and those problems. As a child, I wish I had a crystal ball so I could see what's happening over the mountain and beyond and find a solution to those challenges. And later on, I found that crystal ball I was looking for as a child was satellite imaging, more precisely remote sensing and a subfield of remote sensing. So I came to St. Louis 15 years ago in search of the crystal ball. What my crystal ball did not tell me at the time was I got lucky. And I ended up being in the right place at the right time. And I found St. Louis to have very unique location, character of collaboration, right? And the potential impact that could bring to the nation. And that's fascinating. So what is geospatial? Why it's so special, right? And I asked this question many of my colleagues, top experts in geospatial science in the world. Each answer is unique, different. There's no a single correct answer, many answers. So we asked you to help us define what geospatial is and what does it mean to you when you registered for the conference, right? We got hundreds of responses. Each answer is unique and all correct. And we got geospatial is fun. Geospatial is opportunity. Science of where, everything. You did an excellent job. I gave you A+. A grade I have never given to a SLU student in the last 15 years. I am serious. By the way, I cannot give A+ to a SLU student because SLU's grading system does not have an A+, right? So, let me tell you my crystal ball, what it is, my definition of geospatial science. To me, it's a crystal ball to understand the world. It's an emerging discipline that focuses on studying the people, us, and the places where things are happening, and the process, right, on Earth, Moon, and beyond, with time-stamped, spatially indexed data sets. It's advanced by computer vision, machine learning, AI, big data, cloud computing, and it's vital to advance many applied domains, public health, sociology, biology, you name it, right? To me, it's an engine to 1 trillion per year global economic growth, and it's vital for St. Louis region. So why geospatial is so special to St. Louis? Being the right place or being in the right place at the right time is not sufficient. You have to have a vision, you have to have a plan and foundation. And St. Louis's history in geospatial dates back to 1804, the Lewis and Clark expedition that mapped North American West. And in 1943, US Air Force started creating production of aeronautical charts in downtown St. Louis, which was the first footprint of NGA, marking the first footprint of NGA in St. Louis. And again, in NGA, made a decision in 2016 to relocate its west headquarters to North St. Louis, which is seen as an economic opportunity to many in St. Louis, is a next wave of economic opportunities. And we saw that too, and I led a group of faculty at St. Louis University and founded Geospatial Institute, lovingly referring as GeoSLU. For the same reason, the St. Louis community came together in that year and started to develop a strategic plan for St. Louis through a group called GeoFutures Coalition. And 2 years later, the report was released. It called for a number of things, but one really relevant here is to establishing a strong research collaborative in the region as an engine to workforce training, economic development, and developing research, advancing research. Actually, around that time as well, we started plotting the chart for the next phase of GeoSLU, and that this time, bigger, more ambitious, with a goal of becoming a national player. And Andy Taylor saw our vision and invested. And thanks to Mr. Taylor's legacy gift, we established the Taylor Geospatial Institute in April of this year. We are 5 months old, and it's a consortium of 8 outstanding research institutions in the Midwest. So our mission is to advance geospatial science through interdisciplinary collaborative research in order to create innovation as tools to address grand societal challenges. As we know, today's challenges, we face many challenges today, and climate change, food security caused by droughts, locust outbreaks in Africa, geopolitical crisis in Ukraine, and wildfires, leaving towns out of drinking water for weeks in New Mexico, and dust storms in one continent affecting air quality on another. So those challenges are globally connected, intertwined. You have to look at global data sets. You have to partner with experts globally, and we need big data to address those challenges. And the answer to those challenges, Taylor Geospatial Institute, that's why it's here to address those grand challenges for the nation. So this, and again, those requires radical challenges from all of us, a collaboration from industry, government, academia. Next slide, please. So the Taylor Geospatial Institute is best positioned to harness the power of partnership, utilizing resources from our outstanding universities and research institutions in the region to make a real impact on a number of areas. Like we want to develop core geospatial science. We want to address challenges like geodesy crisis, right? And we want to excel in select applied domains like public health, food security, national security, and together aggregating, fully utilizing our strengths, collective strengths and resources, we can do a great job on those. So our vision, excuse me, to be the nation's leader in geospatial science and accelerate St. Louis's development as the global hub center for geospatial excellence. So how do we get there, right? The secret to our success, in my view, are 4 words: the people, 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 and people. So people are at the core of the institute. So how do we do that? We are building, we are investing to create a research collaborative, world-class research collaborative, bringing together researchers, students together. And we are empowering people by doing that. And second, we are investing data analytics, data collection, the computing infrastructure to enable our people to do a great job. And then third, Taylor Geospatial Institute is working on commercialization, launching new companies and do new products to empower people by providing economic opportunity in the region. And fourth, and most important piece of those, is creating people, new talent, and training and attracting the next generation geospatial leaders here in the St. Louis area. So, and we are investing in all of those areas, and with the goal of making St. Louis as a national leader, global hub for geospatial science and technologies. Taylor Geospatial Institute has already created a significant impact. In a matter of 5 months, collectively, collaboratively, we submitted about $75 million in external grants and secured closely up to $50 million. And that's the impact. And that has tremendous impact for economic development and research and tech commercialization in a number of areas. And really, thank you. Thank you. And really, this is just early impacts, right? Beside that, the Institute is serious about making a real impact through our mission to advance the geospatial science, to create new tools and technologies to address world's grand societal challenges, and to build this infrastructure. I just want to emphasize that. And we have been creating seed grants, and fellowships, and to promote this collaboration. And we are not doing it because we got some money, and we have to do it. We are doing it because it's in the DNA of the Taylor Geospatial Institute, because I want, and my colleagues really care to establish that partnership and for this region and want to make a real impact, right? So, next slide, please. So what's next? And 15 years from now, let's go back to my crystal ball, and what does it say, right? What I see in 15 years from now, St. Louis is becoming truly a leader in geospatial sciences, a leading destination for anything geospatial, talent, external grants. What I see is thousands of students are in training, joining the workforce in the consortium. What I see is hundreds and hundreds of faculty and researchers are developing technology addressing those grand challenges we face today. And I see we are launching new technologies, new companies, products. And I see Taylor Geospatial Institute becomes a financially self-sustaining institute, providing the promises and the services we made today at an industry scale. So what I see is a geospatial silicon prairie, much larger than a valley. Next slide, please. So you are all here. I assume I did not have to convince you that St. Louis is the place to be for geospatial folks. And really, St. Louis has the talent, expertise, and infrastructure. And we are reaching to a critical mass to create the gravitation pull for others to join. And as I mentioned, we have a bold, grand vision. And we cannot achieve that vision without radical collaboration. And TGI is still forming. And we are still trying to figure out how we can meaningfully engage with companies, industries, setting the IP battle aside, right? And we are still trying to methodically expand the Taylor Geospatial Institute. And we are working to, as well, our mission to advance geospatial science and making real impact on world's grand challenges, solving world's grand challenges. So let me close by thank you for being part of and sharing in the crystal ball I have found. And I invite everyone in this room and online, join me for our vision to making St. Louis as a national, global center of excellence. And I have no doubt we'll be successful. And in 15 years from now, according to my crystal ball, the St. Louis will be known for both world-class barbecue, very important, and geospatial science, just like the Silicon Valley known for tech entrepreneurs, Boston for biotech, and Nashville for country music. And together, let's make a difference. Let's accelerate advanced geospatial science and select domains like food, health, and national security. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sagan. I love that crystal ball. 15 years, your leadership and collaboration. I think that's the word that so far today has really stuck with me, is collaboration and how critical that is in everything that we do, but particularly here. So now it's time for our morning break, and you have until 10:15 Central Time to take a break. A few suggestions. Again, our student posters are over here and online. Please take a look at them and vote. We also have snacks as well and some beverages. For the students who are participating, you can check out the Student Wellness Room, which is room 351 in this building, room 351. So enjoy your break, and I will see you back here at 10:15.
our guests to find their seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. The program will resume in 5 minutes. Please welcome Lorna Godwin back to the stage.
Hey, Jen. I know everyone is having a good time socializing and looking at the posters, but we need you back in your seat so we can continue the program. Shh. There we go. Well, welcome back to those of you in the room and online. It's time to pull out your Geo-Resolution 2022 app so you can type in your questions for our panelists. Our first panelist today will focus on the impact of climate change on water tension and conflict. Our moderator is Dr. Tony Guy Robertson. He is an R&D scientist at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the co-sponsor of today's conference. Dr. Guy Robertson's specialties include quantitative remote sensing of vegetation and aquatic systems. Some of his projects have focused on groundwater, crop irrigation, surface water dynamics, and water quality. Please welcome Dr. Tony Guy Robertson to the stage.
Hey, good morning. I appreciate everybody's attendance today for our panel. This should be a very fun and engaging effort. But before I introduce our panelist here, one of the things I would like to kind of really reframe for everybody is this concept of water security and what it is. A lot of folks in the room might, easily attribute it to things like water, drinking water, or water available for irrigation of thirsty crops. But when we talk about water security, we're really, going much beyond that. There's a huge economic impact to things like, that might be directly related. You might have things like water that's available for cooling, say, a power plant. But there's also a lot of kind of nonlinear, more subtle impacts of water security to things such as supply chain. So if you're looking recently here in Europe, had a drought, major drought that lowered river levels quite a bit, that impacted the ability for river barge traffic to move through, and that impacted, further impacted ability to move food and other economic goods out of Europe, and so that impacts the global market. So when we think about water security, and the panelists that we have here are really representative of academia, industry, and government. And that, when I want you to kind of think about when you start looking at and asking these questions, is how does that intersection, as kind of Admiral Whitworth first mentioned, that fusion, right? We're trying to gain that fusion of knowledge to be able to address these this kind of really various and very complex issue related to kind of water tension and then conflict itself. Without further ado, what I'd like to do is, I encourage you to go look at the bios there in the app themselves as you're asking your questions. I'll do very brief introductions here. Each panelist is going to have about 5 minutes to talk a little bit towards their area of expertise and leave hopefully about 20 minutes for questions here at the end. Without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and start with Dr. Venkat Lakshmi.
Hi, I'm Venkat Lakshmi. I'm the John Newcomb Professor of Engineering at University of Virginia. I deal in the area of global hydrology and water resources, and what I study is global hydrological extremes. By that I mean floods, droughts, landslides, and permafrost thaw. And for each of these, we use a variety of satellite data sets as well as global models to understand how these occur and where these occur. So since we study global water availability, some of our work now starts intersecting with US national security interests. For example, we're studying how quickly is the reservoir behind the Millennium Dam in Ethiopia filling up. So it's something to do with tensions between Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt. and also mapping all kinds of reservoir levels in all parts of the world. Other part we'll study is the drought in the Iraq region, the Middle East, also droughts in La Plata River Basin, floods in Pakistan, water levels and water security in the Limpopo River Basin. So most of our stuff intersects with with water security, because water availability is water security when you result in scarcity. The second thing which I would like to say is that I heard the word Earth system science earlier this morning, and as a matter of fact, Springer Nature has a journal called Remote Sensing in Earth System Science, which is very aptly named because many of our problems go across areas in earth sciences, so it's not a single area. And also, there are many areas in the world where remote sensing and satellite remote sensing is probably the only data sets available. And I happen to be the editor-in-chief of that journal, so if you're interested in doing that. Thank you so very much, Tony, for inviting me, and glad to be here.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Claire Masteller, please.
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Claire Masteller, and I'm an assistant professor in Earth and Planetary Science at Washington University in St. Louis. And so I'm a geomorphologist, which means that I study what I like to call the science of scenery. I'm interested in understanding and explaining why landscapes look the way they do, and how our landscapes will change and respond to changes in the environment. And so we look at that through a number of different lenses, but ultimately, we do that by looking at the landscape, right? So landscapes are remarkably organized to reflect things about their climate, the rock types that they're carved into, and other disturbances that they may feel. And so what we do is we work from starting by looking at a landscape and seeing what features can we detect on that landscape. How can we quantitatively describe the patterns that we see? Can we detect changes in those landscapes through time in response to particular events or shifts in the environment or the climate? And then can we attribute those changes to certain aspects of our climate or certain main drivers? And then can we use that attribution to make predictions as to how our landscapes might change in the future? And so in our lab, we're mostly focusing on rivers and coastlines and understanding what aspects of environmental change our landscapes will respond to. So if our rivers will continue to erode, or if we'll get increased frequency of flooding, and how our coastlines may shift or erode as well, or have increased inundation in response to large storm surge events. And so that's really ultimately what we're looking at across these landscapes, with the idea that if we can predict or assess risk in these systems in response to changes in climate or changes in environmental conditions, then that can inform things like infrastructure, allow us to better assess infrastructure health or potential impacts to the supply chain or to societies that live on these landscapes and use local water to support industry, to support those social settings. So, yeah.
Glad you're here. Appreciate it. Next, Mr. Tom Paris.
Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here. I run a company called iSciences. We do a lot of work in water and climate, human security, water, food, energy, public health and governance, corporate sustainability, and sort of foundational applied remote sensing. And I thought what I would do today is actually just talk about two efforts that we've been working on that illustrate what can be done with geospatial analytics over large areas in the water security domain. So I have a visual.
Yep, visual. Yep. Make sure that gets up
Yep.
for you.
Thank you.
I know you can't see it as well as I can.
So on the left of the visual is a capability that we've been developing for a while called the Water Security Indicator Model. And it's designed to monitor and forecast surface water extremes around the world. So the reds are deficits or droughts. The deeper the red, the more extreme the drought. The blues are surpluses. can't quite call them floods for definitional reasons that I'll be happy to answer offline. And there, if you look closely, there are some purples because it's a multi-indicator composite, and there are places where there are aspects of simultaneous drought and flood going on at the same time. Below that, you see a call out for China, or I should say East Asia. And in addition to the European drought, there's been an extreme drought in China that has also created significant supply chain disruptions. And our forecast for that over the next 6 months in particular is for that to become larger spatially and more intense. On the right, you see an effort that we've, and I should say the water security indicator model is supported by a lot of people, but we got significant support recently from the US Army Corps of Engineers. On the right is an effort that we've done in support of NGA to look at how to quantify the consumptive use of water due to irrigation. So when you look at the supply and demand of water around the world, consumptive use of water due to irrigation is about 80 to 90% of global consumptive use of water total. Consumptive use means water that's used in a way that is not available for downstream reuse. So the plants drink the water and evaporate it out into the atmosphere. And what you're seeing here are two such maps for continental US, the one on top for 2012, the one on bottom for the 2016, and they are very different from one another. This is not a static enterprise, even though most of the wide area maps of this sort cover a single time step. So the innovation here was being able to do this with a combination of satellite remote sensing and land surface modeling to derive these estimates. It was then validated by scientists from USGS. And the big difference that you see here is in the lower Mississippi, it was very wet in 2016 and relatively dry in 2012. So irrigation, how people respond to environmental stressors changes in response to those stressors and changes the water balance. And so understanding those dynamics is really important.
All right, thanks for that. And last but not least, Dr. Jason Knopf.
Hi, thanks for everyone being here today. Just as a side note, it's just incredibly inspiring to see this room full, and so I appreciate that inspiration. So I'm a faculty member at St. Louis University in the Department of Biology. For the past year, I've been a Jefferson Science Fellow working as a water security analyst at the State Department, and I also have a desk at the NGA downtown in St. Louis. And so I feel like I've developed this perspective of both, coming from the intelligence community, but also coming from the academic side of things, and I'd like to hopefully contribute in that regard today. From the IC perspective, I think one of the things that's important to recognize from the start is that national security is tied to human security and vice versa. So there's this reciprocal relationship there, and water security sort of touches on both of those things. And so, when we're thinking about water security, I think one of the primary challenges we're dealing with right now is we've moved into a non-stationary world. And by that, I mean up till about 1970, the climate was fairly consistent, right? And so that meant that air temperature and precipitation were fairly predictable year to year. And so there's variation, but people knew when to plant their crops. People knew, when floods were coming, for example. And that allowed planning, right? And so, but what's happening now is that the climate is changing. We're in this non-stationary condition where we can't use the past to accurately predict what's going on in the future, right? So our whole notion of how to sort of define water security, I think, is changing. And that is the real challenge from an IC perspective and, frankly, from an academic perspective. And so not only is the climate non-stationary, but my concern as we move forward is that just the notion of water security is non-stationary. And so, you often hear people say, well, for example, Jackson, Mississippi, or what's happening in Florida today. This is the new normal. Like, this is not the new normal. Next year is going to be different. The year after that's going to be different, and the year after that's going to be different. And until we get our emissions under control, every year is going to be different. And the implications of that to water security are immense. And so, I think we all know that water touches just about everything we're dealing with, whether or not it's human security, water security, food security, energy security. These are all issues we're dealing with. And, often when we think about water issues globally, the issue of water security has sort of been a springboard to cooperation, right, among countries, transboundary issues. But, as the notion of water security changes, my concern from an IC perspective is we start seeing the frequency of cooperation decrease and the frequency of weaponization increase. Okay, and that weaponization can take several different forms. Historically, it's, poisoning of water, diversion of water. Now, I think about cyber threats to water security, whether or not it's, to actual water infrastructure or industry or energy generation. And so I hope, what I'm conveying and what we all know is that water security is, it's a spatial issue, certainly requires geospatial tools, but it's an integrative issue, right? And so we need data coming from all sectors, and this is where geospatial obviously excels, right? We can bring in all these different data sources to understand these issues. And, the comment this morning from Admiral Whitworth about fusion, I mean, that's the key, and that's the area of synergy, right? But, the one thing I've learned is that, in the academic world, we talk about things in one way. In the federal world, they talk about the same things in a different way. And in industry, I'm sure it's a similar situation. And there's this challenge of bridging that gap to generate so that fusion can happen. And so, along with understanding water security and understanding, this non-stationary world we're living in, I hope today, one thing that we can all recognize is for this fusion to really take place is, so for some middle ground meeting and everybody being aware that we may all be talking about the same thing, but we're using different words. And so, again, this is an incredibly exciting time. It's exciting to have everybody in the room here, and I really look forward to what comes from this in the coming year and years ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the introduction from all of our panelists here. I am going to be checking the app here, so if you have your questions, and I have at least one, so I don't have to go to my backups already to start with. But if you have a question, the app's there. Please start putting those in so we can ask these to our fine folks here on the panel. So the first question that I have here is, does the panel have challenges accessing commercial remotely sense-based imagery, and how would wider access to commercial remote sense data help with their work efforts and projects? It looks like Venkat's ready.
So most of the commercial vendors, and I know 3 of them, Planet, Maxar, and Black Sky, they have agreements with several federal agencies for providing data sets to their investigators. For example, these have an agreement with NASA, where I get much of my funding to supply it to the primary investigators. And I also know that these 3 companies signed a big $1 billion+ agreement with NRO. So there are these data sets available in the community to investigators who are funded by the federal agencies. So that's the easiest way of getting it. Obviously, paying for each scene at a time is obviously not affordable.
I guess, Tom, do you have some industry perspective here?
I do. So we were able to get access to commercial imagery through NGA for the work we do on irrigated areas. And the challenge is when you're doing continental scale analysis and you're dealing with meter scale resolution data with time series elements, it becomes a computational challenge. So the way we did that is we used a spatial sampling strategy where we were able to identify areas that we could then calibrate using the commercial imagery.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and I think, again, coming at this from the IC perspective, it's not so much, I would say, the data access is the challenge, but it's the information access that's the challenge. And by that, I mean, certainly the data can be downloaded, but what I've become acutely aware of in the past year is that the speed of things in the IC community is much greater than I was experiencing in the academic community when you had time to deal with data and think about data. And so having access to data is good, having access to information is even better. And so meaning that those data are summarized or presented in a way that can allow for rapid assessment of whatever environmental or social conditions that people are thinking about at that moment in time.
Thanks. Claire, did you have anything you want to add or no?
No, they pretty much covered it.
All right. I'll go ahead with, I'm still not seeing too many questions come in, so I definitely encourage folks to really get on the app, start putting them in. But I'm just going to go start here with just kind of a more general question for Venkat, Claire, and Tom here is, do we have some opportunities for the commercial or academic sector really to help make this? And I think we kind of alluded to this point here of information is that how do we get that really technical, right? NOAA produces these great climate models. NASA produces these great, you can get like the GRACE data set to look at groundwater anomalies. But how do you take this and turn this into information that's really understandable by somebody who's maybe an intelligence analyst or a policymaker who doesn't have the scientific background? That's what we're looking for. How are we able to turn those tools into information? So, yes, Tom, do you want to start?
Sure. So I want to talk a little bit about how we developed the water security indicator model. This went from flat feet to proof of concept in about 18 months. And what made it work was that we had participation from 3 distinct communities on an iterative basis. The first was we were able to pull together an advisory panel of the leading some of the leading hydrologists in the United States, academic hydrologists. The second is we had participation from the IC analysts who had a need for the product. And the third is the engineers or the implementers. And so we went through an iterative. When you start with flat feet, you don't know exactly what it is you need to build. So we went through an iterative process where we would build for about 3 months, pull everybody together, see where we were, redirect. So what's strong, what's weak, what needs to be added, what needs to be removed. And so over a period of 18 months, we ended up, at the time, the implementation was, hacked together, chewing gum and baling wire. But we had something that worked and generated enthusiasm amongst the user community that they could trust it because the academics were involved and was putting out product every month. So as part of that process, the other thing that was really interesting and the incentive for the analysts to show up, to be honest, was it gave them direct access to the academic hydrologists. So they had pressing issues of the day that they needed to consult on. And so it's really hard to get analyst time to show up to help build something. But the incentive for them to show up here is they were able to actually get consultation time with the academic hydrologists.
Thanks. Yeah, some kind of from the academic side, from more basic research to the more of the applied, right?
So I'll give you 2 distinct examples on this. One is a project we are doing currently funded by Army Research Office. What we do is that United States has plentiful data. And by data, I mean not just satellite data, but in situ data of rain gauges and stream gauges, et cetera. So we are developing hydrological models for predicting flash drought in United States and transferring it to security-sensitive watersheds in Africa and the Middle East. So this is an idea where we are using machine learning, advanced techniques, transfer learning, et cetera, to do that. The second thing which we are doing, and this is led by John Bolton of NASA's Hydrological Sciences branch, is training other countries, water managers, scientists, engineers, how to use simple hydrological models like, say, SWOT, and using it with NASA resources, NASA data sets, because most of their countries don't have too much good in situ data. So we have done this a lot in the lower Mekong River Basin, and we are going to expand it to the La Plata River Basin in South America. So this gives you 2 distinct areas, because in order to get the whole world up to speed and make sure that their countries in these river basins, most of them are transboundary, river basins do not go to war with each other on data usage or water usage, United States needs to step up to the leadership role in training these countries, these scientists, and their policymakers so as to understand fair and equitable use of the water resources.
Yes, Scholar.
Yeah, so I think going back to the sort of information exchange between academia, industry, and IC, the question there, we really have to focus, like Jason was saying, on this speaking the same language. And so often, at least as an academic, we have a very specific question that we want to answer by looking at a data set. And we'll build tools to answer that very specific question. And so how those tools then translate or scale up or can become usable by industry or by government stakeholders is something that we, when we're asking our very specific question, may not be thinking about because we don't have as much exchange or collaboration across entities. And so starting from a place where you're thinking about that knowledge transfer and collaboration can really help at the development of the tools and the pipelines to create that information and pass it along. But if the questions that we ask at the beginning are different and there's no synthesis across communities on how those questions connect to one another, then we are sort of cutting ourselves off at the knees, right?
Yeah, it sounds like you're advocating venues like this to exchange these ideas.
Exactly.
It's amazing, right? We're just self-promoting here. So we're starting to get some questions, and I really appreciate those. The first one here is really kind of focus on the economic side of things. Really the price of water has been relatively cheap, globally, right? People just go access it, they're able to use it, and may just cost the price of the energy to do a pump to pull it out. Are there really any, is this something that we see, that be able to last in the future? Is there maybe, and just to add a geospatial layer, is there a way maybe we can pull in geospatial data or models to help policymakers really have to help make this decision? Yeah,
I'll take that. So that is a complicated question, and the cost of water is something that, of course, varies spatially, and of course, people are developing technologies, particularly desalination, to provide fresh water, but these technologies cost money. And then, if we think about access to water, access to clean water and confidence in clean water, even in the U.S., varies across the economic landscape. So disadvantaged neighborhoods have less confidence in their water resources, and they tend to rely more on purchasing water. So there's an economic disadvantage to, even within the same region that's providing water resources. So, the economic aspects of it are so complex, but certainly geospatial can contribute to that, because when we're dealing with, let's go back to desalination, there's a role in understanding the optimal placement of a desal plant. There's a role in understanding how renewable energy can be most effectively placed to power those desal plants, so our carbon footprint isn't as great when we're trying to, we don't make a greater problem when we're trying to solve another problem. So, any types of these issues, really it comes down to water management, and whether that's through management of natural resources or technological advancements that allow us to provide more clean water. These are things that are going to cost money in the future, and optimizing that in a spatial framework is certainly, I think at the forefront of some of the solutions in this regard.
Yeah, thanks for that. It looks like we got a couple of questions that kind of relate to prediction and forecasting. One question, really tying this down to like the water crisis currently there in Jackson, Mississippi. It's to the point is it seems unimaginable to the public. How are you going to be able to kind of look at and identify future issues if we're not even able to see the ones that are right there in front of you right now, right, until it really is a crisis? I guess anybody want to kind of get to like forecasting prediction side of things?
So one of the things which hydrologists have started doing more is using the same hydrological models which you have for today's climate and to feed it with future climate data, CMIP5, CMIP6, and you're doing this on an annual cycle, January through December. It's pretty good to do that, but for those models to work and tying it to socioeconomic, which was the last question, you have to have a good understanding of the census, the future land use, land cover change, and whatever other things you will do. So, and then also future amount of groundwater. So just take a very simple example. So we work a lot in the Himalayas, and we work on permafrost and glaciers in the Himalayas. So that source of water supplies water during the early spring because of spring melt, and in the times when the monsoons fail, to 500 million people in the Ganga River Basin. So can you imagine in like a couple of decades or centuries, is all that glaciers and snow and permafrost goes away, what will happen to those people if the monsoons fail? So this water security is not that easy, and climate, coupled to climate change, is not that easy to solve by one particular method, but understanding the socio-economic structure and the future census is very, very important.
Yeah, please, Tom.
So in general, over large geographies like we're looking at here, we do much better at characterizing the physical geography, the environmental stressors, than the social geography. So for example, there's no companion data set that tells us the price of water at each of those pixels. And it's not just a single number, by the way. So for those of you who are agricultural economists, there's price at the gate, there's price to produce, there's price at the commodity level. In water, it's also large users of water typically pay less per unit water than small users of water. But the point is there's no global database for that. Similarly, Corps of Engineer has a database about dam quality across the United States. Maybe it exists, but I'm not familiar with a similar database that says the same thing about urban water infrastructure and characterizes those vulnerabilities. That's about the quality of the infrastructure, not about the stressors. And so we really need to work both on pulling the data together, but integrating it so that we understand the physical geography in conjunction with the social geography. This is the fusion imperative that we heard earlier.
Jason.
And just to add on to the important points that both Venkat and Tom made, and I think there's also an urgency to start thinking about non-traditional data sources to apply to a geospatial perspective. And so, what I've heard during the past year is, it would be great to have real-time or near real-time alerts to environmental disasters, whether that's flooding or whatever the case may be, and that really can represent the local landscape. And so I think about, this summer in St. Louis, we got 8 inches of rain in a couple of hours, and my street was fine. Not, we got some water in our basement, but other people just got crushed. And it's that resolution that we need to think about. But we need to think about, what are the data that we're not using? And so can we go out and scrub Twitter, for example, for alerts to particular issues, and then translate that to a geospatial framework where we can present those types of data. And so people use the term moonshot for these really big goal efforts. And I think when we start pulling together these sort of non-traditional data sources that are out there, then I think that also, in addition to what was mentioned already, to me, that's an exciting and transformative opportunity where geospatial can once again sort of wield its might.
Yeah, and in terms of forecasting and prediction, I think we also don't ever want to focus on getting a single number, right? There's so much variability that we see in both precursory conditions that might drive different responses, or additional sources of variability, and using data to constrain that variability in combination with physical hydrologic models is really where we're going to have to go to say we can sort of guess from the physics what the central tendency or the response should be, but then how big of a range are we working with around that when we start to look really closely at communities on these really high, with using these really high resolution data sets?
Yeah, very, very good points. Switching gears just a little bit, we had a question come up talking about, there's talk about trying to control emissions to help, control climate change. But what about more about, kind of the engineering? Can we engineer ourselves out of this water crisis?
So a lot of people in the West, I serve on the Water Science and Technology Board of the National Academy of Sciences, and we had our last fall meeting in November was on aridification of the Western United States. So a lot of people think that low flush toilets and cactus in their front yard instead of lawns is good. But people fail to realize 70% of the water in the world is used by irrigation. So we're not going to stop irrigating plants because we need the food. So all of this is a drop in the bucket. Now, it's good drops. You can collect all those drops and make a difference. But the only way to, I think, in the future, to help solve the water crisis and a problem is A, probably avoid growing crops in areas where you don't have water, unless you have to, absolutely. And B, engineer genetically modified seeds and crops which use lesser amount of water. It's like this old USGS slogan which says more crop per drop, or the blue revolution. That's the only way out because 70% is used for agriculture.
Yeah, Claire.
Yeah. So I was actually recently asked by someone about the water crisis in the West and about the idea of diverting the Mississippi River to fill Lake Mead. And so certainly you could engineer that system, but the knock-on consequences of that scale of engineering are also something that you need to consider, right? And so it's certainly going to be weighing all of these needs and what is feasible versus the consequences of that engineering, sort of shifting problems around, or what other consequences might come up.
Yeah, hey, Tom.
So when you ask an engineer to build something, the first thing they ask you for are requirements. And while we do have predictions about what things are going to look like in 30, 50, 100 years, those predictions are probably not better at this point than rules of thumb. There's going to be a lot of surprise in how the world actually plays out. And so you can spend an enormous amount of money building a solution you think is going to work, and it won't, because the assumptions that it was based on turned out to be off. Consensus science tends to be conservative. And I think we've seen this in the IPCC process, where each time there's a new IPCC report, it's like, oh my gosh, things are actually changing faster than we originally thought. And I would say it's a safe bet that when the next one comes out, they'll say the same thing. So it sort of gets in the way of these large mega projects working when you're constantly being surprised.
Thanks. Again, switch gears a little bit. This question kind of goes back to the pandemic here. With the beginning of COVID, we saw a lot of changes in human behavior that kind of reduced changes and maybe shifted where activities were happening. Could you, I guess, provide some insight on how maybe we learned some lessons from COVID that might relate to setting things like water security, water policy, maybe working together for international agreements, those kind of discussions. Anything that we learned from COVID that maybe we can apply to our problem here?
I think we learned a lot from COVID in terms of water, and I think my assessment is what we learned is where the real weak points are in our water supply systems. And so whether or not that's access to water for sanitation and hygiene in Africa, how our fisheries are being impacted, how water quality is being impacted by human activities. I think COVID was an experiment that we're not going to truly understand in terms of water resources for several years. Reviewing what we've learned is that, you know, in some cases water quality improved because people stayed home and industry wasn't as active. In other cases, water quality decreased because people shifted how they were interacting with water locally. So to address that question, did it teach us anything? I don't know if I can give anything concrete that it taught us, but I think it certainly gave us greater resolution to our understanding about how people interact with water and how perturbations to people's behavior, perturbations to economic supply chains, and just changes to the way people interact with the environment influence freshwater resources. So I don't know that it altered how we are managing water, but I think it gave us a much greater understanding of how we interact with water.
Yeah, thanks. I got another question here that's, I'll try to tie a couple of these questions that are kind of related to modeling. So one question's asking about how do we replace process-based hydrological models with data-driven AI models, and kind of another follow-up question is talking about, how do we take rapid assessment models, right? So one of the, kind of key thoughts of using AI is to, help speed up the processing of data. So I guess how do you, folks on the panel here, how do you see maybe using some of these AI type models over some of the more traditional process-based?
So there's a big paradigm shift nowadays in hydrology, and again, I'm going to talk about hydrological models. People contend that by using an AI ML model, they can do better than a process-based model, and that's fine. Now, the thing is, any model has to be trained, so your model may work fine in the Coweta River Basin in North Carolina, but when you go to Congo River Basin, when you have no observations and no validation and no history of data sets, it may not do well. So I think we have to proceed with abundance of caution. And abundance of caution says that you use your knowledge when you gain from catchments in United States and Europe, which have long measurement histories of stream flow, for example, or rainfall, and then try to see what you can gain from that to transfer that knowledge to, Africa or the Middle East, where there aren't enough observations, yet they suffer the biggest problems and challenges for water security. So I think it's a very promising area, and I think it's better served now than ever before because of availability of data sets, and also tying back to an old question which Tony asked about commercial data sets. Can you imagine having 1 meter data sets to see land use, land cover changes, and tying this to what we are doing now? So I do think there is great promise in that approach, but we have to proceed with caution. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Tom.
I think replace is the wrong construct. It's how do we use the two methodologies together. So AI ML is great for prediction. It's much harder for inference. What causes what? And this issue with training data, just to emphasize, we have an agricultural assessment that we build on top of the surface water anomalies data. And we trained it with county-level production statistics from the United States, and it worked. And then we apply the results globally, and it uses an AI ML approach. It worked well for corn, wheat, soy, and potato. It didn't work for rice at all. Well, why didn't it work for rice? The way we grow rice in the United States by irrigating rice in Arizona is not how the rest of the world grows rice. So again, the abundance of caution argument is really important.
Yeah, I'm going to try to ask one more question here. We got about a minute and a half, a little less than that. So try to make this quick here. But last question here is, how can we use geospatial technology to deal with water pollution and water waste management, right? So we talk about water use, but now let's kind of focus on the how do we deal with our mess, right? Yeah, Tom.
So we did a project for a large agricultural producer that was being approached by land conservancies saying, you cause nutrient runoff, and we have a watershed that's impacted by nutrient runoff. Give us money. And the company had no way of prioritizing where they were actually having the largest impact on nutrient loads. So we worked with data from USDA ARS, and we're able to effectively develop a way of prioritizing by tracing their supply chain back to their row crops and looking at the flow of nutrients from the field to the catchment to the Mississippi and the Gulf. And we're able to give them a priority framework for doing that. Now, that's just one form of pollutant, but it's an example.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So can everybody please give our wonderful panel a round of applause? I'll turn it back.
Thank you to our panelists again for that discussion on water tension and conflict. And thank you for the questions. Keep them coming. Again, ask them in the app, whether you're here in the room or online. We appreciate those questions. Our second panel discussion this morning tackles the migration aspect due to climate change. Caitlin Flanagan is our moderator, and she is a human geographer at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and has a background in Middle Eastern history, languages, and GIS. Caitlin joined the intelligence community more than a decade ago, and we are pleased to have her participation in today's Geo-Resolution 2022. Welcome our moderator, Caitlin Flanagan.
Thank you everybody for coming today to Geo-Resolution, to our hosts for this opportunity to bring together a great panel on migration due to climate change. The purpose of the panel today, I would like you to think about a couple things as we go through, such about migration at different scales, both geographical and temporal, as well as thinking about how we know what we know about climate change and migration. And I don't want to take up too much time, so please let's jump into having the panelists introduce themselves, starting on my left with Shuai, please.
Good morning. My name is Shuai. It's a great honor to be here. I'm a PhD candidate in demography and rural sociology at the Pennsylvania State University. My research includes relocation, environmental migration, and computational and geospatial analysis using open source solutions on high-performance clusters.
Thank you, Shuai. Paul?
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Costigan, and I am the Missouri State Refugee Coordinator. My office is the Missouri Office of Refugee Administration. It's located here in St. Louis. MOORA is an office within the International Institute of St. Louis, which is the only local refugee resettlement agency in the region.
Thank you very much. Jordan?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Caitlin, St. Louis University, and NGA. My name is Jordan Beauregard. I serve as the lead climate security analyst for the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA. I have recently departed a position as the senior environmental security advisor for the U.S. Geological Survey, and for the next couple of weeks, have been co-chair of the intelligence community's environmental security working group for the last 2 years. I am representing the organization at DIA that covers the operational environment, which includes items like migration, climate change, of course, as well as understanding the full spectrum of food and water resource security threats that impact people, as well as the Department of Defense.
Thank you. Go ahead, Audrey.
Hi. I'm Audrey Lumley-Sapansky. I'm here representing the Rights Lab, which is a consortium of researchers based at the University of Nottingham in the UK who study broadly what is called modern slavery in the United Kingdom, referred to as human trafficking here.
My work focuses primarily on forced displacement in the North and Horn of Africa region, and looking at the intersections and vulnerability that those populations face while migrating to human trafficking and exploitation.
Thank you. As you can see, great panel today. I'm very excited. I want to just start with a question for everybody, just to get us grounded a little bit. And we've heard about this term climate refugee, and I would like to hear all your thoughts. What are the benefits and drawbacks of using possibly an official definition of climate and refugee? To anyone.
So what I will say is the main issue with using a phrase, or using the phrase climate refugee, is that using the term refugee specifically implies at least two things. One, that an individual has left their country, and two, that they have left their country under very specific and very deliberate threats to life and livelihood. Climate and environmental change, though highly catastrophic in many cases, is not included by themselves as a reason for people to receive refugee status. Now, any national government has the sovereign right to admit someone under those considerations and grant that status should they see fit. But climate refugee is a term that has often, or at least from what I have seen anecdotally, has been used in at least a few cases in open media to describe both internal and external migrants, and uses the term in a way that seems to indicate that they should automatically receive these kinds of protections. There are cases potentially where this could happen, but it would not necessarily be only in the case of climate or environmental issues. And so that main issue is misusing a term like climate refugee injects an unnecessary degree of scrutiny and controversy into a topic that is already riddled with an intense politically, economically, and socially contentious history. The last thing I'll say is in terms of a benefit, though, assuming we use the term correctly and aware of what it means and does not mean, is that the term climate refugee serves as a signal of a future that could theoretically be much more likely. In 2020, the UN Human Rights Committee had ruled in the case of a national from Kiribati who had argued that they could not be deported from a particular country because the climate and environmental vulnerabilities that they were facing threatened their right to life. The UN did not rule in their favor, but very specifically said that it is very feasible and certainly possible that certain climate conditions could trigger non-refoulement provisions under international law, which is and so the term climate refugee can serve as at least some kind of framework, potentially, for governments worldwide to understand what kind of future that class of migration could look like.
Do any other panelists have comments on that?
Just real quick. Climate refugee is not recognized by UNHCR. So it is just kind of a colloquial term to describe groups of people who are affected. Refugees by definition are people who have fled their country due to a well-founded fear of persecution. And so the UN is very protective of the term refugee. There are about and refugee does not even apply to internally displaced peoples too. So when you talk about refugees in the world, there's 65 million refugees, more than half of those are internally displaced. So whereas a refugee would be outside of their country of origin, internally displaced means that they've been forced out of the community that they would normally call home.
Do you find that there's a possibility of a reclassification in the future? You mentioned something about that, Jordan.
there are certain bodies internationally in mostly non-binding forums that have expanded what the term refugee is considered. I think most immediately of the Cartagena Declaration that was developed in the Americas that expanded the definition of refugee, and I don't know the specific quote, but they expanded the term of refugee to include things like generalized violence, poverty, and any other issues of great consequence to public order. That particular clause has been interpreted as something that could serve as a basis for climate being as a part of that definition, but again, it's non-binding. Certainly the United States, to my knowledge, and no diplomatic, security, military, or immigration authority worldwide recognizes it. And that also, to Paul's very apt point, is that's why we shouldn't be just throwing the term around necessarily, because the term refugee has long-standing multilaterally accepted precedent under its current form, that if we just use the term, it can again inject more controversy than helpful.
I would just add in relation to that what are called sustainable solutions or durable solutions within the refugee community involve local reintegration, repatriation, or third country resettlement. And in thinking about climate refugees, I think there's a temporal spatial element that is going to be different. Not categorically, but some of these shifts are going to make areas untenable. And so people who are on the move and who are adapting to climate change, maybe crossing borders or not crossing borders, and need a range of solutions that might look different. These might be permanent shifts in water supply and access to agrarian economies. And while we know that, I don't know that either our lexicon or our way of thinking about these problems has shifted since 1951. So I think that presents a challenge for us more greatly in thinking about who we want to codify as refugees, but right now that conversation is not being had, and the UN has rejected entering into that conversation repeatedly. So
that actually kind of leads me to a follow-up question I have for you, specifically, Audrey, about the sort of cumulative disadvantages and drivers of migration. And you've worked on this, and as well as how this relates to other kinds of vulnerabilities and possibly human trafficking. Would you be able to expound upon that?
Yeah, so I think that from my perspective in this walk of life now, what I see, I don't see climate change occurring in isolation. Again, I'm a geographer in training. It's spatially based. I'm working in an area that's having multiple crises intersecting at the same time. A coup in Sudan, 40 million people at risk of food deprivation, right, and starvation. And that's taking place also in the context of processes like the Khartoum process, which have taken policies from Europe, pushing states to secure their borders, providing support for states to secure their borders, whether in the form of military aid or intelligence or regional centers that share intelligence. It's become more difficult for people to cross borders in the region. That's true globally. And as migration is problematized, but you have drivers like climate change or shifts in your ability to practice your livelihood, people still need to survive and are still crossing borders and are still looking for ways to support themselves. And so that has impacts for people's coping mechanisms. And we see that in a number of ways. And people use the term negative coping mechanism, and I don't like that. But you have to survive. And so, for instance, when the economy tanked during COVID, there were wide-scale reports of people using child marriage as a way to support themselves because it's associated with dowry, and previously the age of marriage was 10 in Sudan, a legal age of marriage. So people were arranging marriages in order to stay alive. We also see, obviously, when people are engaging actors to support border navigation, smugglers or traffickers, that creates risks to them for movement. So, for instance, Eritrea has a shoot-to-kill policy. People who were unable to support themselves and needed to get out of the state for a range of reasons related to human rights abuses
found a facilitator to get them out, and were often trafficked when they got to the border. Lacking technology, couldn't navigate the challenges that were there, but that puts them in a position where they're dependent on using an irregular mover, and that person often is connected to a market, and so that market of humans grows because there's a need for movement. So I think that, and the other people who are here can speak to that more, the real challenge is what do you focus on when all of these crises are co-occurring at the same time, and it's an evolving context.
So I think you did a great job at explaining some of the difficulties here. We've got some intersecting events, intersecting vulnerabilities in terms of people at the environmental level, their immediate surroundings, and then their person. And we've talked also about the definitional problems we have with identifying climate change, or people moving due to climate change, or these other things. And so I want to talk a little bit about how do we know what we know about climate refugees, or not climate refugees in this case. And I want to talk a little bit about survey instruments. It's going to be moving a little bit more towards data. But Shuai, I'd like to ask you specifically, because you're more quantitative, and how you're working with some of these data limitations in terms of survey instruments or confounding variables.
Okay, yeah. So I will provide some insights from academic perspective. In academic, we use environmental migration often more than environmental or climate refugees. For the reasons the panelists has mentioned, that there are some drawbacks. Speaking of survey data to measure environmental migration, there are not too many data that you can measure environmental migration. But there are some ways researchers approach the environment migration relationship. For example, there are basically three ways researchers approaching environmental migration. The first one is if you have an environmental disaster like Hurricane Katrina hit, people are forced to move. You can trace those people during and after the disaster. This is the way that environmental migration can be measured, and there are many studies come from surveys on people during and after Hurricane Katrina. The second way, I think this is the most common way, especially in social science, in demography, is we use aggregate data. The panelists in this morning mentioned this. We use aggregated data and link those aggregated data to environmental measures. For example, we can define migration using ACS, American Community Survey, the nationally representative surveys in the US. It's a longitudinal data set. So we can define migrants as persons who are moved across county boundaries between ACS years. Then we link those environmental migration, this migration data to temperature data, precipitation data, air quality, or natural amenity data, and establish environment migration relationship using multivariate, multi-level, or spatial modeling. So the third way is, like the panelists mentioned early this morning, using prediction methods. For example, the agent-based model can be used to establish environment migration relationship and predict like for different scenarios. For example, if temperature increased by 1 degree Celsius, migrants will increase by this amount.
And so that's looking at internal migration.
This can be done by internal migration and international migration.
There's actually a great question from the audience, if you don't mind me deviating a little bit, but this came in, I was appreciative of this because I think it speaks also, Paul, to some of the work that you do, but do food secure and water secure areas have the capacity to accommodate displaced persons due to environmental problems without compromising their food and water security status? So we're talking about relocation of people
and then stress on receiving communities. So anybody is free to answer this one.
I might not be able to directly answer that, and I'll pass it over in 1 second, but I just wanted to say one historical thing about so they refer to the migration crisis in Europe, right? Post-Arab Spring 2013, we see huge influx of people on the move into Europe and into the Middle East. Keeping in mind that something like 96% of migration within Africa stays within Africa with no intention of ever going anywhere else. But there was this massive response to people moving during that period, and a narrative around invasion that we've seen in other places like here. And I just want to say numerically, Italy responded very negatively. They had Matteo Salvini in power at that time. It was 180,000 people in 2016. That's it. Total number of people. No change overall in total number of immigrants. I recognize that Greece had 850,000 people arriving in that same year, and that is an enormous question to address. How do you accommodate and respond to 108,000? I'm not dismissing that that's not a lot of people, and it is a change in numbers, but demographically. But I think it's important to not panic necessarily about migration, because migration has always been happening and is continuing to happen. And it's not a seismic shift in many of the regions that we're talking about necessarily. And I think there are solutions that people are thinking about in many of these spaces. And certainly there's an ability to accommodate and think about regional solutions or people working together. I want to reframe that, and that there's also obviously a positive impact. And I think we can think through things that don't necessarily need to frame it as a crisis or an emerging problem, I guess.
Does anyone else have anything to add to that?
The only thing I will add is, and I'm not going to argue that communities and countries have limitless resources to accommodate an influx of people. What I think there is a significant amount of evidence for is that there's a lot more resources than institutions may be willing to share. And that's impacted by certain types of discussions that were mentioned earlier that are related to climate and environmental justice. There's demographic obstacles between different communities within different countries worldwide. Certain communities may be prioritized over others for any number of reasons, or there may just be general lack of understanding or awareness that can impact it. So there's some institutional issues that can impact whether or not there's resources that could be shared. I think that it is often the case that governments, economies, and communities have more than perhaps they are willing to distribute or that they had ever thought about distributing before. So it's not even just a case of willingness, it's also a case of know-how.
So there's another question from the audience I'm going to try to fit into this conversation as well, because they do recognize that, well, firstly, they were grateful for your discussion of the taxonomy. For them, I just want to add that. But they were asking about climate change as an exacerbating effect to relocation. And they have spoken about internal and external relocation, which I assume to mean internal and international. But I also want to talk about local, because we have these conversations too about incremental movement for climate and how that's difficult to capture. And does that then impact things like conflict at the local level with these sort of incremental migrations and these, I don't know if you call them migrations, there's local moves, small mobility, just opinions on this topic?
I feel like I may be dominating the conversation here. But as far as the intelligence community is concerned, and specifically my organization, there's a significant amount of publicly available information talking about how periodic, incremental, seasonal, back and forth movement from rural to urban, urban to rural, urban to urban, rural to rural, all these different types of migration trends certain parts of the world expose themselves to certain types of intercommunal conflict more than others. An often cited one is herders and pastoralists in the Sahel, where you have certain types of populations encroaching on on others' lands because they need grazing, feed for their livestock, but that's also the agricultural assets of a farmer, and so there's clashes that could come from that, absolutely. And so even if you look in certain types of highly developed countries where you see cities burdened by the influx of tourists in these very intense times climatically throughout the year, it can cause just tension or discontent that doesn't necessarily bleed over into conflict. Where it does bleed over into conflict is where there are other types of human insecurities developmentally from an economic as well as political and social development capacity that haven't yet been resolved. And I think getting to the drivers of migration and what Audrey was saying as far as what do you focus on first, I think what you can see is that human insecurity, the lack of equitable distribution, access, and quality of resources is the foundational reason why states can have conflict with one another, communities have conflict with one another, and it's not necessarily derived from a deliberate intent or hatred towards another. It's simply different scales of these entities, national, international, and local, wanting to survive.
Do you have any more comments on this?
Just real quick, just to kind of piggyback on Jordan's point too, is, if we do air quotes around traditional refugees, people who are fleeing persecution in their home countries, maybe they're internally displaced, still in Congo, for example. Lots of people have crossed borders and stayed within their communities, but them fleeing this persecution and ending up in another place, maybe it doesn't lead to conflict, but it does lead to redistribution of resources and local governments trying to kind of pound their chests and saying, they are others and things like that. And so kind of forces people to either keep moving, go back to the areas where they were trying to flee the conflict or something like that. So, it just becomes a very kind of very murky path that refugees take. And, oftentimes, well, Audrey mentioned the ideal from the UN's point of view is that people would return after the conflict is over back to their homes. The second resolution would be that people stay in the country of asylum, which means the country that they've fled into. But that is almost never a long-term solution, because the governments of those second countries are hardly ever welcoming of people to set up, refugee camps and stay, and they're providing school and food and water and things like that for oftentimes many, many years. We had a large group of Bhutanese refugees over the past, it was really probably 15 to 10 years ago when they resettled in the United States, and they were in refugee camps in Nepal, sometimes up to 20 years, and so that really became their home. And Nepal had ended up having to work with the United States to try to move people out of those refugee camps. So it does become kind of a difficult situation for those asylum countries, but also provides an opportunity for the United States to have some impact into the workings of those countries of asylum. That's why refugee resettlement is often described as a kind of a foreign policy problem.
Can you speak a little bit, though, Paul, to what your organization does here in St. Louis at a local scale? There is a question about the aftermath of migration, and I think if you speak at the local level, that would give us a more humanizing idea of what migrants would face for their. Okay, drivers may be different, but some of these aftermath pathways are very similar.
Sure, and as Audrey knows too, having worked in refugee resettlement, it's a very, very complicated program. Lots of different government entities are involved in refugee resettlement, from the Department of State to Department of Homeland Security to USCIS, Customs and Immigration Services, to Department of Health and Human Services. All these government entities have a part to play in refugee resettlement. This year, the fiscal year ends on Friday, and this year the United States has resettled 20,000, maybe just a tad more than 20,000 of the quote-unquote traditional refugees this year. And the president put the presidential determination at 125,000. So it's not just the opening the doors and letting in 125,000 people. It's a very, very complex problem that happens overseas and then comes to local communities like St. Louis. So in this fiscal year, I think the International Institute resettled somewhere between 300 and 400 people. But even with that number, in the local communities, there are all kinds of issues that local organizations have to address. For example, healthcare, getting kids enrolled into schools, housing. Housing has become a very, very difficult problem, not just in St. Louis, but all across the country, as we've, on top of the 20,000 refugees, we've also resettled close to 80,000 Afghan humanitarian parolees. And so, local agencies and local communities are trying to band together to try to tackle issues of available and affordable housing for refugees, finding employment, which at this point is a pretty easy one, but that's not always the case. We did have the Nepalis coming in 2008, and it was very difficult to find anybody, any job at that point. So local agencies have a myriad of obstacles that they have to face in what might be called successful resettlement. And resettlement, even though the term for local communities just involves the first 90 days of a person's being in a local community, it really lasts for a long time because issues come about. Forced migration trauma tends not to rear its ugly head until after a year or two into a person's living in the United States. So we just have to be on the ball all the time to address upcoming emerging needs that any one refugee family would have. But the federal government is committed to, especially right now, is committed to a high number of refugees coming into the United States. The president has put forth again 125,000 refugees, but with bottlenecks overseas and the capacity of local agencies and the capacity of local communities to absorb that number of people into their communities, it's always a big ask. I was going to say one more thing, but I kind of lost it. Maybe I'll come back to that in just a second.
Well, that's okay. There isn't a question that came in from the audience to revisited something that we had talked about earlier. And their question, as it stated, is there are some island nations predicted to be completely underwater in the next 50 or so years. Is there some framework to think about extremes like migration from a place that no longer exists? And I know, Jordan, you mentioned the resident from Kiribati, and I think that's prime what this is referencing to, but also to some of the work you've done, Shuai, with the hurricanes and catastrophic events. That is also possible. So we have the slow submergence of Pacific Islands. We also have the destruction of communities to places where there is no possibility of immediate return migration, and so you have forced resettlement. So this question specifically is about frameworks. That's a very open-ended question, or if anybody would like to address this idea of framework, maybe not exactly taxonomy, we talked that, but would anybody like that?
I will start with saying that actually, as part of if you read the decision from the UN Human Rights Committee on that particular Kiribati case, that particular item is mentioned as far as submergence of low-lying areas and the types of movement that would happen as a result of that. I am not currently aware of any explicit framework that would obligate any country to take refugees or displaced persons whose territorial country has been overwhelmed by water, for example, like sea level rise, flooding, or destruction caused by things like storm surge. I was actually having this conversation with someone pretty recently, and I'm not entirely positive if this is the case. So those who may have a much more refined understanding of international law, and particularly the UN Charter, is what defines statehood. It does not necessarily require a fully defined or separate territory. So you could theoretically have there is the potential that even if an entire country's territorial land has been overwhelmed, those individuals may not necessarily be protected under the Stateless Persons Convention. Their government would just theoretically move to another territory, but that means that another country or countries would have to host that seat. And I mean, there are examples of countries existing within the landmass of another. So that is one particular precedent, but perhaps anyone on the panelists could kind of say that with a little bit more fidelity. I haven't heard any or seen any specific or explicit frameworks that would obligate or trigger any particular provisions at this time. But that's kind of where terms like climate refugee could be used as a signal for a future framework, because that would add a different class of refugee that could at least get some of those dialogues going. And it could be something, and this is much farther down the road potentially, but could be, I could see it being a discussion at any of the annual COPs.
So that's addressing the issue of international movement. But what about internal? Because we do have a number of instances where there have been catastrophic events. Katrina is one, and Japan is another, where people have had homes destroyed and have not returned.
And so actually the Kampala Protocol is the only, I believe, existing framework internationally that regulates climate-induced internal displacement. So that could be one that people could leverage.
Yeah. So generally, environmental stressors can be divided into two groups. On the one side, it's rapid onset disasters such as hurricane, flood, earthquake. On the other side, it's slow onset environmental stressors like sea level rise. Traditional theoretical framework like especially those from economists, they develop some new classic migration theories or labor migration theories. It's not enough to explain environmental migration in this situation. So I think social ecological perspective can be very helpful, both for explain slow onset environmental change and rapid onset environmental disasters?
We have a few minutes left, and I think there's one question from the audience that could probably leave us on a little bit more of an optimistic note, which is, so what would a long-term solution be to address problems in climate change resilience among communities, in your expert opinion? And I know resilience can be a loaded word, depending on how it's been used, but I would like to think that there's some optimism, and oh no, there has to be some optimism.
I don't have an answer to that. But I do think that there are people who are doing innovative things. I'm not a climate scientist, right? I deal with migration governance in the aftermath or during or in a variety of situations. But I think that there are people who are challenging some of the dominant migration governance frameworks. So IGAD in Eastern Africa recently decided that they're going to open borders. That hasn't, it's being worked out now. But that returns to sort of a previous system and offers some opportunity for cross-border mobility that will free people from having, last year, 60,000 Ethiopians crossed because of floods. And so that a lot of those were unaccompanied minors and single mothers. They're very likely to be targeted for coercive migration and trafficking. So having the border open changes that, and not having encampment rules eliminates some of the camps. Can be the best solution. I'm not criticizing camps necessarily, but in situations of resource deprivation, where camps are unable to provide for multiple generations over a long period of time, alternative solutions are being used in some places too. So thinking about where people are kept and allowing people to move, ECOWAS in the west of Africa also has free border, cross-border movement. Also, when people arrive in a place, these are really specific solutions, but having multiple registration sites. So in some countries, there's one registration site for you to register as a refugee. Getting there to register is highly dangerous and problematized by a number of security problems. I mean, having people, once they cross the border, when they're coming from a country such as Eritrea, having automatic recognition of even a temporary status removes the pressure for them to have to get there. So places that have, Uganda's done some provision of statuses that's different that people celebrate. Colombia has done some temporary and some pathway to regularization. So there's some countries who are piloting programs or doing some progressive sort of identification processes that have freed people's movement, that have freed people to work, that have freed people to get education, and those things are really, really significant to their safety. So it doesn't address exactly your question, but I think there are incredibly smart people on the ground thinking.
I would actually like to potentially plug my prior office at USGS, the US Geological Survey, for what they do as not only an example of the fusion concept that Vice Admiral Whitworth had talked about earlier, but as a way to make geospatial and remote sensing data more accessible and applicable to communities facing these kinds of disasters. I was the Senior Environmental Security Advisor based within the Civil Applications Committee, which is an interagency entity that is chaired by USGS, but has over a dozen other agencies from the US intelligence community, Department of Defense, and from the US federal civil community, so some of the major agencies like commerce, agriculture, et cetera, to basically leverage the capabilities of the national security establishment, particularly and specifically focus on geospatial and remote sensing assets for civil use. So they are the ones helping coordinate the use of certain types of geospatial assets that the IC and the Department of Defense own for responding to the wildfires out west. And they also will help with coordinating and facilitating the oversight and tasking of these kinds of resources to implement the international charter for space and major disasters, to make this data more freely accessible to countries facing these kinds of disasters. Volcanoes is another big one. This type of data and using it to contribute to these kinds of responses directly affects and improves the lives of locals. And I actually was, while I was there, I was trying to also make some of this available, if desired, in Native American and other tribes, so that way they could help with their own resilience to these kinds of disasters.
I think one of the short answer would be cooperation. I mean, like early panelists mentioned this many times. So, for example, I listed this data set as you saw before. Like they are not familiar with they are compiled by mostly meteorologists. Maybe it's not familiar to most social scientists. So from the research perspective, you have to cooperate with other with people from other disciplines like human geography, like demographer, like sociologists, and also physical science. So on the other hand, on the ground, for example, if we are for relocation project, it's also a complicated task that involves many agencies, like NGOs. It's also like a cooperation process.
I think that would be the positive note I'd like to end on for today. I think, Shuai, you're absolutely right. And I think this is the perfect forum. Then we have social scientists, we have qualitative and quantitative human geographers, or just up here, we've got the meteorologists and climatologists, hydrologists, all the ologists, all sitting in the audience with, this is the perfect venue, I think, to showcase that cooperation to handle some of these complicated issues. So that's gonna be our panel for today. Thank you all for coming. Please thank our panelists. They're wonderful.
Thank you for that interesting conversation, and I'm so glad indeed, Caitlin, that we ended on a upbeat note. I do need your attention for the next minute or two because I'm going to be a traffic cop. I have instructions that I've been told to give to you about how to move about the room and to get lunch. First, let me say, though, that the voting link for the student panels is back live. It's operational again. You may need to restart the app. I understand some people had some problems with it, but we do need you to look at the student posters either in person or virtually and vote. Thank you so much for your questions this morning, and we have an even greater afternoon planned for you, so this keeps getting better and better. But before that is our lunch break. Now we have more than 100 people participating in the Student Mentoring and Career Exploration lunch in the room, including 35 mentors, and we had more people volunteer for mentors for this lunch, which is another great example of our geospatial ecosystem of collaboration and partnering here in St. Louis. Now, the Student Mentoring and Career Exploration lunch will take place on the second floor. So I need those of you in the room to pay close attention to my instructions and stay seated while we have the students and mentors leave. Now, if your badge has a red Geospatial Resolution diamond on it, like you see on the screen, you are part of the mentoring lunch. Please stand up and make your way to the door that is closest to you, and volunteers who are outside the door will guide you to the room, which is on the second floor in room 253. Room 253. For the rest of you in the room, please remain seated until the students and their mentors leave. Now, for those of you who are staying in this room, you can pick up a box lunch and drink down at that end of the room, and there's also a few in the back straight ahead. You can enjoy lunch here in the ballroom or outside on the patio, or perhaps take a short walk around campus because, again, today is Wellness Day here at St. Louis University. So we will see you back here at 12:45. Enjoy your free time.
Please welcome Lorna Godwin back to the stage.
Welcome back and good afternoon. We are going to get started with the afternoon portion of our program. Our students will be coming back in. I hear that it was a full house in the student mentoring and career exploration luncheon, so that's fantastic news. Before we move to a special session, I want to take a minute to recognize all the volunteers who have helped make this day a success for us and to run smoothly. That includes the friendly faces you saw at registration, the golf cart drivers, which I personally appreciate a lot because I used it this morning, the greeters, the catering staff, facilities crew, and anyone else who contributed to this day. Let's give them a warm round of applause and appreciation. Thank you. This is also a friendly reminder that you have 15 minutes left to vote for your favorite poster, student poster. It ends at 1 p.m. Central Time. So please, if you haven't had a chance yet, look at those posters and vote because a lot of hard work went into them. And there are 3 top prizes that are monetary prizes, which, remember when you were a student, that's very important. So now we have something special. It is a session focusing on engaging the next generation of geospatial practitioners through educators. Tara Vansell will moderate this session for us. Tara is the Geographic Information Systems instructor and lab manager at Lindenwood University. Professor Vansell works with K-12 educators through Lindenwood's Teach Missouri Maps GIS educator workshops. She currently serves as the K-12 subcommittee chair for the United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation's St. Louis Area Working Group. A round of applause for Professor Tara Vansell, who will introduce our speakers. Thank you.
So good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for this special panel dedicated to education and this year to our educators. So I'd like to introduce my esteemed colleagues up here with me on the stage. First, we have Anita Palmer, whose career has taken her from a middle and secondary high school technology teacher to an entrepreneur as founder of GIS, etc., and ESRI Education Business Partner. She is the co-author of the ESRI Press top-selling text, Mapping Our World, GIS Lessons for Educators, and has just finished a 3-year fellowship with National Geographic working on geospatial integration in the classroom. If you could please welcome Anita Palmer. Also joining us is Alex Schrank. He is the lead STEM educator from the Collegiate High School of Medicine and Bioscience in our St. Louis Public Schools. If you could please welcome Alex. Also joining us is Molly Brady from the United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation, who is their Education and Professional Development Coordinator. Please welcome Molly. And last but certainly not least is Andrew Hayden, who joins us from NGA College, and don't worry, we're going to let him explain that in a minute, where he is director of that department. So please join me in welcoming Andy. So we're just going to jump right in here, and we're going to start with Anita. And for educators who are out there watching this and thinking about possibly doing some sort of geospatial in their classroom, what was it that initially drew you to geospatial technologies in your early career?
So let's define early as like early 90s. And my first exposure was in 1993. I was in a master's program. I had a friend, a colleague, and she was very interested in GIS because her husband was the manager of the GIS department for the county of Washoe County in Nevada, and that's Reno, Nevada. And so he really, really believed that GIS belonged in the classroom, and he was really pushing Jackie, so Jackie was really pushing me. So that's how it started. Jackie introduced me to Charlie Fitzpatrick, who was the education manager and still acts in that capacity at Esri, and he got us all hooked up with resources, software. There weren't really any activities, lessons, or data for, and we were on desktop, remember. So I was really excited about the authenticity of the software and how it resonated with my students. They loved it. It was compelling software for them. And remember, this was early 90s. Everything PC software-wise was compelling, and they loved it. And the GIS software was no different. So that's how I got started. And we used the tools to solve real-world problems. So, you know, I wanted all of my students to be substantively involved with geospatial through the tools.
Wonderful. And you've talked about this already a little bit, but there's a real difference between teaching the GIS tech and teaching with GIS to learn. And how has your work now over the years supported both?
Well, so, you know, kind of going back to that classroom, ultimately, sorry, all of a sudden I gapped. Does anybody do that in the middle of, oh, thank you, I appreciate that. First of all, my students love the tool. They absolutely were so compelled. I taught AutoCAD, I was coming up with tech classes, and they loved the GIS tool. Then it became very apparent there was a reason why they were learning this tool. And I started with having them ask questions. What kind of question? Well, they're like, Ms. Burks, just tell us, you know, give us the question and we'll tell you the right answer. And I said, no, you got to think of the question. What do you want to know? And that's what we did. And that's the difference, I think, between teaching the tool and teaching with the tool. There's a place for both. And I think one automatically leads to the next.
I love that. And so, Alex, how long have you been teaching GIS now at Collegiate, and how does it compare to your other computer science courses?
Yeah, so I've been teaching in St. Louis Public Schools for the last 8 years. This is my 8th year, but I've only been teaching GIS now. This is the 5th semester I've been teaching it. So I came in as a math teacher, and then we started offering computer science coding courses, and I made that transition to coding, and now most recently GIS. And I think what excites me the most and the connection between computer science and GIS is that there's such a focus on the product. The students are bringing something to life. You know, when you teach algebra, Algebra 2, pre-calculus, those types of subjects, which I really enjoyed, they didn't quite bring things to life in the same way we see in GIS and in coding. And so I think that's what makes it so exciting to teach and so exciting for students too, is that they're making something and they have something really amazing to show for their work when they're done. The other thing that I think is neat about it is with both of those courses, computer science and GIS, if the students have a question, I always joke with them that they can probably find it on Google, faster and friendlier than using me as their teacher, because it's like everything is out there, the resources for them to get their questions answered and to explore it. There's so many great resources out there for it. And my role as the teacher a lot of times is just teaching them how to use the tools to answer their own questions, I think. And so you really get to kind of be that guide on the side, which I think is every educator's dream. The level of engagement in both computer science and in GIS, because it can connect so well to the students' passions and what they're interested in, it makes for a class where the teacher can really take a step back and the students drive the learning.
I love that. Which gets into, so this asking questions and using the tools to answer those questions on their own. Anita, Jack alluded to, or talked about this earlier today, about geographic thinking and the geo-inquiry process. And how would you describe that process to educators as they're starting out?
So the geographic inquiry process was first articulated in the late 1980s, and which I'm not sure a lot of folks know, but in 2001, I was working on the Mapping Our World book with a couple of other authors and with a slew of Esri Press folks and their education team. And we felt that wrapping those activities around the geographic inquiry model would be very appropriate, and that's what we did. And anybody who wants to pick up a copy, they're still around. They're 640 pages, just saying. And but they were activities. They have since been converted to geo-inquiries, but we'll get after that in just a minute. But the geo-inquiry process is basically this notion about asking a question, and Alex, you said the same thing, is right, getting kids to ask questions. And so the model is, ask a geographic question. What are you interested in? And then going and acquiring geographic data. So going out, collecting data. I don't know, do you want to know something about the shade in your neighborhood? Do you have trees? What's your tree cover, et cetera? So go out and collect data. And then the next is exploring the data using GIS maps. We all know about that. And that's fun, and they get the tech. That's not a problem for them. And then having them analyze those data. And so important for students to be able to really to do that. And most important, is it over? No. You share what you learned with others. It could be your classmates, it could be teachers, it could be the supervisors on the school board. And then typically what happens is more questions arise, and the kids come back and they say, but what happens if we do this? Well, okay, go ahead, figure it out, and use GIS to do that. And then in 2016, National Geographic took that and revised the model and came up with a geo-inquiry process. And there are wonderful activities that are aligned with that as well.
I love that. Let's step back a moment now, though, and because we need to keep things real here for our educators, right? So back to you, Alex. In getting kids to ask these questions and to use the tech, though, what have been the struggles, and how can business and academia help support you in your endeavors to keep these kids asking these questions?
Yeah, so I think one huge challenge that we have at the K-12 level is just that educators are stretched really thin. If you teach 4 different subjects and you get 90 minutes each day to want to plan engaging lessons and projects, I think that can be a huge challenge. We've had partnerships with St. Louis University, Southern Illinois University, who have been able to come in and help support, which has been huge, which I think is wonderful. And then, so I think trying to stay one step ahead of the students has been a challenge. I think the more partnerships that could take place between organizations and agencies to share resources with educators, to get it in, even in working it into social studies classrooms or other classrooms, not even just standalone GIS courses, where they can do a project. The learning tools are out there. It's just a matter of connecting those agencies and leading teachers to realize that it's not a huge, huge burden, but I think sometimes as teachers, there's just so much on our plates that the thought of learning a new tool can be really daunting.
And then to follow up with that, what would be a success or the success that you've seen?
Yeah, I know that one of the goals as a teacher is that you want to have a classroom where the students are just so engaged that you really can be that guide on the side. And there was a moment last week I took a step back and the students are like feverishly clicking through things and they're asking questions, and I've got one student helping another student, and I'm like totally off to the side, and I'm thinking this is it, like this is what it's supposed to be like. And it's those moments like that. The other thing that I think is so neat is when it's cross-curricular. So I had a student in a botany course who's doing a leaf project, and I had taught him, how they can find data online and things like that. And the student had found a feature layer file of all the trees in Tower Grove Park that he's going to use with his botany project. And I hadn't said, have you thought about how this could connect to botany? He had made that connection on his own. And I think as educators, you love to see those cross-curricular connections. A lot of times I feel like we have to partner with other teachers to help the students kind of make those connections, but when they can do it on their own, it's like using what he had learned in the class, he was able to make that connection on his own, and the data is out there. And how cool is that they can draw those connections using those skills?
That's right. That's amazing. Goosebumps. That's all right. So I know we all still have the question in our head: what is NGA College? So we're going to throw it over to Andy now, so that he can talk about NGA's sphere of influence in the K-12 realm.
Thanks, and appreciate you guys having me back after last year. But NGA College, and I mentioned this again when I was on the stage last year, to me is kind of a misnomer, and my team doesn't like me saying this, but we're a vocational school. Many folks who come to NGA, GIS, yes, they're trained in that. How do you apply that within our organization, answer our questions? That's what I'm there to try and answer for them. So for anyone coming to NGA, I'm trying to make sure that we are, so using the vocational tool, that we are excellent in what we do, and that's what I'm trying to do. I am not an educator by trade. I'm a liberal arts guy that stumbled into imagery analysis, so I'm bringing kind of the tradecraft mission side to my position. With relation to what we do through K through 12, I unfortunately found out this morning that our Partners in Education program is currently on hold as we're trying to make sure that it aligns with DoD policies, but we do hope to get that re-energized. I will tell you from my standpoint, well, before I get there, we also, Ian Zierfus is working on a high school intern program for us. And this has got, throughout the different IC members, and then D&I is behind it, seeing this as a way to, again, get in early, help folks understand what the problems are, help align them with what might be courses they can take that would set them up if they want to go through a career with that. So we're very hopeful that by the summer of 23, we'll be able to roll that out. Getting back to pie, I love any baked good. I mean, for Partners in Education, I remember I participated in pie as as one of the instructors, and then, as funny it may seem, when I was on shift work, and I did shift work several years when I was with the agency, it gave me an opportunity when I'm off during the week to participate with the schools where my kids were at. And any good teacher is going to take care of whatever resource they have, and so I was injected into the classroom to talk about geospatial things. What I found, and I found it interesting as I was listening to the discussions this morning, to be effective, it's all about tying it into why that person should care. So as I've done different jobs within the agency and I'm embedded in other groups, if I want them to care about geospatial intelligence, I need to make it real for them in their mission. When I was in the classroom, kind of K through 6, what was interesting is when I made it about them. So when you're asking them, especially in a multicultural environment, where'd your family come from? And they start getting animated about explaining, oh, this is us, and this is what we mean, and this is all those different aspects of it, and then engages them with their other students about getting excited about learning about the world. Didn't quite kind of backfired on me with my oldest son. We used to play a game. We'd come across a railroad track, and I'd ask him, okay, where does that railroad track go? To get him to explore that part of the world that was beyond his neighborhood. Oh, well, it goes to Chicago. Well, what about Chicago? And that just expands his environment. What it did was it got him excited about trains. It did not get him excited about becoming an employee at NGA, but I'll work on him still.
But that's a great segue, because what would it mean for NGA as an organization if more students were exposed to and learned with GIS through their school age years before they came to NGA?
So it's interesting. I say this, and so I'm imagery analyst by trade, stumbled into a career that I just love. I've said this out loud other times, and my IA compadres just don't like me saying this. We really are in the age of the geospatial analyst. They are classically trained in data, and that's what we need. Having that as you come into the agency, and my class back in the 80s, when I entered the agency, of the 24 of us, after 5 years, there were only 8 of us doing the business because very few knew what they were getting into. They kind of, well, it's a job, I'm going to explore it. It was those that really resonated with it kind of stuck. I was fortunate. My father was a Marine, and we spent Saturday mornings watching movies, and he'd tell me, Tora, Tora, Tora. So you see that thing that's a 0? Well, it's really a Texan, and they rounded the wings. Watch the Battle of the Bulge. Well, what the Germans are using is really a pet. So I was trained at an early age to identify those kind of things, and when I got interviewed for the job, it just seemed like this marriage made in heaven, and I've relished that opportunity over my career to play in that role. But introducing students early on to be curious about the world, about how do things interplay, about just things we talked about earlier, the migration. What are those things that you bring? It really is just about that difference and diversity of experience and knowledge, that curiosity that you bring before you come in. If they've got that, they've got some exposure to GIS beforehand on how to then I do that research. What I have found in the past, this is why our intern program is so effective, then they're going to stay with me. And not only are they going to stay with me, they're going to take the agency into directions we never even thought of before, because they're going to approach it that a little bit differently, and they thought about it from whenever they got introduced, and it just makes the agency that much richer and allows us to be able to answer those key questions that really the nation is facing.
Okay, so it's time to bring Molly into the conversation, and this follows in perfectly with what Andy was just talking about. I know that one of the pillars of US GIF is to promote specifically the tradecraft of geointelligence. And when educators hear that term, geointelligence, in their resource haze, or they don't have the resources, that can become overwhelming quickly. So how does the work that Alex does in the classroom and asking questions meet educators where they are in order to still promote that very specific tradecraft?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. You know, teaching intelligence or incorporating intelligence into an academic setting, into a classroom setting, can be not only challenging but intimidating. So I think that ultimately one of the things that we can do is think about the approaches that, you know, Anita and Alex have already discussed. It can start with some technology pieces, right? It can be technical. But I think that one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that geointelligence is highly interdisciplinary. And Andy just, talked about that a little bit, right? We need students who can get excited about a problem. And gosh, more and more we have these students who are so motivated by social justice and environmental justice, and gosh, there are just like so many issues, right? And they're passionate about all of them. So let's start with an idea or a problem that they're passionate about. And then let's help them use the tools to not only really identify the problem, but then to be able to communicate why it's important, how they've worked on solving it, and what some of the solutions could be moving forward, right? So much of it is, I think, the communication piece. We need students who are able to talk about what they're doing and to problem solve creatively, pardon me, goodness. You know, so we need the students who can do the work but also be able to discuss it and to have kind of a creative approach to doing the work. And those are some of the things that I think are especially necessary to do geointelligence work. That's some of the stuff that we hear from our academic partners at USGIF, is that we've got students who can use the tools. They're great at clicking around and finding things and identifying stuff. But when it comes to the part where they need to work with others and they need to be able to talk in an informed way about why it's important and how they did what they did, that's where we sometimes encounter some trouble. So let's focus on some of those pieces, and it'll naturally, I think, lend itself to being successful in geointelligence when you combine those technical skills with the non-technical or the non-quantifiable skills.
So, it's all so good. Again, goosebumps. Alex, so kind of hearing the conversation so far, even, what advice then would you give to an educator who is just starting out?
I think one of the big challenges when I first transitioned from, I studied math, going into computer science, and then eventually into GIS, was that I feel like teachers like to really feel like the expert in the room, and you kind of have to give a little bit of that up in terms of, like, you know, I was honest with the students that I'm learning this tool alongside of them, and there's days where that can feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I would just tell educators who are thinking about bringing GIS into their classrooms is you don't have to be this GIS expert to really engage the students and get them super excited about what they're doing. And then the second thing would be to just let the students have agency and voice and choice in what they choose to do and pursue. At the end of the semester, I'll have students do a project around an interest of their own, and it's so cool seeing what the students choose to do, because that's unlike any other class that I had previously taught, where they have the autonomy to choose a topic that's really interesting to them. Whenever I taught algebra, it's like, okay, we're going to teach factoring, and now I'm going to do one. Now we're going to do one together, change up the numbers, it's your turn. But then when we're teaching GIS, I might have taught them how to do a clip or a buffer, and now they're applying that to something with healthcare or food deserts, climate, mass incarceration, all these topics to them, where it's like, and then sometimes the students would even say, oh, I chose this because, and then they tell a part of their story. And you just don't get that anywhere else. So I would encourage educators to let students really steer their own path and have some voice and choice and agency in what they choose to do.
That's great. And then Anita, wearing your GIS, etc., consulting hat, what do you see as best first steps for educators that are wanting to?
So for the last 5 years or more, I have become very, very passionate in Alex and I were a certain kind of teacher, and if I were younger in teaching, I'd love to teach in the same school he's teaching, because I really get that same vibe of what I was doing. But there's a lot of teachers out there, folks, that many of them are barely using a map. And so trying to get them off get them moving. So with that being said, what I would do is there are 225 free geo-inquiries, all written by teachers, that they come out of Esri, and they organize that. And they have that same teaching model, the geographic inquiry model, and they go all the way to grade 4, so 4 to 12 on there. So I'd start with a geo-inquiry. We created some free, what are called undercover mappers, and really good for second language learners even, because they're very graphical. And so we're updating those. We've had some folks like Esri Canada has come in, and they have created their own undercover mappers, and we house those. So I would do that. Cengage Publishing has 7 collections that follow with 7 of their textbooks, and they have story maps to go along with those. And so those are very content. So what I've given you so far all is, what does a teacher who is overburdened already, what can we do to help them, help to teach content, stuff they already have to teach? Well, these activities are there for you. Then what's really exciting is Bob Coulter's in the audience from Missouri Botanical Gardens, and he's developing curriculum resources around watersheds, ecoregions, and climate change. So I would reach out to Bob, and that's an ongoing project right now, but I would reach out to him as well to find out what he's doing, and that ramps up what teachers can do in the classroom, so we can get a few more Alexes out there, right? So anyway, the other is we have a GIS, et cetera, data hub, all free resources. There are hundreds of activities and materials and resources out there. Everything I've told you about is free, and it's all using online. And that, I think, is, let's reduce the lift and the reach that these beginning teachers have to attain to get started. And so that's what I would say. And the very final thing, as you can see, I have my notes, but all of the above, along with that geo-inquiry questioning model, I think it's essential to prepare all students to enter the geospatial workforce and to participate in our geospatially enabled world.
Wonderful. And you're even answering questions that are coming from the audience already, because this is how amazing our educators are. They thought of your questions before you did. And Molly, just to add to that, I know that USGIF has compiled open educational resources that are free to educators as well. And what are some of those, and what age would you suggest integrating those into classrooms?
Sure, that's great, Tara. One of the first that I'll mention is one that our St. Louis area working group, K through 12 subcommittee, recently came up with, and it's wonderful. It's a living document, right? We're updating it regularly. I'm going to connect with Anita later so that we can add some things to it. But that is an entire resource dedicated to open educational resources, right? So they're free, and we've actually broken them up, as opposed to breaking them up by age. We have them broken up kind of as a category, right? So we've got a whole section on free books, right? We've got a whole section on programs or software that people can use, and each one then has a description, so you can read through it and see what age it's most appropriate for. We also have lessons that can be incorporated as early as like K through 2nd grade. So we have resources that are readily available that educators can use if they just want to integrate this into a geography lesson, or some sort of lesson plan that they already have. It's super accessible. It's right there. And we also have free data sets. So I know that we've got some of our college students in the room. We have researchers in the room. We have an entire compendium of data sets that people can access on our website as well. And again, a resource that is being regularly updated. We're trying our best to maintain it, because we know that sometimes accessing the data or having the lesson plans readily available can be the biggest barrier. So those things are on our website. I think it's also important to mention that, yeah, it's one thing to have all of the information, but you might have educators who are interested in implementing it, but they don't have the bandwidth, or they haven't had the experience before. So ensuring that we have resources to educate the educators is something that's really important to us. And that's something that our K through 12 group in the St. Louis area working group is actively working on. So,
thank you, Molly. Last thoughts to wrap up here. I want to go back to Andy, actually. Everything we've talked about, the questions that these students are coming up with, what I've heard, are coming from all disciplines. It's coming from a computer science question, it's coming from a history question, it's coming from a math classroom, could you speak to how it's not just in the geography classroom that these technologies can be taught, but how it really goes across all the disciplines and fields?
I appreciate the question, and I do reflect back on some of the discussions we had earlier today and some comments I made last year on this stage. STEM is important. I get that, and I get where the world is going with being able to be operational within the digital environment and how we have to have software and everything else. I consistently go to that multidisciplinary issue of most questions. And it is that fusion that occurs that allows folks to be critical thinkers and really to explore where the problem leads them to, vice, okay, I've been restricted to this way of thinking. I find it funny, my two oldest both are good at math, so obviously comes from my wife's side of the family. And when we have discussions, they've learned, because they know how to train their dad, when we have discussions that relates to math, they're putting it into a context of, okay, what would dad understand? Well, I'm going to put it into, well, if we, the whole, well, I hate the train questions of leaves one, goes the other, because I can't do word problems. But they put it into a context that I can understand so we can have that discussion. It is very important as we think about the workforce writ large and how to prepare them for that future that we've got to have. And it is about being able to think through that problem, utilize the tool that's most applicable, and reach out and make sure that the team you have addressing it has all of those different tool sets. One of the things that I struggle with a lot, and especially in my capacity at NGA, we tend to think of folks like, oh, this is what they need. Okay, I'm going to train that Uber analyst to do all of it. There may be a couple out there, and they're wonderful and worth their weight in gold. What I really need is that teaming, where I'm getting your strength, your strength, your strength, I'm pulling you together in a way that, again, the strength of that diversity of thought, that diversity of experience, that diversity of training, will usually take you in a route that you didn't even anticipate, where you can answer the question that's been asked and come up with new questions to answer that people haven't even anticipated yet. And that's what breaks that new ground. That's what really takes you beyond where you thought you were into different areas. And my recruiting side's going to hate me for this. Yes, love to have you all come work at NGA. Love to have smart people working for us. The world is complex. Geoint is insidious in just about everything. And we need those kind of problem solvers across. I mean, we've heard about hydrology and water. We've heard about migration. We've heard about all those things that are driving this world. These are big problems that have to be solved. And again, it's people with those different aspects coming together to look at all that data, stitch it all together, that will come up with some solution that we just haven't even imagined yet.
All right, this has been very inspiring. It's been very inspiring to me to hear all of you talk about your experiences and the work that you're doing to reach out to the educator community. And I just want to extend at this time an invitation to educators here in the St. Louis region and beyond to please consider joining our K-12 subcommittee group, because we want to support you. We want to help bring these resources and people and experiences into your classroom alongside you with our students. And as a teaser for this year, the group has decided to take up as our mission or effort to promote and support teachers in the ESRI Story Map Contest. So We want to help you get students asking these questions, to tell those amazing stories that they've asked the questions, and then, as Molly was saying, they need to be able to communicate it, and as Anita was saying, then to be able to take action on it. So please, if that's something that you're interested in, or you found that idea inspiring, please reach out to us so that we can help connect you in the coming year to that initiative and effort. So thank you to all the panelists that are joined us today. Thank you to SLU and NGA for hosting this amazing event, and for really thinking about our educators and working to meet them where they are in the classrooms to train the next generation. Thank you all.
Let's have another round of applause for Tara and the panelists. That was interesting. I have a quick announcement to make that someone came and asked me earlier about the video, the documentary that particularly Jack Dangermund mentioned this morning when he was talking, that was shown last night at the St. Louis Science Center. The video is called Atlas of a Changing Earth. And if you go to the Geo-Resolution app under announcements, you will find how you can download that video. But again, it's called Atlas of a Changing Earth. I see you. You're the one who asked me in. Thank you. So that's the information for you. Okay, so next we will hear from our keynote speaker, Dr. Holden Thorpe, who is the editor-in-chief of the Science family of journals. Prior to joining Science, Dr. Thorpe was provost of Washington University in St. Louis from 2013 to 2019. He is currently a distinguished university professor at WashU, where he holds appointments in both chemistry and medicine. In his research, Dr. Thorpe has studied electron transfer reactions of nucleic acids, developed technology for electronic DNA chips, and co-founded Viamet Pharmaceuticals. Please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Holden Thorpe.
Thank you, Lorna, and hello. Wow, I got entrance music. How was that cookie? Did everybody enjoy their cookie? Yeah, I did. Let's thank everybody who got the cookies for us. There you go. And let's thank the panel that we just had. I mean, if the educators don't succeed, the rest of us don't have any human capital to work with. So give it up for all the teachers that we just heard from. As you heard, I am the editor-in-chief of Science and the Science family of journals. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our journals, which hopefully many of you already know, and then I'll try to say something about a couple of high-profile papers that relate to the subject matter of the conference. So I got 22 minutes and 47 seconds, so I need to get going. All right, so Science is a journal, a research journal, a news magazine, and an opinion vehicle. The back half of the journal publishes research papers that are selected in one of the most rigorous processes in all of scientific publishing. Our impact factor, if you like to track such things, is 63. That's a measure of how often our papers are cited. We get 12,000 submissions and we only publish 750 of the papers, so I disappoint even more people than I did when I was the provost of Washington University and running the admissions program, which is why, as Lorna said, I still have tenure at Washington University because I make a lot of people really upset. But when we do publish a paper, it has a really big impact, and so we are very careful about how we do that, as I'm going to tell you. The news part of the journal has 30 journalists who are all over the world covering lots of things that are important to scientists in the news, drama at the federal government, sexual harassment at different institutions, The Salk Institute is looking for a new director thanks to us. You know, things about clinical trials, papers gone wrong, lots of things of interest to the news, to scientists. Our news division operates like the news division of a newspaper. In a way, I'm kind of like the publisher. They're editorially independent from me, but I really enjoy working in the journalism world. And then our commentary section, we run lots of different papers that are ways for scientists to talk to each other, book reviews, perspectives, policy forums, editorials, which I write every other week, and then we solicit the other weeks. And we like to think of this as the best place in the world for scientists to talk to each other. So that's what science is in a short period of time. And according to, you know, in the spirit of this conference, of course, climate change is a hugely important issue to us. And geospatial technology plays a very important part in many of our climate papers because, of course, they're, as everyone was saying this morning, the location at which these impacts are felt is incredibly important, and the fact that we can do it with such high resolution has really caused the field of climate change to explode. Only 8 weeks ago or so, we published this special issue on the various climate futures that can be imagined based on when and how we take action in the next few years, and you know, what we do to mitigate the effects of climate change. And so I recommend as many of you who are interested take a look at that particular issue. But one of the things I want to caution everybody about is that the way the media, and of course I'm responsible for a news division and I work with journalists, so I see this from lots of perspectives. But the way the media cover our science on climate change needs work. So, you know, this is one of my examples that I always pick. So this isn't one of our papers, but there was a PNAS paper that was looking at something that we had a kind of follow-up paper on a week ago that I'll talk about in just a second, but was looking at by when, if we don't do things, will there be major impacts later, okay? And one of the things that this paper says, if you go read the paper, is that if we don't do more by 2025, parts of Miami will be flooded at some point down in the future. All right, well, you can see what the news story said. Predictions put some of South Florida underwater by 2025. That is not what the paper said. The paper said if we don't take action by 2025, eventually we'll have flooding. And the reason this is so important is this is exactly what the people who want to undermine climate change want to see. Because they can say, see, you guys are always just preaching all this gloom and doom, and you're scaring people, and actually the paper isn't scaring anyone. The news story about the paper, which is not accurate, is scaring people. And we all owe it to ourselves as scientists to make sure that people know something that someone said on the stage just a little while ago. Climate change is a very, very, very bad thing that is going on. There's going to be qualitative change in the world, and most of it will not be for the better. None of it will be for the better. But America's not going to be underwater in 2025. And when we see people exaggerating the impacts of this, that is making it harder for us to get people with us on climate change. And so it's not, unfortunately, the responsibility for that falls on us. We can't just put these papers in the journal and then hope that everything after that is going to take care of itself. We have to partner with educators, faith leaders, people in various communities, and especially the news media, to make sure that they don't do something, because you know what? A lot of people clicked on that story. I can promise you, being in the journalism business, there's no doubt that fear sells. And there's a lot of incentive for this kind of exaggeration, and it's not good, and it's messing up our opportunity to, in an honest way, tell people what a serious threat we're facing with climate change. Now here's a paper similar. This was covered better because at Science we have a huge team, and most journals can't afford to do this, that makes sure that our papers are covered accurately. So this is a paper that shows that global warming already, we know we're not going to do better than 1.5 degrees. It's probably going to be a lot worse than that. But even at 1.5 degrees, there are a lot of tipping points that are going to happen. And of course, this is Geospatial conference, so here's a map of them. And you can see, I don't know if you can read that, but at the bottom, you see what'll happen at less than 2 degrees, 2 to 4 degrees, over 4 degrees. Of course, this is all very scary. But a news story that would say that everything that's going to happen at 4 degrees we already know is going to happen would not be good for us, okay? Because that's not what this paper says. There's enough bad things at under 2 degrees that we don't need help from the media at exaggerating these. So that's a little bit about climate change. Now I want to tell you about an even more politically charged subject that geospatial technology has helped with, and that is the origin of COVID. So as I'm sure a lot of you follow in the media, there's a very vigorous debate going on about whether the COVID virus came from an animal, which I would say is getting close to being the consensus view of scientists, whether it was somehow produced in a laboratory, either on purpose or by accident, which unfortunately a lot of people in the political world want folks to believe, even though there's almost no evidence to support that. And then now the Chinese government is trying to say that somehow the virus was imported from outside China. And this is a really important problem that needs to get worked out. So early on in the pandemic, there wasn't a lot of debate about this, mainly because there is another highly circumstantial reason why it's most likely that the virus came from an animal, something we call zoonosis, and that's because that SARS-1 came from an animal in exactly the same scenario that most people are talking about for COVID. But in March 2021, the WHO did a report that a lot of people found very unsatisfactory. It was mostly supporting zoonosis, but really didn't explore any of the alternatives very well. And we published a letter, which was controversial at the time, signed by Jesse Bloom, who's the person in the upper right-hand corner in that image, and about 15 of many of the most prominent COVID researchers saying that the WHO report didn't do a good enough job of exploring all the possibilities. Not necessarily because they agreed that the lab origin was possible, but they're scientists and they didn't feel like the WHO did a good enough job of trying to rule it out. So we published that letter. A lot of people criticized us for propping up the lab leak hypothesis, but what we were doing was giving a forum to some outstanding researchers to say we needed to do more work on this. We hosted a debate in the upper left corner there. That's John Cohen. Highly encourage you to watch something called How to Survive a Pandemic, which is on HBO Max. He's our leading infectious disease reporter. And in the middle there is a researcher named Mike Warraby. The two researchers on the top both signed the letter saying that there should be more investigation. Jesse Bloom, who's on the upper right, is still clinging to the lab leak idea. He's an outstanding scientist. We're not sure why he hasn't been convinced, but the guy in the middle, Mike Warraby, signed the letter, but then has initiated a series of investigations to try to nail down where COVID came from. And I'm going to tell you about his paper in a minute. Two people on the bottom, on the lower right, if you're a lab leak person, she's the leader of the lab leak theory. That's Alina Chan. She's a very skilled communicator in my view. I don't personally find much of what she suggests to be supportive of a lab leak, but she's very convinced about that, and she's very convincing on camera if you ever get a chance to watch her. And the other person is Lin Feng Wang, who is a researcher who strongly believes in zoonosis. So we started publishing papers on this, and this is where the maps come in. Here's an early version of some of the sites at which people became infected with COVID, and you can see there the Hunan market, which you hear about as being possibly where COVID originated, and then the two labs that some folks think may have produced the virus, and you can see they're pretty far away, and you can see all those little dots. Those are people who got COVID, and you know, they're aggregated around the market, not around the laboratory. There are a few cases down by the lab, but not nearly as many as they are by the market. Now, so we just published a pair of papers. One is a geospatial paper, probably be our biggest geospatial paper of the year. It's been covered all over the media by this guy, Mike Warraby. Here, this is a plot of all of the cases from December 2019 that the WHO has records for. You can see the Hunan market there, and you see blue dots and red dots. The red dots are people that the contact tracing suggested had some connection to the market. The blue dots are people for whom that connection could not be made. And just looking at this picture, you see that they're obviously aggregated around the market. If you now do your geospatial analysis that you all in this audience are better at than I am, you can calculate the contours that show that if you have all the cases, those are aggregated around the market. And even if you take out the cases that were linked to the market, you still see that the cases are centered on the market. You can keep going with this and get data that aren't data that came from the WHO, but all of the data from December 2019. And you can see there, no matter how you slice this, the red dots there, those are all different subsets of these data taken in different combinations to try to remove any bias, and they all end up around the market. And that green dot that you see down and to the right, that's the center of the Wuhan population. So no matter how you slice this, you end up with the market as being the epicenter of the outbreak. And there's a really important part of this that you see in the bullets there. There are two genetic lineages in the early cases. So all of these cases were sequenced, of course. And the gene sequences for there are two families of gene sequence, which means somehow there were two introductions of the virus, okay? And even if you separate the two lineages, they still center on the market. So both lineages center on the market. So, and then here, this is a chart that shows many, many sites in Wuhan and how many people were circulating through them based on how many people checked in on social media. And you see there, these are supermarkets, shopping malls, places like that. And the y-axis is how many check-ins there were. And you can see this isn't tracking with how many people were at the market, because the Hunan market is all the way to the right there, and a tiny fraction of the number of people that were at these shopping malls and supermarkets or what have you. This is geospatial at very, very small space resolution. This is a floor plan of the market. The market has two sides, the east side and the west side. The little squares with the dots in them are human beings who got infected. And the part over here on the left where the dashed lines are, those are where the animals were stored. And so you can see the cases are close to where the animals are on the west side, and there are very few cases on the east side. And even on the west side, they're aggregated around where the animals were. All right, so like I said, there's also two genetic lineages, and the first, they were introduced at the market several weeks apart. And there are thousands of animals going through this market. So in order for the lab leak to be correct and to accommodate these data, someone would have to get infected at the lab, go to the market, infect an animal or a person, go back to the lab and not infect anyone, and then 2 weeks later, somebody else from the lab would have to go to the market, infect an animal or a person, and go back to the lab and not infect anyone. Now, have we ruled that out conclusively? No, there's a finite probability that that could be correct. And unfortunately, that means that Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan are going to say, see, they didn't rule it out all the way, all right? And Rand Paul and all these people spouting nonsense about this. But that's what science is. If somebody sent us a paper that implied that had credible data that we wanted to review that suggested that the lab leak was correct, do you think we would review it? Hell yes, we would. That paper would be everywhere, okay? We haven't gotten such a paper, and we don't expect to get such a paper. We would, in some ways we would love it if we did. It'd be a great way to sell magazines, I can tell you that. But I think it's unlikely. And all of our scientific theories, whether it's climate change, whether it's COVID, tobacco, acid rain, the role of slavery in American history, redlining, all of these things are under continuous investigation. And the people who want to undermine the knowledge that we have about this are always going to use that ambiguity, and that's why it's important that this be accurately portrayed. So, in our view, this is strong evidence to support a zoonotic origin for COVID, and we haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, but of course we would publish this. Now, in terms of the people who are saying that there's still evidence for the lab leak, they're talking about scientists debating with each other and asking questions about whether the lab leak could have been right, or if they wrote something in a proposal about how to make such a virus or things like that. This is not scientific evidence, okay? We wouldn't publish papers that have that kind of stuff in it. Now, one really interesting thing that happened with these papers is that they were disclosed in something called preprints. Now, most of you probably know what this is, but now we live in a world of open science where when people submit peer-reviewed papers, they usually submit the version that they usually put the version that they submitted on what was called a preprint server so that other colleagues can look at these and start working on their data before they've been through the review process. And that happened with these papers, and there was a fair amount of news coverage, as you might expect, of the preprints. Not nearly as much news coverage as there was once we published the complete paper that had been through the full process. But of course, the conspiracy theorists went through line by line the preprints and looked to see what was changed in the papers. And every time something got toned down, they said, well, that's evidence that they're not really sure about this, or there's something wrong with their experiment. Well, that isn't true. And the reason I know that is I'm the one who toned down the papers, okay? And the reason I did it was not because the reviewers said they didn't believe anything, but because when we publish a paper in Science, we always tone them down. And the reason is because if a paper is published in Science, it doesn't need hype. We have the biggest megaphone in all of scientific publishing. If we publish something, we never allow the words first or novel or breakthrough or anything like that in our papers. And when they said this is definitive evidence of zoonosis, we changed it to this strongly supports zoonosis. All right, why? Because we know science is always changing, and we want to be really, really rigorously accurate when we share information with the public. So, people on Twitter are saying the reviewers changed this. They didn't. I and my colleagues who edited these papers changed it. We knew they were going to be read on the floor of Congress, and we went absolutely word by word to make sure we were comfortable with precisely what was in there. And the authors were happy to take our edits. They didn't argue with us about the things we edited. Now, the other thing you hear about this is that those of us who are supporting zoonosis are supporting Chinese propaganda. All right, that isn't true. Initially there was all this political talk about, well, the Chinese don't want it to be the lab because they don't want it to look like they had bad processes in their lab or something like that. They want it to be zoonosis. Well, no. The Chinese government wants it to be the case that somehow the virus got imported into China from the outside. And so the Chinese are just as mad at us for publishing these papers as the American right. And that's this news story by the same guy, same reporter, John Cohen, highly encourage you to read that, goes through what the arguments that the Chinese government has for where this came from, and it's at least as implausible as the lab leak, if not more so. So that's a quick tour. I got 26 seconds left to tell you that I work with a lot of brilliant people and brilliant authors. I didn't do any of this research myself. I'm just when it's a high-profile paper, I'm the person at the very end of the chain who studies it all and says, "Yep, let's jump in the pool and see how it goes." This was a very important topic and a lot of people interested in it. And there's the brilliant team that brings you Science Magazine every week. Congratulations to everyone on the Institute, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. As a fellow journalist myself, I can say we don't always get it right, but at least I always tried when I was a journalist. So we are now going to move to our poster session announcement. We will take a few minutes to honor the winners, the next generation. We had posters from undergraduates to PhD students, and to announce the winners is Dr. Ness Sandoval, who is Acting Associate Director for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the Taylor Geospatial Institute. In this role, Dr. Sandoval is responsible for coordinating institute-wide educational and training programs, identifying gaps in the regional workforce and talent needs, and then designing and developing training programs to address them. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ness Sandoval.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to recognize the incredible work that was submitted by students during this poster competition. As a professor, it's always a great joy to look and review students' work. You can see the passion in their research. You're able to look at the creativity and the impact of their research, but you can also look at the excitement in their voice as they want to share their research with a larger audience as public intellectuals. I first want to acknowledge the team of judges that helped view all of the posters that were submitted. Michael Sunday from the University of Missouri and Elena Johns-Wolf from the University of Missouri St. Louis. They put a tremendous amount of effort into judging the panels and looking at each poster carefully. So we developed a rubric to judge each poster kind of based on the National Science Foundation standards. We looked at 4 dimensions of each of the posters. The first was the presentation of the research, which is looking at the content, research questions, background, etc. The second was actually the visualization of the poster. How was the communication of the research communicated, fonts and colors and so forth. Then we looked at the third dimension was the documentation, citation, sources, abstract. And then the final one was the video. And this was really a joy to really listen to all the videos that were presented and how students were able to communicate their findings to a larger audience. So we have two sets of recognitions we want to make. The first is the audience favorite, and that was the opportunity that each of you had to vote as you were able to visit the posters. And so I'm going to start with the audience favorite first. we actually had a tie with the audience favorite. So the first recognition we would like to make is Rania Das from the University of Missouri, Columbia. I'm not sure if Rania's here. And the second poster was actually from a series, The Dark Side of Light from Harris-Stowe University. And we had 3 students, Trina, Mirzani Harris, Kamara Macron, and Inaya Smith were part of that series. Now to the posters that had a scientific peer review. I'll start with third place, and third place receives $500. And that goes to Jenny Nugent from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Second place, the winner receives $750, and that's Ping-Phi Ma from Missouri University of Science and Technology. And our first place winner receives a $1,000 award, and that's to Laura Gray from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. So once again, I want to thank all the students who submitted posters. It was a great honor to look at the work, to work with the team to provide marks, and I look forward to next year's submitters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. I think some of the winners are in the audience. Would you please stand so we can recognize you? I saw a lot of clapping and yelling over there. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Today's third panel will discuss the impact of climate change on food and energy. Dr. Tony Cutchin is our moderator. Dr. Cutchin is Vice President for Research at the Danforth Plant Sciences Center and adjunct professor of biology at Washington University in St. Louis. Prior to these positions, she spent 20 years in Germany, leading research on the biosynthesis of plant medicinal compounds such as alkaloids and the development of plant synthetic biology systems. Dr. Cutchin, it's all yours. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for all joining the session on impacts on energy and food systems. And I might want to turn that around and say the impacts of energy and food systems and climate change, impacts of energy and food systems on climate change, and the role of geospatial. We have a wonderful set of panelists here this afternoon with very, very diverse backgrounds and areas of expertise. And I would like to jump right into it and ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about what they do and how that relates to geospatial.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. So my name's Carter Christopher. I am the section head for Human Dynamics Research and Development at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. We live and exist within Oak Ridge's Geospatial Science and Human Security Division. Oak Ridge is the nation's largest multi-purpose research institution. It's a national lab of the Department of Energy, and our geospatial research organization is, to our knowledge, the largest within that DOE and national lab complex. From a human dynamics perspective, we seek to help our sponsors and the federal government understand all aspects of population and the infrastructure and the landscape in which they occupy. And that includes who they are, where they are, and the ways that they interact in the environment, both physically and from an information perspective. And to do that, you can imagine geospatial science and the tools and the data that make up geospatial science are critical everything from satellite systems and GPS all the way through to in situ sensing and spatial data science to answer those questions. And so I'm excited to get to talk about how we answer some of those questions and how that relates to food security and energy security and national security, and enjoy the conversation.
Thank you. Trish.
Hi, everybody. My name is Trish Kozart. I am from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, a fellow Department of Energy laboratory as well. There are 17 national labs, if you're not familiar with the system. NREL, or the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, goes by NREL. And at NREL, we are the only lab with a singular mission, and that is to work on renewable energy and energy efficiency. And we're also one of 3 of the labs that's an applied lab, so it's our mandate to help get innovation out of the lab and into the market. And my job there is I'm the center director for the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. So my goal and my work is to be very externally focused, to work with startups, investors, and the business industry, to work on innovations getting out in the lab and into the market again. And geospatial, how does that fit in with what we do? In the lab in general, we do geospatial work, such as at Oak Ridge as well, to work with partners on solutions. But we also work with a lot of startups who are up and coming, who see geospatial as a business opportunity. So happy to chat a little bit more about that as we go on.
Matt.
Hi, my name is Matt Dimmick. I'm the Director of Modeling at Climate Corporation, Climate LLC. It's a division of Bayer Crop Science. I work here in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur, just a little bit down the road. My company, Climate, is focused on building digital tools that help farmers to better understand what's going on in their fields and to grow crops more sustainably to feed a growing population. And as part of that, geospatial is really inherent in what we do. If you think about the differences in what happens on one farmer's field versus the next farmer's field, even from one farmer to the next within one farmer's operation, you look across at what's going on one field versus another, you're talking about differences in soil, differences in weather, and sometimes those differences not just affecting different fields, but different rows within the same field. To understand those differences and to help farmers understand those differences and act on them, then that requires a detailed understanding of geospatial and geospatial relationships. So geospatial is essential to what happens in farming. I'll say that my organization in particular, when we're building these models, we do build models that take together all of that and we try to mash it up and make predictions to help farmers understand what seeds to plant, how closely to plant them, and make management decisions around, for example, how to manage their crops, and how to protect against pests, and make changes based on the environment.
Thank you. Allison.
Thanks, Tony. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Allison Miller, and I am in a joint faculty appointment. I work in the Department of Biology here at St. Louis University, and I'm also a principal investigator and member at the Danforth Plant Science Center right across the road from you. So the Danforth Center's mission is to improve the human condition through plant science. And for many years, that work has been based primarily, although not exclusively, in molecular biology and in the labs. And now we're starting to take our work outside into field sites where we're using geospatial data to understand plant traits or phenotypes and how those traits change over time and in different places. My research program focuses on perennial plants or long-lived plants, which are actually quite an important part of our food system. All of our fruit trees and nut trees are long-lived plants. But we're also beginning to think about crops of the future and how longer-lived plants might play a role as we try to navigate our changing climate and growing consumer demands. And in order to understand how those plants operate in the field, we really need efficient, real-time data on growth integrated with weather and climate data. So it's an exciting time to be in agriculture and to be thinking about agriculture in our changing climate. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, what I would like to do is put this panel in the context of what we were hearing earlier today in the session on water. And it was said towards the end of the panel, it was pointed out that 70% of freshwater usage is really irrigation of agriculture, which for those of us in plant science, we're acutely aware of this. And solutions that were suggested only briefly was that we shouldn't grow plants in areas where there's not enough water, and we should genetically engineer plants to be maybe water use efficient. I'm going to direct this both to Matt and Allison because they'll have slightly different perspectives from a more industrialized farming perspective and from the perspective of developing alternative crops going forward. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so it's going to depend a lot on the context, of course. So if we think about water use, although I'm not an expert necessarily on water use, the company that I work at is very much developing new varieties of crops and looking in all the tools in a toolbox, whether it's genetic modification or different breeding tools to bring better varieties to the market to help farmers. And so absolutely, it's important to be, it's vital, really, from a climate change perspective, for us to be thinking about how to use those tools, how to bring new varieties to the market that are saving on water and that are depending on the type of crop that's grown. As far as only growing crops where they're where the water is available, I think that's a natural. Obviously, we want to be doing things in as efficient a way as possible, and so we should be definitely thinking about growing crops that are suited to the different areas and the climates there are, and then layered on top of that, of course, is climate change. So where a crop is suitable to be grown today is not necessarily where it's suitable to be grown in a few years from now as climate change occurs. And so it's very important for us to understand and predict what that's going to be and then look ahead 10 or 15 years down the road. That has to happen in an industrial context. It also has to happen very much in a partnership with academia and with governments. Again, everyone coming together to make sure that we're planning for that future.
Allison, thoughts?
Yeah, when I think about water, I think about the increasing or apparently increasing heterogeneity of the patterns of water and water access that our crops have. And just thinking of the last couple of years of field seasons here in St. Louis, in the spring we've gone weeks and weeks and weeks with too much water where we delays our planting and kind of throws everything off, and then weeks and weeks and weeks with no water, which throws things off in a totally different way. And so looking forward, I'm wondering how we can adapt our agricultural systems to deal with these unpredictable and heterogeneous patterns of water availability. And to your point, it's different in different regions and in different years. And when we think about long-lived plants, as I do, I wonder how can a single individual withstand this variation in water availability. And so one of the things we're studying is just how plant features change depending on how much water they have access to and how they're able to bounce back from really stressful events, be it flooding or drought. And geospatial data, again, help us monitor those plants over time in real time. And it really changes the way in which we can observe these individuals over large experiments and often across multiple sites.
Carter, impacts on the human aspect of this from changing food systems, changing areas in which we're producing food?
Well, so I think in the context of water, there's definitely the agricultural impacts with regard to irrigation, but globally speaking, there's major impacts when it comes to transboundary issues and the water rights of nations as you go and look to renewables like hydropower. In the United States, I think we have about 20% renewable, and the ability of, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. Can I pass it over to Trish?
Sure. I mean, I'm not a water expert either, but I can speak a little bit to the hydro. I mean, obviously, water for agriculture is vitally important and a huge use of it, but you can see just in the reservoirs going down and the effect that might have eventually on our hydropower capabilities. So it's definitely something we need to be looking into. And geospatial, I'm not familiar with all the work NREL has been doing on geospatial around hydropower, but I'm sure it has played into it. I know on the water systems and marine areas and coastal areas, we're definitely doing work in understanding wave power and possible energy pathways that will work based upon the data we're getting from geospatial in those areas.
So it's a lead in also to the renewable energy area. So this is not just agriculture, but you were talking about hydropower. And one of the comments and questions that was made earlier in the day was also what we've been hearing about within the United States and the lack of water in the Southwest to redirect the Mississippi or the Missouri rivers to give water, be that a good or a bad idea. But it leads into the very important work that's going on at NREL in developing renewable energies, and not just from the research perspective, but translational. Very, very important to get those ideas out also in the space that we're in agriculture, from the laboratory into companies or founding new companies. So maybe why don't you give the audience an idea of the fantastic work that NREL is doing, also the IN2 program. I think it's great to give that a plug.
Sure, happy to talk about that a little bit more. I think it's business is really an interesting place here. We've heard a lot of talk about both how you use that geospatial data to help inform decisions, not just for research or academic or analysis, but how do we then use that and translate that analysis out into the world where it gets used and actually makes a difference. And there's a couple different ways I've seen that play out from the work that's done at NREL, and you've probably seen the same at Oak Ridge and the Plant Science Center here. But one is in policy. So, for example, we did a study called the LA 100 study. If you haven't seen it, Google it. It's great. It's many hundred pages, but I think the executive summaries may be 14, so you can probably get through that. But it is something that the city of LA asked NREL to do, which is an unprecedented amount of collaboration of data, including geospatial data, that helps them set some scenarios for pathways to get to 100% renewable by 2045. So you can look at that, and one of the things that they did in that study was use geospatial data to look at the technical potential for putting solar on every single building, home, and multifamily unit in the area. And years ago, that would have been impossible. But today, with high-performance computing and the way we were able to use LiDAR and to measure roofs and slopes and all of those things, we can actually produce that technical potential and help the city decide now that they know what it can be done. Now they have to make decisions economically, policy, regulation, and all of that to go. We didn't necessarily recommend that. Now it's their turn to make those decisions. But we're giving them the data needed to do that. So that's one way. And then in terms of innovation and business, my plug there would be with startups or with any business, large corporation or small. It's more about going on a listening tour. So for the startups or the people in the room who are wanting to be entrepreneurs and using geospatial data, remember that data isn't the product, and though data is cool, it is not necessarily what you're actually selling. And I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about this too, but it's more about the solution and becoming a solution engineer to help solve a problem and understanding what that problem is on the ground before you go figure out what data systems you need to put together to solve it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Building on that, within my company, for example, and a lot of others, we have people who are trained to bring large amounts of data together and build predictions and what we can do in that space today versus just even 10 years ago. There have been tremendous advances in our ability to make these kinds of predictions. But it's important to first understand how those predictions can be used and how those predictions are received. We can come up with the most amazing prediction, even a validated prediction about, for example, what seed a grower might plant. Maybe it's going to give them, I don't know, 30 more bushels of corn or something like that. If the farmer doesn't believe it, they're not going to accept it. And the advantage of that prediction is going to be lost. So it's absolutely key for us as an industry thinking about geospatial to think first about explainability and to get on the ground and understand what are the problems that the people who will be important in combating climate change, what are the problems that they're facing, and how can we meet them together with common sense solutions?
What would you say are, I'm just going to paraphrase a question that came in, main barriers to renewables, introducing renewables into the market for any of you? Is it workforce? Is it information? Is it acceptance? Is it government programs?
I can take a stab at that. Renewables into the market. It's actually getting better because the cost of renewables, they have to be competitive, right? It's got to be, everything comes down to economics in the end. So the price of wind and solar have dropped just significantly over the past decade or two. And now it's becoming more mainstream, more actually the cheapest form to put on there. So what's preventing it? In some cases, it's just placement or where to put it, or policies of land use in different cases. In some cases, it's just all of the cooperation and permits and everything that has to go together to get something on the ground. And so it just takes time, but I think it's coming and it's happening. One of the other things with renewable energy is when you start thinking about its placement, it's distributed. So now we're talking about lots of different places producing energy versus it all coming from one place. And so that means the grid has to change. And so our basic infrastructure that we have out there now is old. It's an old jalopy, and we need to build it into something new, a Tesla. So we have to turn the grid from a one-way grid and this old way of thinking to a two-way grid that's starting to be able to both take energy in and deliver it back and forth. And so there's a lot of elements in here that go into play to getting renewables out.
Also decentralized energy grids, which plays into national security as a better idea.
And energy storage. If you start talking about renewables, then you have to say, well, if you can't turn, the wind turns on and off on its own. We don't get to decide when it's windy and when it's not. So we have to think about storage.
Allison, barriers to your ideas of introducing fundamentally new kinds of crops to produce grains?
Well, change is hard. And it can be difficult to try to convince people that there might be another way. Agriculture started around 10,000 years ago in various places around the world. And at that time, the wild plants that were selected and brought into the domestication pipeline were responding to selection pressures, human selection pressures that were pertinent at that time, but may not necessarily be the same pressures that we're dealing with today. So just the size of the population, the amount of land that's under cultivation, and challenges with things like soil loss. It's been estimated that half of the world's topsoils have been lost in the last 150 years. So we're thinking about crops now, not only that can feed people, but that can help us do so in an intensive way that not only stops some of the damage that we've seen, but actually reverses it and regenerates the soil. Now, that's a difficult shift for many, for me, frankly, some of the time. But I think it's one that is inevitable, that there will be an evolution of agriculture. And I suspect that we'll see as markets change, Trish, your point's well taken, it's all driven by economics. As the markets develop and there is a demand for sustainably produced, locally produced, I think as part of it too, foods, I think we'll see that change happening. And I've been really encouraged by the curiosity and just the what if types of questions that I'm seeing, not only in the scientific community, but in the broader public. What might our agricultural systems look like in the future? Probably not exactly as they do today. And that can be a bit daunting, but also I think is quite hopeful and exciting.
So it's what we're used to in our lifetime, the kinds of foodstuffs that we eat. And to give you a few more statistics, today humanity uses about 30 species to generate about 95% of our energy and food needs, right? But historically, about 7,000 species were cultivated for those purposes. So we're not really creating something new. In many ways, we're going back. And public acceptance of these things is changing. You can see just when you go to the market how many different kinds of grain products are available that not too many years ago we wouldn't have seen. They maybe would have been only in local markets around the world. So it's an evolution, and it's an important one. And I'm going to pick on you just a little bit more, maybe say a little bit about one or two of the crop species, if you can, that you're looking at.
Well, I was just thinking maybe I should talk about one of my favorite emerging perennial crops is the trade name is Kernza. The scientific name is Thinopyrum intermedium, or intermediate wheatgrass. This is a relative of wheat. It can be crossed with wheat. It has been bred with wheat, but unlike wheat, it lives for multiple years, and it makes a root system that is up to 20 feet in length and persistent, of course, over multiple years. Kernza has really only recently entered the public consciousness, and maybe for some of you it's happening today, but it's accessible. So you can go to Whole Foods and you can buy a cereal, a climate smart cereal that is made from Kernza. You can hop on Amazon and pick up a bag of Kernza flour from Perennial Pantry and bake with it. In our house, we bake our regular recipes with half Kernza flour and half regular flour. Our kids now actually demand this because it has a cinnamony flavor to it that they really like, and they get a bit cranky when we're out. You can also get a Kernza beer. In fact, I just had one this weekend in Kansas. They're now brewing beer with this wheat-like grain. There's a number of national breweries making it. I'm counting the days until it comes to St. Louis, but I don't think it's here quite yet. Something I wanted to mention, Tony, with Kernza and many other crops, chefs are playing a really pivotal role in introducing new and sustainable crops into people's, just into their minds and really onto their plates. And it's been fun to see chefs embrace these new crops and figure out creative and delicious ways to use them. So I hope we'll continue to see that partnership between scientists, agriculturalists, growers, and of course chefs.
There would be a role for school cafeterias also, in food systems.
Yeah, following on to that, thinking about, now I'm going to go look for Kernza because I'm really excited about trying to.
It's really good. It's worth trying.
Yeah, very much. And also we think about how, with the crops that are out there, what are some of the changes that we can make incrementally to existing crop systems to mitigate the effects of climate change and produce more food in a sustainable way. One of the things that we're looking at Bayer is short corn. And so if you go out in a field right now, you'll see most corn that you find out there is probably actually about the height of this pillar right here. It's about 11 or 12 feet tall. And whereas these new varieties that have been bred are shorter corn varieties. Now you may ask, well, why do you care about whether it's tall or short corn? And there's a couple of real advantages to these new varieties of short corn. One is, as we talk about changing climate, they're talking about more severe weather events on average, and wind events can do tremendous amounts of damage to a farmer's field, sometimes wiping out a significant chunk of their field because it blows the corn over. And if you grow it shorter, you also make it thicker, and so it's more able to resist those wind events. In fact, in one example, in our research trials that are out there in the Midwest, there was an event called a derecho. If you've heard of a derecho, that's a large wind event across hundreds of miles where there are these strong downbursts, and it flattened it caused damage over something like 10 million acres of corn crops out there. And we happen to have, in our research trials, some of that short corn growing, and so we were able to see how it resisted that event, and actually found out that if the short corn had been planted across that entire boundary, then it could have saved farmers about a little under $1 billion worth of damage on those crops because it's resistant to those wind events. And then also there's advantages in the ability to manage it during the season and things like that too.
Carter, I'd like to get you back in the conversation here because the things that you do are super cool. So give us some information about the kind of tracking and how it informs energy and agricultural systems potentially.
Sure. So we spend a lot of time at Oak Ridge thinking about how we can understand the distributions of where people are within the landscape. And that's both domestically in the US, but also internationally. It's a critical component to helping us globally ensure climate equity and climate justice, but also ensure as new solutions come into being that we can put them in the right place, because the people that need to take advantage of them often haven't been the ones that have access to them in the past. In the United States, we produce every year a nationwide data set of describing where people are within the environment during the day and during the night, and we're also building models now that can help us on a scenario-driven basis understand where they're going to be in the future. And so that's kind of land cover-driven population models, but also certain climate security pathways where people are going to be in the future, so that we can understand where renewable energy needs to be put, how this smart grid can be better leveraged to help us know where people are going to be producing and consuming energy, and at the end of the day, help us better respond to climate change.
But what kind of resolution does that have if we're talking about out in the country or in a crowded city?
Domestically, we're at about 100 meter pixel resolution, and we can do that internationally as well. But we produce a global product that is at a kilometer spatial resolution.
How does this relate to distribution of agricultural goods? So some questions have been coming in. One was referring to growing cotton in areas around the Aral Sea, causing drainage of the Aral Sea. That it just relates to the comment from a session earlier today that we should grow crops that need a lot of water in areas that have more water. And then so is it related to logistics of food distribution also?
Absolutely. I mean, the logistics of food distribution and really distribution of any commodity is heavily predicated on demand, right? And you have to know where people are and where they're going to use those commodities so that you can understand the logistics and supply chain to get it there.
Are we active in doing that internationally also?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's part of what our data sets support, whether they be within the intelligence community and trying to understand those supply chains and logistics challenges that our international partners and competitors may face as climate change impacts them all uniquely. But also domestically, if we can provide our nation and our policymakers a better understanding of how people are going to shift within the landscape due to changing agricultural zones or changing economic activity that is ultimately a fallout from our changing environmental landscape, then we can start to have a better infrastructure in place to support those changes.
Cool. A real-world example are estimates of the reduction in yields in the Ukraine due to the conflict that's going on in the Ukraine right now, and what kinds of food needs there'll be, not just within the Ukraine, but Ukraine is a major exporter then also to Europe. So it becomes critically important using geospatial data to make these estimates and see how supply chains will be affected.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that the people, the population density and the people and where they are is so important of a data layer to go on top of the layers of where can renewable energy be produced. So it's great that North Dakota is so windy and we can put wind farms there, but if there are no people in North Dakota, then what do you do with all of that? And then you have to transmit all of that energy a very long way, thereby losing that energy along the way, and it's not really helping. So it's a very important data layer, the human part of it.
So Tricia said something interesting, I think, about the LA study for renewable energy and energy independence. And there's a question that came in that's on the food production side, and I'll just open it up for whoever wants to take it on. What role might urban farms play in mitigating both the impacts of urbanization, such as heat islands, and innovating in efficiency of farming and food production? Anybody want to go for that? Does urban farming have a role?
I can take that to start and say yes. I think and I very much hope that urban farming will have an increasingly important role in feeding our populations, particularly our urban populations. If we look just at a city like St. Louis, which had 1 million people and is now down to about 300,000 in the city proper, there's a patchwork. There's a patchwork of open spaces and lots and various currently underutilized areas that I think provide a really terrific platform for the development of various kinds of urban agriculture, which might be hydroponic in nature or it might not. And I think even just here in our city, I know of at least actually several different initiatives on from small scales on up to try to begin to get that movement going in an earnest way. So I think we'll see more and more of that going forward. And I would just hope that we can, I guess as a researcher, I hope that we can begin to define the questions that need to be asked about what types of plants should be grown in these areas and how should they be grown. It's kind of an open slate at this point.
Sure. I think, I don't know, maybe this is a bit of a controversial statement. I don't know that urban gardens are going to play a major role in the U.S. from a food needs perspective. So just in terms of giving people the food that they need, and I say that mainly based on just the tremendous acreage that's often needed, either that or the kind of high-tech nature that's needed for growing food inside. But that said, I think they are tremendously important from an educational perspective. If we go back and we look even a generation or two ago in the US, a lot of people knew a farmer. They knew someone who grew food for a living, either that was them or it was a family member or a relative. And the connection to how food is grown and the challenges that are faced there was really real. It's something people felt firsthand. And I think it's really important for people to get connected to how food is grown, to understand those challenges. And I think urban gardens are a fantastic way to do that from an educational perspective, to better understand the needs and challenges of agriculture.
Trish? I was going to chime in here with some indoor agriculture anecdotes, or maybe get your feedback too on it. I know you mentioned the IN2 program, which is a program we run, a technology incubation program we run out of NREL, in partnership as well with the Danforth Center, helping startups get technical assistance using our world-class facilities and experts at the lab to help them hopefully de-risk their technologies for investment. And one of the areas we started working in last year, was it just last year? It was indoor agriculture. As it's kind of becoming this perfect timing to see, is this going to work or is this not going to work? And as many of you know, indoor agriculture takes a ton of energy. The lighting, the cooling, the heating, it's just the building alone takes a lot of energy. So that's not necessarily a good thing if we're trying to save energy, unless we're using renewables to produce it, to work on that. And so a lot of the companies, the startups that we're working with, are working on either building innovations that are helping make that more efficient or use renewables, or some sort of plant technologies that are going to help make that better, or make the plants more amenable to growing indoors. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on indoor agriculture in terms of what's the future of that.
Well, I think there are many avenues to the future of our food, and that is one of them, and I agree the energy issues are a big challenge. And I also agree, I don't think we're going to be feeding everybody in using urban agriculture, but I think it has to be part of the solution, maybe for the education purposes to begin with, and perhaps for access to fresh fruits and vegetables on very local scales to supplement food that's coming from elsewhere. So I don't know. I think it's worth investigating. And I was really pleased to see the IN2 program, the Innovation Incubator program, explore that in that last round of proposals.
I mean, it certainly has a resilience play. And like you said, there could be fresh vegetables and fruits or nutrition in areas that wouldn't normally have it, especially if we see starting distributed or other weather situations that cause problems of getting food from one place to another.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, that you'd need to kind of do the comparison on the energy costs of the indoor ag versus the energy costs of shipping tomatoes in from Chile or wherever they're coming. And I don't know the numbers on that, but I imagine somebody's looking at it. I hope that they are.
I'm sure they are.
So there's another along this line saying, shipping in from areas outside of the country. Okay, I guess we're okay here. All right. One of the questions that came in, 11 billion people cannot all eat strawberries in January. How do we use geospatial tools to set sustainable global production? So maybe geospatial has a role in that, but maybe also what we're talking about with urban agriculture. And I know some of the arguments that have been used in support of it is more along the lines, even though it's high energy use, a circular bioeconomy where you can recycle nutrients and then you don't have nutrient runoff. And if I think of agriculture, Matt, I'm thinking that the big seed companies are really producing the row crops from which we get our energy, but then there's all these other smaller markets in the fruits and vegetables that might be able to be made more locally. And not just talking about in the United States or St. Louis, but globally around the world also. So lots of potential there. So we're not having that much time left. So what I would like to do is just shift the conversation a little bit, because we have a lot of young people in the audience, into the skill sets that you see as absolutely essential to the development of renewable sources of energy and also a more sustainable agriculture, so that the young have an idea of what areas they can pursue in their careers and have something to contribute. And I think what I'm just going to throw out there is everything that you've heard here has to be a major collaborative effort. It's so incredibly multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, that it's no one field and no one person who can solve it all. So why don't you give a few thoughts of advice to the young people on areas that they might concentrate on as major concentrations and things that they should know a little bit about in order to have successful careers going forward in renewable energy and renewable agriculture. Who's going to take it on first?
I can start. I think sitting here at a geospatial conference, I think a critical set of skills that any young person needs that's coming through college is an understanding of how to work with geospatial data. And that's satellite imagery of multiple modalities. It's vector data that you would derive from that satellite imagery. And it's the suite of tools that would allow you to make sense of it. And whether that's just simply layers in a visualization or fusion, as was talked about in several panels earlier today, basic data handling and data skills is critical. But I think a bigger set of needs around that is choosing a specialty and understanding how to extract information from a set of sources that are sensed and are ultimately able to answer a scientific question.
I would say it's the skill to listen is the most important skill. That you can be very good, and what you just said is absolutely true. Get the skill sets down, understand the data. But back to what I said again about business intelligence drives the data, not the other way around. And so being able to go out into the world and find out what problems people are trying to solve in industry, even if you are in a GIS department in a large oil company or renewable energy company, go find out what the people in the field are trying to do, and then figure out how you can use that data to help them, versus build a tool in a vacuum and not hear what problems are being solved. And so if you can be good at listening and then applying that listening to your data set, you're going to do great.
Yeah, agreeing with everything I just heard there, and then trying to add a little more on top of this layer cake of great advice. I would also say we're dealing with tremendous amounts of data, and whenever you're bringing large amounts of data together, it's easy to get fooled if you're not critical of it and you're not asking skeptical questions. So a big part of data science is the science, and that's asking, how might I be wrong? How might we be wrong? What are we missing here? So, and that in itself involves a toolbox of things. It involves understanding the context. It involves also understanding the math and the statistics. It involves learning how to talk to computers and how to code as well. And so all of those things need to come together. But it's your talent that we'll need in the future if we're going to solve these problems.
Allison. Okay, I agree with everything that's been said. Terrific advice. So I will say yes. And I think that the scientists of tomorrow, I hope you'll bring a healthy curiosity with you and passion. And there's many different components of thinking about renewable energy and agriculture. And whatever it is that wakes you up in the morning that you care about. For me, frankly, it was plants. I just love plants, and I've loved them since I was a kid. Start there and layer on these critical skills as you have the opportunity to and as your career develops. But we do need passionate and driven and committed people to address these global challenges. So join us, please.
Okay. As a word also to the young, get involved. And someone had said earlier that the young people come into our classrooms and into our labs and into our businesses with very high passion about finding solutions to global challenges. And certainly the topics you heard about here today with sustainable agriculture, renewable energy are two enormous global challenges, not just for developed nations, but also developing nations. And there's ample opportunity in the whole St. Louis region for the young people to get involved, starting at the high school level all the way up through university level before you would go on into a graduate career if you would choose so. So we encourage you to do this and bring your passions with you and learn the right communication skills and the right coding skills and the right amount about biology, whether in human health or engineering and in energy or about plant sciences, to be part of the solutions to these global challenges. And with that, I think I'll bring the panel session to a close and thank the panelists so much for the engaged conversation, and thank all of you for your attention and your questions.
I just want to say thank you for inviting me to MC this event. I feel very blessed to be here because I'm learning so much. And I wouldn't, if I weren't MCing this event, I wouldn't be here. It is just so interesting. So thank you personally from me for the work that you're doing in the geospatial industry and the difference it's making. Because, you know, a layperson like me, you don't think about it that often, but I'm learning a lot today, and that's great. That's exciting, so thank you. We're going to take a break, but a few housekeeping things as usual. There's the Taylor Geospatial Institute Frisbee. We've talked about wellness, and students can pick up a Frisbee in the Student Wellness Room, which is in 351 in this building. And I think the conference planners for those adults who want some will have some downstairs here when we conclude. Also, did anyone look at the back of their badge and see the latitude and longitude at the bottom of it? Well, that's there because if you go to Google Maps, All of us have different ones. It will take you to a location in St. Louis, and we've talked about wellness, that this is Wellness Day at St. Louis University. And this is an opportunity for you to see a place that you might think about going to relax, to breathe, and to just take care of your health. So that's the purpose of the latitude and longitude at the bottom of your badge, okay? So one last thing before we take a break, and whether you're in the room or online, we would love to get your feedback on Geo-Resolution 2022. So what have you liked today? What needs improvement? What topics would you like to see covered next year, etc. So please use the QR code on this, should be coming up on the screen, or to share your opinion with us, and it's also on your badge as well, the QR code. So please tell us what you think. All right? And we will now break until 3 o'clock. So enjoy, and we'll see you back at 3. Thank you.
we invite our guests to find their seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome Larna Godwin back to the stage.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you took a few minutes to possibly enjoy the weather outside and also to fill out that evaluation form. Don't forget that. Our fourth and final panel is on the interdisciplinary perspectives on climate change and health. Our moderator is Dr. Anbal Shakam, whose career has focused on intersecting public health and geospatial research. Currently, Dr. Shakam is professor and associate dean of research here at St. Louis University's College of Public Health and Social Justice. Additionally, Dr. Shakam is acting associate director for strategic initiatives at the Taylor Geospatial Institute. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Anbol Shakam.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for sticking with us. I know it's been a long, exciting day. Today I have a great panel for you, and what I hope that this panel is going to do is to bring you very diverse perspectives of the different types of health-related climate change work we've been doing in the field of public health and or geography or climate change or virology. So I hope you hear how broad the perspectives are. I am going to ask each of our panelists to describe a little bit about themselves, and then I'm going to ask them individually questions, and then broader questions after that about climate change and health and initiatives that we should be thinking about. Please make sure you start asking questions on the app. I look forward to this session. So without further ado, let's start with Robin, just because she's the farthest.
Hi. I'm Dr. Robin Verbal. I am an associate professor of biological sciences and the director of the environmental science program at Missouri University of Science and Technology. Started my career as an entomologist and fire ecologist, which is kind of an odd duo of things, but was working on effects of prescribed fire on insects. And since then have kind of moved from that into firefighter training and fire policy. And then most recently, wildland firefighter occupational health, not really by plan, but kind of by proxy and by opportunity. And so it's been a fun career so far.
Hi, I'm Mike Gemsch. I'm from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm a professor in the departments of geography and epidemiology. And I direct a research group called the Spatial Health Research Group. And I also am a member of the Infectious Disease Ecology and Epidemiology Lab. And the Spatial Health Research Group is basically a bunch of people like me who do space and health research, and mostly on infectious diseases. And the Infectious Disease Ecology, we call it IDEAL Lab, is something that a former colleague of mine, Steve Meshnick, and I started. He's a molecular epidemiologist, and I'm a spatial epidemiologist. And we started working on this about 15 years ago. And we have labs, and we have a bunch of folks that do molecular work as well. And anyways, and we study all sorts of things. I study cholera. I've studied cholera for 30 years. I study malaria for almost 20 years now, and different kinds of pandemic influenzas, such as avian influenza and swine influenza, and other things, and most recently, COVID.
Hi, my name is Ram Raghavan. I'm an epidemiologist. I'm an associate professor at the College of Veterinary Medicine over at University of Missouri. I started out as an entomologist a long time ago, and then I ended up doing what I do now, which is epidemiology. So I'm broadly interested in the frequency and distribution of infectious diseases, and I'm particularly interested in, and this is something that I've done in the last 15 years, which is looking at vector-borne zoonotic diseases, and even more specifically, I've been doing a lot of tick work. Currently, I have 2 or 3 projects that are funded by the Fish and Wildlife Service that particularly looks at chronic wasting disease among white-tailed deer. Obviously, that's got nothing to do with ticks, but that's what I got funded for. We also got funded through NSF to do a long-term ecological study on ticks, particularly in the Midwestern region. Recently, we've been funded by DOD to look at triadomins and looking at Chagas disease and that sort of thing. So I use spatial information quite heavily in what I do. In fact, I can't afford not using GIS data.
My name is Dan Hoft. I'm here at St. Louis University in the Departments of Internal Medicine and Molecular Microbiology and Immunology. What I have done for my career is focused on, clinical infectious disease, immunology, specifically with a focus on T-cell responses, and I also am doing a lot of vaccine work. I'm the director of our Division of Infectious Diseases, Allergy, and Immunology, as well as the director of our Center for Vaccine Development here at St. Louis University. And I've worked with many pathogens as well, and actually Chagas disease has been one of them. It was the triatomine insect vector. That was the focus of my career, not entomology, but trying to determine how we could make a vaccine for Chagas disease and using the insect vector as a way to get the life stage that actually infects people through mucosal surfaces. I also work on tuberculosis, influenza. We're trying to make a universal influenza A vaccine, and also been doing some work on Zika and, of course, COVID most recently.
Great. So to dive in, Dan, let's start with you. You were just talking about the broad areas of research you've done around vaccine development. What do you find most promising right now as in vaccine development in relation to, or in the context of climate change, where we're realizing that we're going to need more different vaccines in different locations as well?
Well, the first two that I could mention, I guess, are, this is working, isn't it? Waterborne diseases. Certainly when there's climate change and all these weather catastrophes and floodings and things like that, there's great chance for spreading of pathogens that are shed in the stool, and then you drink them or eat them. So vaccines for things like cholera, which has already been mentioned, Salmonella, Shigella, things like that are very important. We have some. We could use better ones. Another area, of course, would be with the weather getting warmer and the creeping up of the rainforests, if you will, and all of the organisms, the vectors, like the triatomine insect, which was mostly restricted to Latin America until over the last couple decades, the vector's been creeping up into the southern U.S. And so as the vectors move because of the warming climate, the vector-borne diseases like Chagas, like West Nile, like dengue infection, and other mosquito-borne infectious diseases would be things that I'd be thinking that we need more vaccines for.
Got it. To jump to Mike, actually, because I know you do work around cholera and as well as malaria. Can you tell us a little bit about the shifts that you've seen on the ground and the research that you've done, but also in the types of work you've done? Have you seen how, are you experiencing that response in research related to climate change?
Well, we really need to step it up for sure. I think back to in the United States, we had malaria and cholera. And with malaria, it's one of the success stories of public health. We eradicated malaria in 1948. And it was an interdisciplinary effort, and it was an extraordinary interdisciplinary effort to understand the disease and figure out how to mitigate it, and that's what we did. We need to do something similar with different kinds of climate-related health problems. I focus on infectious diseases. And as Dan just mentioned, there are diseases like cholera that are intimately linked to the environment. Malaria is the same. So cholera is something that can be mitigated through good water and sanitation. And much of the world, sadly, doesn't have that. But it's gotten better in much of the world. But this year, I'll make one observation, and it's something that I'm studying now, is that after 30 years of cholera decline in Bangladesh and some other places in South Asia, after 30 years of decline, this year, there's been a lot of cholera, like literally just dramatic increases in 1 year. And that is in the context of really improved water and sanitation. So we might have hit some sort of tipping point. And so mitigation efforts really need to be studied, and we need to evaluate the impacts of those mitigation efforts. There is a cholera vaccine that I've studied for a very long time, and it's not perfect, but it's one of the tools in the that we have for cholera.
Great. To jump over to vector-borne illnesses, more specifically about the entomology of it, we have two entomologists, sort of. Sorry, Robin, we'll come to your asterisks now. And next, Ram, tell us about the vector-borne shifts, the shifts in, Dan was highlighting, the shifts in climate are making our vectors more present in other locations. Tell us more about what you've seen.
Well, we've been, I guess I've been lucky looking for ticks the last 15 to 17 years now, give or take. And we've seen consistently that ticks are seen in places where they're not supposed to be found. And most of you in the room, if you have ever seen a tick, that is most likely going to be Amblyomma americanum. That's the lone star tick. That's the one that is most medically significant at the moment in North America. And it has definitely expanded its range, its distributional range. And then there is also some distributional shifts. So in other words, they're not only expanding their range, but they're also moving up north a little bit. So we are starting to see these ticks in the southeastern part of Canada, and they're also successfully transmitting pathogens in those regions. And then there are actually 10 different tick species that the CDC lists that are medically significant, or they're also significant from a veterinary point of view. Almost all of them, and we've done this over the years, they show some sort of shift and also an expansion in their distribution. Now, in addition to the spatial shifts and expansion, they've also extended their time window in which they're active. So you can start, back when I started first collecting ticks in Kansas, we would be setting out late May, early June sometimes to go out and collect these ticks. But then now they're showing up early April sometimes. And they're also extending, they're also staying active through the beginning of September, so to speak. So the climate has definitely changed, or whatever has changed has made it possible for these ticks to be active much prolonged periods of time. And that is interesting because then the ticks have this opportunity to latch on to newer hosts. And those newer hosts may have pathogens in them that these ticks may not have been exposed to in the past. So now you're all of a sudden you're adding that additional risk. And then if the population goes up or down, and the human contact rates increases with these ticks, then you start to see new and new diseases and more diseases. And in fact, in our region, we've detected two viral diseases that are tick transmitted. One is Heartland virus syndrome, and another one is Bourbon virus syndrome. Bourbon virus was named after a county in Kansas that is on the eastern side, and Heartland virus was just found not too far away from here. So newer viruses, these viruses would have been in the environment forever, for eons. But then now they have this opportunity to get on a host and then get on the vector and then all the way make it to humans, so to the point where we've lost a few human lives. So it's not just ticks expanding in geographic regions, but it's a whole suite of different interactions that are going on that we have to pay attention to.
That's great. Thank you. Robin, you've shifted from entomology. Tell us about that shift and what you're really focused on now in your research.
Well, entomology is a great gateway into that. I mean, it's like I said, where I started. So a lot of where I kind of came from to now has been thinking about that ecological and then now kind of sociological cascade that's come with it. So if you think about with, taking a good insect example, the mountain pine beetle. So mountain pine beetle in the western United States has had the opportunity to move elevationally upward and then latitudinally upward because of climate change. It's warmed, and so it's allowed it to go into naive host trees. And so that range expansion's really allowed a big swath of new expansion and really vast devastation of forests that was pretty unprecedented. Those dead forests then mean really, really flammable standing timber. Cascading with that, of course, are just the general effects of climate change on wildland fire. We're seeing longer fire seasons because you're getting earlier snow melt. That means things are drying out sooner, and you're getting more intense fire seasons. So longer, more intense fire seasons combined with larger areas that are burning. We've had 6 of our largest wildfire seasons in the last 20 years. All that then starts to cascade down into an effect on the people fighting those fires. So the work we're doing right now, looking at wildland firefighter populations and seeing what kind of occupational stress and occupational risk and hazard they're experiencing. I don't do the work that looks at the physical stresses. We've been looking at things like recruitment, retention, mental health, morale, effects on families. And these are really not great news that we're coming out with. And we see suicidal rates at about 25% in wildland firefighter populations. And those are conservative estimates because the question we ask them about suicidality associated with work stress. So way underestimate there. We see dissatisfaction with work that's at an all-time high. This year in the western United States, about half of the wildland firefighting positions in Washington, Oregon, and California went unfilled. Nationally, we had about 10% unfilled. And so what we're seeing are these really big ecological problems that are then cascading into social problems. And this is not going to be unique to wildland fire, but this is really well exemplified on how climate and this idea of One Health really starts to cascade down into our human population. And of course, you're thinking maybe wildland firefighters are one demographic, but when you think about wildland fire, that then becomes, of course, a much larger social problem. If you're in the western United States in particular, you have communities are going to be impacted. You have whole entire systems and national infrastructure that starts to become destabilized if you don't have a secure workforce. So that's a little bit of what I've been working on recently.
That's excellent. So I can't resist. Our workforce has been, I would argue that we also have in healthcare and in public health, also the same types, it sounds like the same types of experiences. So thinking about that high volume of we need you badly, and we're not responding to that either. So it is, I was hoping that we would get there, and this spectrum of climate change impacts, and they're really diverse, and so it's like hop in. There's space for everyone to be doing some sort of work related to this type of challenge that we're seeing. So I wanted to shift to think about a couple bigger pictures. So we've talked today was a great opportunity to really think about water security, human security, food, and really to me that's all health, and it's important to be able to understand the importance of the science in all of each of those areas. And the health outcomes of all those combined really impact our larger space. So whether it's infectious diseases or mental health or chronic diseases, we need to think about how do we improve the health of a community and how do we help what opportunities do you think, and have you been thinking about, are there transformative opportunities really that really address predicting and preventing where health is going to be most challenged, or where do we start and where do we continue in relation to climate change? Transformative, I need it. We need it.
I'll give it a shot.
Go for it.
So we have done some research on climate and health, and my lens is mostly on infectious diseases and ones that are either vector-borne or waterborne. We have a lot more that we don't know than we do know, and so we really need to understand, as it was said this morning, the science of where. We need to know where these problems are going to, how they're going to be distributed into now and into the future. And then we need to really understand that the mitigation efforts are going to be different in different places. So sort of place-based science is necessary here, because in epidemiology we call it effect modification, and so there will be different effects in different places. And so we are all academics on this stage right now, and so our job is to really do research in the infectious disease basis on risk and mitigation, and the mitigation needs to be done really well and use really good methods to do impact evaluations and rigorous impact evaluations. In the vaccine world, we might call them, randomized trials, but there are other types of ways to rigorously evaluate impacts.
I just wanted to quickly add, at least from the tick and the vector-borne zoonotic disease perspective, we are increasingly finding, and new evidence is continuing to emerge, that there are certain demographics in the population that are more vulnerable to vector-borne diseases than there are others. There's not a lot of data to make very fine recommendations at the moment, but initial, just looking at county level incidence data for a number of tick-borne diseases in the region indicates that poverty and income level and literacy and some of these factors do seem to play a bigger role in terms of who these diseases are affecting. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. And from a geospatial point of view, we have tons of data, and this has been said many times today. And one of the things that would really be helpful and transformative is to somehow find a way to convert this data to a level that is more meaningful for terrestrial species, to many of these vector species. So there's not a lot of algorithms out there at the moment that transforms that kind of data that is collected at a much broader scale to the scale in which ticks and mosquitoes and these things live and operate. So that's another challenge that's out there.
Go ahead.
Okay, I can echo that. The geospatial scale relative to insects, I'd agree completely, but also relative to firefighters. So we have a lot of issues with smoke detection. So an individual starter ignition, we're still not able to routinely be able to say this is an actual ignition or this is an actual smoke that's going to reliably be something that's starting. We don't have wearable technology at this point that can determine health associated with the firefighter on the fire line. So things like that are on the individual or small spatial scale level would be really meaningful for the firefighting community. On the community health side of it, I think starting to redefine the zone of habitability for people geospatially, we need to start thinking about that. Communities can't be on cliff sides where there's piles of burnable stuff below them. It's the prettiest stuff, of course. People love to be there, but it's not tenable in the long term. So we need to start thinking about how we define and map those kind of areas.
And I guess I would just add a couple other locations where we should be more concerned about coastal regions, island nations, or countries or cities, of course, because they're most vulnerable to increased water problems and flooding, and then the transport of organisms through the water. Another, maybe it's not quite as directly linked to climate change, which is the focus here, but where there's increasing contact between humans and animals that we normally don't have that much with, for example, in the jungle areas of the world where there's deforestation happening, and by doing that, that's bringing people closer to animals like bats and other things that we don't get as exposed to, and things like Ebola and the coronaviruses are coming straight out of those types of exposures, and we're going to see a lot more of them.
So I think I'm going to take another question from a question from the audience. So I feel like this is a good warm-up from the audience. Dr. Ram, you said new viruses that ticks are carrying ticks because they're active for a longer time. Can we expect more frequent pandemics as a result of climate change? And I think all of you can probably respond to that.
Thankfully, there has not been a pandemic started by a vector in a long time. The last we can remember all is plague. That was several centuries ago. Yes, I think the answer is yes. We can expect a pandemic to start, but some of the viruses that the arthropod-borne viruses that we see do not have, at least in recent memory, the capacity to blow into a pandemic level. I would like to be corrected if I'm wrong on that assumption.
Well, we've had 3 coronavirus pandemics in the 21st century already. One of them we got lucky, which was SARS, and it was literally just because of the biology of the virus, and because it was you got sick and there wasn't asymptomatic disease, and so and there wasn't this sort of asymptomatic period. So we got lucky with that one. And MERS is ongoing. That's the camel one, and then we all have lived through this other one. Now, while it's not like directly linked to climate change, what Dan mentioned about how we interact with our environment. So, I mean, those are all from bats, as is Ebola, and so the coronavirus is from bats. And so if climate change affects the way humans interact with the environment, then it will be, and it's not just for these ones that I mentioned. So it's and this is another thing that this morning Jack Dangermund talked about, and it's like, it's all about where, but it's also about human-environment interaction, and so.
So as we've seen with the pandemic, communicating vital public health information is challenging. Thanks, Holden, for talking about science and how challenging that communication is as well. How can communicating with the public better to share how climate change and public health intersect, particularly raising awareness about potential climate health related crises? How are we going to communicate this well? Anyone have ideas?
We have to keep talking about it.
I was just going to say, and this was mentioned earlier on, that it is very important for us to be speaking through data as best as we can. And then we have to somehow find a way to bring people back to science. And it is a shame that an earlier speaker mentioned that we are in this position where we have to defend science. And there's a lot of misinformation, but particularly from the public health point of view, that's out there. Climate change denial, vaccine, denial, that sort of thing. So we have to bring people together, but at the same time speak through data, and as quickly as possible as things are developing in a way that is acceptable for people.
So. I'll just add that we're walking a fine line. We're walking a fine line when we are in the midst of a new pandemic, where we don't really know anything about the pathogen or what it causes in people. So we have to be very careful not to over-conclude from the knowledge that we have from previous infectious diseases, previous pandemics. The worst thing you can do is make a very solid recommendation that then has to be rescinded later on. And that has happened in this pandemic. I think part of that is people in general, we need to make sure the public knows that even though we're scientists, we try hard, our business is to try to learn and get into the depth of things. There's still a lot of things we don't know, and we have to study them before we can really know the right recommendations to make in every case. So we have to be careful, but we also have to educate the community that science takes time, and it can't be something that we can always come up with immediate answers for.
I'd echo everything that's been said so far. In wildland fire, we're in a unique situation where oftentimes the answer to decrease the amount of wildfires is to increase the amount of prescribed burning, which is the intentional setting, if you're not familiar with fire, is the intentional setting of fires under controlled circumstances. So to not get things to burn, you have to burn things, which is not the easiest thing to explain to people whose houses have just burned down or have had their community ravished by a wildfire. So we have the problem of nuance and communicating nuance to large populations. So really, really clear, nuanced communication over large areas can be very difficult, but that's the key for us, is making those nuanced distinctions.
And in public health and medicine as well, all of our work has to be evidence-based, and so that's we're scientists that provide evidence, and we're not always good at translating that evidence into policy. Sometimes policy takes decades. Sometimes you're working with policymakers real time, and so I think that we have a long way to go on how we communicate our science, but we need to keep it evidence-based. And I'm not a fan of Twitter and Facebook, but I imagine that's one way we have to communicate, just not for me.
We might need you to, but I understand. So this actually is linked to that. This question came in. How can we take climate and environmental data, and I would add human population and health issues, to build early warning systems to inform stakeholders on health risks, and to include non-medical and medical professionals?
Early warning systems are tough, we've tried to do it with cholera for a very long time, and we even have this really group of international scientists that have been, and we've not been very good at it, and so that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. I think that all the climate and health work that I've done, and much of it has been in cholera, the best work involves really good climate scientists, and I'm not a climate scientist, and really, good, I'll say great climate scientists and great health people. So you need people on both sides. And you also need to and that sort of climate prediction, I wouldn't even know where to start. So I rely on folks that do that. And so, I mean, it's a temporal thing, and prediction's not going to be perfect, but it can be useful for planning for the future. Again, I'll start with what I started with earlier, which is we have to go all in on this. I've had a couple of people mention this is World War III to me in the last couple of days, and it's true. We need to go all in on this.
I agree, and there are some examples where people have used climate data to fairly accurately predict potential epidemics. One example is the situation in West Nile and malaria and some of the other diseases. And they've used ENSO, El Nino Southern Oscillation data, to predict well ahead of time when they should expect mosquito populations to go up. And this work was done 20 years ago and was quite revolutionary at the time. And there are still some other examples, and in our own shop, we have tried to predict when people might expect to see increase in caseload for leptospirosis based on rainfall data. I mean, some of this is very straightforward, but when it comes to systems where you have a vector, an arthropod vector, which feeds on a host, and then you have humans contracting a disease from that vector, it gets really muddied up and it gets very, very complicated. And that actually, that's where we should go to be able to predict not just when to expect higher incidences of a certain disease, vector-borne disease, but also from locations where that might happen. And one thing that might help us get there quickly is to consider derivative data. So, we generate terabytes of data every day, and but unfortunately, a lot of that data is not readily usable in terms of constructing some of these predictive models. And so to have some really good algorithms, not just downscaling data to the point where it makes more sense to these terrestrial vectors, but also to have some really meaningful derivative data that is more readily associated with these biological systems. I think that's one thing that might be very helpful in this context.
So we have similar, in wildland fire, we've had some similar things. We've had atmospheric models that have been combined with geospatial models that are able to predict wildfire outbreaks, especially in the Texas West Plains now, with decent accuracy. But I also kind of want to push back on that question. At least in the wildfire world, the early warning system is, do you live in the West? Is it dry out? And we've told you for 20 years, right? I mean, it's not an unpredictable thing. The warning signs have been there. People have been saying this is a problem, this is a problem. So to some extent, it's not so much about getting the warning out on my side of it. It's about people listening to the warning.
So you're making me have this conversation. You had highlighted you don't get to live on the cliff with the forest terrain that will be more flammable. Another panel said we can't grow food where there's not water. Another panel talked about where not to live due to flooding, right? So we think about these things and we talk about them, but the leap, and Dan highlighted coastal cities being a real, throughout the world, being at highest risk right now. What are we going to do about that?
So I'm of the mind that there's a human cost to all of those decisions. You've got a wildland firefighter population that's being asked to put themselves in harm's way for that decision. I have no problem with restrictions on building zones or restrictions on where wildland firefighters are told that they have to make those decisions about saving structures. I think that's a federal policy level decision that needs to be made.
And I would just add to the earlier question that I think we need to keep our eyes and ears open. We need to be communicating. And a good example of that was our internal medicine grand round speaker this past Friday morning, Dr. Larry Madoff from Boston, who was one of the initial developers of this system called ProMed, which is an online network where people interested in emerging infectious diseases will add their latest news about an unusual infection killing people somewhere in the world, and it goes like wildfire through this early warning system so that you can get an early idea of what's coming and try to mobilize global resources early in response. I think a second thing has already been mentioned, and that's the predictive models, which are very important. So we need to invest more in research that is developing predictive models to be able to tell us in advance a little bit earlier than once it's already started. And then a third way is even be prepared before you know, and that is developing vaccines that have a platform that you could, like the mRNA vaccines for COVID. We've developed a new delivery system with not just the COVID research, but 20 years of research that are very useful for rapid development of a new vaccine. By being able to use a strong vector that you can put any sequence into from any pathogen, and it can be done within a matter of weeks and have something that could be made under good manufacturing practice and be ready to go into human arms is very important. So I know that BARDA, HHS, and many other groups are funding a lot of work in trying to develop platforms that could have broad applicability for developing vaccines very rapidly. And even another, maybe it's pie in the sky, but vaccines that could have one antigen or a series of antigens in a vector already that could protect against future potential threats that we're worried about.
Awesome. So we're all academics up here, but I'm still going to ask this question. What role exists for industry and industry partners in tackling these challenges and opportunities?
From the wildfire side, we have, as I mentioned earlier, a need for wearable technology for wildland firefighters. We have a need for technology for remote sensing, lots of sensor technology that's needed. We have a need for technology to deal with the consequences that wildland firefighters are facing from doing their job right now. So lots and lots of technological needs and mental health needs and long-term healthcare needs that are going to be coming out of the next 50 years of long-term effects that wildland firefighter populations are going to have. So I see lots of logical connections.
Yeah, I mean, with public-private partnerships are absolutely essential. I mean, with vaccines, I study the malaria vaccine, RTSS, and Glaxo created it, and they paid for it, and so it was a lot of money, and so that was essential, and that's one of the, there'll be future vaccines that are better than this one, but also in waterborne diseases, a lot of the technologies that are used for filtration and things like that. There are, sometimes it's nonprofit stuff, people from Silicon Valley trying to give back, and sometimes it's a company that's actually wants to make profit, but these public-private partnerships are absolutely essential for the future.
And as public health epidemiologists, we've all worked with companies like Cerner and some of these big companies that collect a lot of human data. I think that they've always been more than welcoming to form collaborations and let us use their data, and that's something that needs to the resolution in which they collect the data there is room for improvement in those areas, and I think going forward that's going to be a very important thing.
Yeah, I just echo what everybody has already said. That I would sort of also echo what I said earlier, that we kind of need to change from being reactive to being more proactive. And so I think we were very reactive, certainly in the COVID pandemic, where $10 billion were mobilized almost immediately to be able to incentivize big pharma to get involved in making these vaccines, so they wouldn't have the risk that they normally have. We need to do the same thing for these public-private partnerships in developing vaccines, for example, that would have a broader and proactive ability to be ready for a pandemic in the future. So getting more government dollars appropriated for that when we're not necessarily immediately facing a threat is very important to be able to make that successful.
Great. I want to thank you all for joining me on this panel today. It was very generous with your time. I appreciate it. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your time.
Let's give another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, Dr. Shockham. And also, there have been 3 hardworking people over here to my right on the stage who have been providing interpretation today. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. There was one other, I guess. We appreciate it, it's so important. Our final keynote speaker today is a tropical ecologist and remote sensing scientist. Dr. Joseph Mascaro is the Director of Science Strategy and Programs at Planet, which is a San Francisco-based aerospace company that operates the largest fleet of Earth imaging satellites. Dr. Mascaro works with scientists to do a number of things to discover novel applications of Planet's data, improve forest monitoring and conservation, track glacier retreat and cryosphere change, enhance food security, and promote ecological resilience for some of the world's most vulnerable communities. Dr. Mascaro has authored a number of publications, and his work has appeared in the New York Times, the San Francisco Chronicle, Nature, and Science, which we heard about earlier, just to name a few. I had the pleasure of having breakfast with him this morning, so you're in for a treat. Please welcome Dr. Joseph Mascaro.
Music goes for a while. Thank you, and can I get a round of applause for Lorna and her team for running the show today? Thank you so much. I also at breakfast had the pleasure to meet President Fred Postello, our host today from St. Louis University. I also had the great honor of shaking hands with both the current and former director of the NGA on the same day, which was quite cool. And I was really delighted to hear from Vasit Sagan, who Planet has been collaborating with on TGI earlier today and also yesterday when he presented in Research Day a lot of important funding opportunities and hiring opportunities happening with TGI. So please make sure you are diving into those as you build out your teams. I want to thank Henning and Amy too for helping me get set up. And then, I heard a lot of great stuff today. I heard the word fusion so many times that I thought maybe this morning Jack and Michael would fuse together and walk off the stage as one person. I also heard another word, and it was Allison from the Danford Plant Science Center who said the word curiosity twice. And she said it like we have to do. Curiosity. And I love that. I'm going to talk about both fusion and curiosity. And I think I wanted to say right away that I cannot recall a climate change meeting that I've been to in my whole career that has been so positive and so optimistic and so action-oriented. So that's really exciting. I want to access our curiosity by spending a couple minutes taking us quite far away from here, both in space and time, to set the stage. So about a day's drive from St. Louis is a fossil bed called Ashfall, which some of you may have been to, in Nebraska. This beats any museum for paleontology and skeletons and so forth, in my opinion, because you can actually see paleontologists at work in the field. And what they're digging up are some animals that didn't win some of their battles with climate change. They died in a supervolcano eruption in the middle of North America about 11 million years ago, back when America was a tropical-ish savanna-type ecosystem. And I'm taking you back there because I actually want to tell you about some evolutionary pressures. I was also bummed Allison beat me to selection pressure. I thought I was going to be the first person to say that today. That plants went through around the same time. So the Earth was going through this long, slow, relatively cooling trend that was associated with a reduction, ironically, in CO2 in the atmosphere. And this hits plants where they live, their food. What we're looking at here is an electron microscope of a stomata opening on a tomato plant. And this is really the front lines of how plants face climate change, also, of course, in their roots. But what's happening is that as the CO2 levels were dropping back in the Oligocene and the Miocene, plants were literally running out of food. And some of them evolved new strategies, new photosynthesis pathways. We call these C4, corn is one of those, and CAM. And then all of a sudden, these new photosynthetic pathways, which were able to deal with this lower CO2 environment, particularly when it dealt with water use efficiency, spread around the globe. Partly this may have been due to expansion of fire. There was also grazing pressure from new characters, proboscids like elephants and mammoths and so forth. But you can see these plants, C4s in this case, showing up all over the world roughly the same time. And so now we have a world filled in large part with C4 grasses with this novel strategy. And we also have succulents, thousands of species of them, which use the CAM photosynthetic pathway. And I want to show you these because they basically, of course, this is natural selection. This is evolution by natural selection. These plants were not collaborating, generally speaking. They were competing. These were new strategies that they innovated through natural selection. What fascinates me about this is that the same physics and chemistry of these C4 and CAM photosynthetic pathways were developed independently more than 100 times. This is one of the most elegant examples of convergent evolution in the whole biosphere. So facing this common global pressure, using their own unique natural selection-powered engineering innovation, these plants stumbled on the same ideas. Of course, it took them millions of years, and they since radiated around the globe. We have to do a great deal better than that, right? We have to innovate faster. We certainly should not be duplicating work by innovating in our own silos and building the same tools as everybody else. So I hope I can talk about and get excited about, I'm certainly excited about how TGI and some of the other activities happening in the St. Louis area can power some of these things. So I want to look at how humans are taking this on, and I first want to address measurement. I call it stage 0. We cannot innovate new climate mitigation strategies and methods without seeing the world. You can't fix what you can't see. So we're looking at the classic Keeling curve of CO2 rise, and next to that, on roughly the same x-axis of time, there is the growth in the space industry and Earth observation in particular. This is not the only new type of sensor that we've deployed, but it's a really significant one. Starting with the Landsat program in the 1970s, we've been looking at the Earth, and now we are launching literally hundreds of satellites per year. In fact, we have so many that we can watch ourselves launch satellites to space. This is one of the scrubbed attempts to put Artemis in orbit. This was captured by a Planet high-resolution SkySat satellite several weeks ago. They've since rolled Artemis back to the VAB to protect against hurricane damage. So at Planet, our mission is to image the whole world every day, make change visible, accessible, and actionable. And as I said, we're the largest operator of Earth observation satellites. We have more than 200 SuperDoves in space. These are about the size of a loaf of bread, and 21 of these high-resolution instruments. If you look at the whole constellation together, you're seeing the Earth rotate here, and then you'll see the doves zoom down over the poles in a sun-synchronous orbit. This is similar to the orbits of Landsat and Sentinel and other Earth observation spacecraft. And like you're mowing your lawn or driving a Zamboni, as the Earth rotates underneath, they're collecting strip after strip after strip of data. And then the SkySats, multiple different orbits. We can image the same place more than 10 times a day. When these spacecraft are working in tandem, we can do really innovative stuff. In this part of the world, tip and cue is one of the things we're interested in. So you're looking at here, image in the center, and then to the right, separated by only 24 hours. This is a fast military bridge that the Russians put in as they were preparing to invade Ukraine. And then cued by these pieces of information, this sort of geointelligence that we get, that we can then point our more expensive high-resolution assets, whether they be drones or satellites, to those targets. So this is SkySat imagery of troop buildup along the border over the course of several months, and even some deforestation to make room to put those troops there. these are some of the planet satellites, but they join an enormous constellation of public assets, one that's growing incredibly fast, powered by not only NASA, but the European Space Agency, various other space agencies around the world. Okay, so then what do we do with all of this measurement information? I think the next stage is discovery. And here, I love being at universities. I've been an academic my whole life before Planet. And the best part is being able to learn all of the unique insights and projects people are working on. So I want to tell you about a few that people are working on with Planet data, but I want to stress, I don't think I'm going to show you a single example that's powered only by Planet data. Every single one of these examples is leveraging pieces of data from other types of systems, including these public sensors, other commercial providers. So we operate a large university program. I'm delighted to say that TGI and St. Louis University and its partner institutions are now part of that program with data flowing into all of the institutions. We have around 16,000 users in our university program globally. And in addition, we work with several space agencies directly with NASA, with the European Space Agency, with the German Space Agency, DLR, to power additional research. And collectively, this constellation of more than 20,000 users has already generated more than 2,000 peer-reviewed scientific articles. Articles are definitely not the end of what we're trying to do here, but they are important in this discovery phase. So let's take a look at a few. The one on the bottom right here, this is a guy named Dan Dixon and colleagues working on flowering trees. You can see trees flower. They do so very briefly, sometimes for only a few days. In the tropics, in particular, he's working with eucalyptus trees in southern Australia. And he's actually just left a project there using Planet data to find those flowers and go to UC Davis, kind of a collaborative move for him, where they're similarly looking at flowers in order to understand almond production. We have a number of different groups looking at air pollution. This one is fascinating to me because Planet's satellites were not designed to study the atmosphere specifically. We prefer to look through the clouds than stare at them. But we do also see a lot of haze, and multiple investigators have taken ground station data. These are sensors for air quality, so PM 2.5 is an example, and they've fused that ground station data with Planet's high frequency, high spatial resolution imagery using machine learning techniques, and they can make maps of estimated air pollution. We've got people doing a similar thing in the water, in this case looking at water turbidity. The one on the right from an Italian university, what you're seeing there is the Venice harbor. The column on the left is typical water turbidity in Venice, and the one on the right, those three panels on the right in blue, is the dramatic reduction in water turbidity during the lockdown at the start of the pandemic. On the left side, using similar methodology, completely different group, they're studying water turbidity to understand how it affects coral reef biology and health in Hawaii. Patterns of life. I think this is something that I know that VAST and others at TGI are really interested in looking at. And I'm quite excited by this too, because again, I'm about to show you some examples that we didn't necessarily think that Planet satellites would be perfect for. And yet, investigators are discovering this information in the data. The one on the left, Planet images at 3.7 meters resolution in those CubeSat data sets, okay? 3.7 meters. That means one pixel is as big as a pretty large F-150. And yet, these investigators were able to estimate traffic density on road surfaces. Not because they can resolve every single individual car. The Doves can't do that. The SkySats can, but the Doves can't do that. But because they're able to see the spectral differences between high traffic density times and low traffic density times. And so that insert there shows you, like with the water turbidity in Italy, a dramatic reduction in vehicle traffic during the lockdowns, and they've shown that for multiple different cities. Using a very similar methodology, but dealing with open markets, essentially farmers markets or pop-up markets in Kenya and Ethiopia, investigators were able to show dramatic reduction in the appearance of those food markets also during the COVID lockdowns. And on the right, in Malawi, lower right, fusion of Planet data with cell phone position data in order to understand cell phone usage behaviors across Malawi. The one on the top right is led by Ezra Sewell, who I believe is still at Imperial College London. And her approach was very unusual. She fused planet satellite data with Google Street View. That's a data fusion that's quite complex and was pretty unique. What she's looking for is patterns related to wealth and poverty that are correlated with green spaces, or things like just tree density on streets, something I heard from some of the TGI partners at Harris Stowe University yesterday. Fusion. Okay, so a bunch of these were already fusion, but now we're looking at just direct fusion of public sensor data with commercial data sensors, including for agriculture at TGI partner University of Illinois. This is work led by the lab of Caillou Guan. A Belgian university in the middle is fusing planet data with Sentinel data to generate synthetic, estimated, high temporal and spatial resolution shortwave infrared data. This is a part of the spectrum that planet's doves do not measure, and yet these investigators are able to build statistical models that correlate what planet does measure with these things that are measured less frequently by Sentinel and put that together. Additional example, looking at tropical forest phenology from the University of Hong Kong, and a classic now, perhaps the most cited planet paper ever, fusing planet data with Landsat with Sentinel with MODIS to make a stable, reliable, high-frequency surface reflectance product, which I'll talk about again. And now, I'm not going to go through every one of these, but I think you're starting to understand my point. Forest biomass, vegetation biomass, literally dozens of labs around the world, every single one of which is putting planet data in combination with other public sensor data sets, with field data sets, with LiDAR data sets, and they're fusing those data sources in order to generate useful products. Okay, but this is the discovery frontier, right? This is labs, postdocs, graduate students, submitting papers to remote sensing of environment, presenting at AGU. This is not the same thing as mitigating climate change, right? Because we need to scale those results, and then those results have to have an operational impact. So let me look at a couple of national scale examples. This is work led by Lyndon Estes at Clark University and in collaboration with colleagues in Kenya and Ghana. One of the first high-resolution and high-frequency maps of agricultural systems across an entire West African country. And they were able to separate agricultural detections between the wet and dry season in order to understand seasonal dynamics that take place in Ghana. This is a similar methodology, but working with forests, and in this case in Peru, the first 1 hectare resolution, national scale, tropical biomass carbon stock map. And once this map is built, it already is, we can do spatial bookkeeping and understand how future deforestation directly causes carbon emissions into the atmosphere and actually detect which are the biggest pressures of those carbon emissions in tropical forests in Peru. If a map like this, if a tool like this is wired to a carbon offset, to a RED project like reduced emissions for deforestation and degradation, it can begin to essentially transact with the global economy. Let's look even bigger. So we are now in collaboration. This is work really led by NASA Harvest. We're providing data to analyze changes in agricultural dynamics in Ukraine as a result of the war. And I think what is really interesting here is that Planet began its daily imaging capability early 2017. And so, with some effort, we can not just assess what is the state of agricultural production in Ukraine today, or last week, or last month, but we can actually quantify what is the delta between Ukraine's agricultural production and activities and harvest times and turnover, cover crops between today and several years ago, okay, when the war was not taking place. We have an operational tool. This is work led by Salo Sciences, a commercial company that we've been working with, taking planet data, but again, you're going to hear it the whole time, JEDI data from NASA, airborne LiDAR data from the state of California. They're putting those assets together in this tool, which is publicly available and open in order to understand wildfire management in the state of California. This is just California, but as a demonstration, you can imagine this tool operating across all of Australia or all of Europe. At the global scale, we have two big initiatives I wanted to highlight. One is a partnership with Norway. Airbus is also involved with this partnership, as well as KSAT. And in this case, what we're doing is releasing cloud-free mosaics of tropical forests. So with the high-frequency data, we're able to put all these images together, stitch them together, and deliver these maps that really beat down the clouds. It's just probabilities. It's sort of like we could image Manaus, 30 days in a calendar month, and it might be sunny in the wet season on 2 of those days, but we're going to catch those days, even if they're missed potentially by Sentinel or Landsat. And finally, a collaboration called the Allen Coral Atlas, which is work where the science part of the work is really led by Arizona State University as well as the University of Queensland. Planet is again providing data, but also we're working collaboratively to make the highest resolution map ever of the world's coral reefs. I worked on this project for quite some time, and I saw the kinds of things I'm seeing in this room today related to how we all collaborate with each other from our different backgrounds and different expertise and so forth. And it was really amazing. So, like, right out of the gate, we had to take a harder look at the way Planet was generating surface reflectance products because they were behaving differently over water than over land. Because, of course, we were set up to do a land imaging mission. And what we saw was the scientists and postdocs at Arizona State and Queensland diving into the data, collaborating with our engineers, somewhat speak the same language, but not entirely, right? And exchanging information and making this tool better. That was really cool. Okay, so I want to go all the way back to the evolution introduction with the C4 grasses and CAM plants, if anyone remembers, and talk about how we can, as a community, as a geospatial community, evolve differently than those plants did, ideally quite a bit faster. Of course, we can exchange ideas laterally. One of the great ways that we're doing that is by cohering around common standards and structures in things like file types, in things like analysis environments, right, with analysis-ready data. I would actually, I wish I could talk to Jack and the rest of you all day about this, but let's unpack fusion and sort of look at that in terms of what data types or projects or activities we've also been talking about today. So it's interesting that, like, of course, colloquially we use the word fusion often to talk about particles, and we talk about reactors, and literally fusion is taking 2 particles and smashing them together and putting, turning 2 hydrogen atoms into a helium atom. This figure has these sensor inputs, and it kind of look like particles. And this is not that different from what is actually happening. What we're doing is taking Planet data or Sentinel data or Landsat data or all of them, MODIS, VIIRS, et cetera, and we're putting them in one of these common structures like STACK or an analysis-ready data structure. And we're building spatial models to get those data sets to talk to each other. This is not all that different from my conversation yesterday with professors at Harris-Stowe University who are mapping vacant lots in the St. Louis region, and they are looking at thermal infrared imagery. I can't recall where it's from exactly, but potentially from Landsat. So now they have data sets associated with land cover types in the St. Louis area, and then they have this thermal information layer. If you build a spatial model to get those 2 data sets to talk to each other, essentially, then you can go outside of the study region and make additional predictions and then go validate and stress test those. So if we look at, say, a hypothetical project where we want to make a biomass map, Lorna said it already, I'm a tropical ecologist, so this is my bias. I love making biomass maps. I could do it all day. We're getting these different input data sets, we're fusing them together to build a spatial model, and we're doing that where it's sort of wrapped around this common level 3 surface reflectance. Now, this works for passive optical data. It might work differently in different projects. But I want to highlight that engine where we can essentially agree as a community on what is the surface reflectance standard, right, through something like COGS in terms of a file type or something like STACK in terms of a computing environment. And then we can generate different outputs coming out the other side. In this case, I'm interested in biomass maps. But next week, we might be interested in a UN Sustainable Development Goal on poverty mapping. We will probably, for the rest of our lives, argue about what those goals on the right should be, what the impact should be, what the decision makers should do with the data. We're going to do that, and that's going to be really healthy. It's going to be collaborative. It's going to be tense. We're going to argue. We're going to be excited, so forth. But if we come together on what is the community level agreement of what these standards should be, I think we're going to make a lot of progress in building this engine together. Planet has done some of this in terms of collecting feedback from the community. So we're 10 years old now. Our earliest satellites had the spectral response, for those of you remote sensors in the room, in row 2 there. And you can see that our initial build of our spectral response had sensitivities that were somewhat overlapping. So this means if you're a photon of light around 500 nanometers, it's sort of a coin flip if you end up in the blue channel or the green channel. That's not ideal. And we've since innovated, replaced all of those. They're in the process of actually being deorbited right now. And now we're operating an 8 spectral channel instrument, and we listen to the community and put that instrumentation in a way that it's much more compatible with Sentinel-2 and Landsat, so you can more easily interoperate across the data sets. And we're going to continue to do that. I want to tell you very briefly about a couple of future missions upcoming. One is Pelican. This is a follow-on to our SkySat high-resolution constellation. So this represents a dramatic increase in our tasking high-resolution capability, including sharper spatial resolution, more frequent revisits at a particular fixed point. And we're also building Tanager. We expect to launch both of these missions next year, at least the first spacecraft. Tanager is a spectrometer, a full hyperspectral instrument with over 400 channels of light that goes from about 400 nanometers to 2,500 nanometers. And so with an instrument like this, I'm sure many of you have worked with them, we're going to be able to start understanding spectral fingerprinting, look for things like methane emissions on wellheads, or look at mineralogy in more detailed ways than we can do with our 8 spectral band instrument. I'll skip through this. So that's the picture of the next few years with Planet. Okay, so I wanted to wrap up by just saying a few things. TGI is the reason, sort of the reason I'm here in terms of how we got in touch with Vasset and the rest of the team. But as I said at the top, I've been learning so much about all the different institutions and some of the motivating factors. I wanted to share I have a friend, okay, so I said I've been working at Planet for 10 years. I had hair when I started, seriously. And I have a friend, Sasha, who said to me one day that multidisciplinary work is the hardest work you'll ever do because you understand your own expertise and you have words and memes and acronyms, and if I say spectral data fusion to somebody in my own domain, we know what we're talking about. And you need to work with somebody, in fact, a group of people with completely different expertise. And one of the things that requires, I think, is the curiosity, Allison said it so well, to kind of sit still and learn from your colleagues as you exchange information. This morning when I shook hands with the NGA director, aside from terror, even just in a very brief conversation, I have the chance to learn from him some of the day-to-day realities of his job and the people that report up to him and work for him. I've never worked at the NGA, but I've worked now with literally dozens of Planet employees who have either worked at NGA or work in close contact and close relationship with NGA. And so I'm able to listen and sit and try to understand what their reality is. It's very different from my reality of walking around in the jungle for a number of years in Peru trying to make these carbon maps. But we find areas where we overlap. And so I think that is the way to beat climate change collaboratively. I think we're going to do it. And I think TGI is going to be one of the flagships to do it. So I want to end there and thank everyone again for having us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Dr. Mascaro. So now as we close, we're going to return to that Jesuit tradition of reflection for deep learning that I mentioned and we participated in at the beginning several hours ago this morning. So let's take a moment to focus on gratitude. Consider one or two blessings, big or small, that you have received at Geo-Resolution 2022. Maybe it was something you learned, someone you met, and you learned something from them, or maybe it was much smaller, like spending a few minutes outside during lunchtime. So let's take 20 seconds or so and just reflect on the gratitude from today's conference. Great, thank you. My gratitude, as I said earlier, was you're inviting me to be here today and giving me the opportunity to learn so much. So thank you. And this concludes the formal part of Geo-Resolution 2022. Another round of applause for our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, our deaf interpreters, and our volunteers. Although the formal portion of the program has concluded, Geo-Resolution is not quite over if you are participating in person. Please join us in the St. Louis room on the 3rd floor of this building for the Networking Social, Geospatial Ecosystem Discovery, and Career Exploration event. Thank you again for participating in person or virtually in Geo-Resolution 2022. Thanks again. Have a great evening and take care.